Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
Consequences. I'm staying in the race.
What you talking about?
Don't even play. Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
Ready the Second Amendment?
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, you can't get fooled again.
Oh, level cut. Interest. It's just crazy enough to learn, yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks. China. I have to have my China.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
How rude.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Precision of language. Please.
Welcome to the Resistance.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Are you not entertained? And the box is full of Pepe.
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, you better buckle up, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Okay, good to see you all here on this Saturday evening. Starting a little later than I would have wanted to, but here we are. Better do some shout-outs first, before we do anything else. Moa Noab, So Life, Frizzla, 123 in the YouTube chat. The Lucky Minute, a close fourth. George Waters also here, Bob Carmody. Icebreaker Gaming, Look Bovine. Charlie Martini with a sweet, sweet super chat. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Just realizing this is too big. There we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. I fixed it. EDC also here. Nightbot. Morbius Dragon. Wedge Wizard. Atticus Among Us. D-Derb. That might be it. Alright, good to see everybody here today, like I said, on this Saturday evening. Starting later than I would have liked to, but things happen. Got a hell of a lot to talk about today. Chicago preparing for the National Guard takeover. Martial law coming for the state of Illinois, apparently. News on the immigration front. Health and Human Services RFK Jr. Stuff to talk about with his testimony still, which was, as we mentioned earlier, quite horrifying. The robots are here. I don't know if you've heard. Zohran and Bernie doing a live town hall in New York. A Venezuelan-US war. Failed North Korean SEAL Team 6 operation during Donald Trump's first presidency. And much, much more. Better start in that usual place. Let's start off talking about the National Guard. Donald Trump had this to say about DC crime yesterday. You know, I'm going to start the goal right now. Just because Morbius Dragon just gifted a membership to Sean Keefe. Enjoy that, Sean. But since we already have received one super chat and membership, I think we just need to start the goal now. Seems like people are prepared to donate. We'll say that we're at 1.5 of 10, even though that this is going to say 10. Goal started 3 hours, but really it'll be 4 hours. Okay, what was I doing? Ah, yes, Donald Trump had things to say about DC crime. Should be good.
And I don't like communist mayors. I don't like them. Yeah.
I don't like the communist mayors. Very nasty. All of those. I don't like communist mayors. All of those communist mayors. I'm sorry. This is not the reason we're watching this, but name one communist mayor right now. Do it. An elected communist who is a mayor. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Even what's your economic outlook for the year economic growth do you think is reasonable for us to expect economically next year?
Well, I heard, and you know, we were on a very downward path with Biden, and I heard that the most we could do is 1% GDP, and now I'm hearing 3.2% and 3.5%.
Who said that?
Our big year won't be really next year. I think it'll be.
Okay, that's a lie. I mean, GDP was higher than 1% under Biden. That's just a straight. I don't know who lied to the president, but. I'm sorry, I forgot that this fucking thing. Where does this start?
Because we really focused on it over the last 6 months. But we're going to be doing. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this. When this stuff starts opening up, our country's being rebuilt. And by the way, Washington, D.C. is being rebuilt. You know, in addition to the fact that we have a safe city now, and our National Guard was fantastic and worked with the mayor, worked with everybody, we're also doing a refurbishing of Washington. We're going to redo some of the roads, the surfaces. We're going to redo the medians. We're going to take the broken tiles off the tunnels and put brand new tiles up. And we're going to regrass all the parks. They're going to be regrassed by people that build world-class golf courses and not necessarily people that work for me, because I don't care about that. I just want to, I'm very good at grass.
I'm very good at grass. We're going to redo all the grass, not necessarily by my favorite grass people, but we're going to get some good ones. We're going to get some good grass people. This is going to be like a golf course. All of Washington, D.C. You'll have lawn inspectors go from house to house, and if your lawn does not come up to par, then you...
Right to jail, right away.
Right to jail. Immediately. Immediately jail.
Right to jail, right away.
And not necessarily people that work for me, because I don't care about that. I just want to, I'm very good at grass. You know, grass has a life, just like you have a life, right? It has a life. Well, this grass has been up longer than, it's like 4 lives.
Ancient grass.
That's why there's a lot of areas where there's just no grass. But we're going to regrass all of the parks. We're going to, in a year from now, you won't even recognize it. Graffiti's gone. The tents are gone.
Gone.
The medians falling into the roads are gone. The potholes will be gone. The marble's going to be polished and beautiful. It's all going to be beautiful. We're working with Clark Construction, who's, you know, one of the, well, definitely the biggest here, one of the biggest in the country. And they've been great. And we're going to do about a 10-mile radius from the White House, from the Capitol. Looking sort of at both of them, go right in the middle of both of them and start drawing circles. And everything is going to be spit-shined. You know, when the head of Poland came here last week, and when other leaders came here, they came, a lot of them have been here over the last 8 months. I said, what do you think? And they said that we're a little surprised at the look, the filth on the road.
The filth.
Now it's much better. We've got...
Wow, the Prime Minister of Poland came to and told Donald Trump that the DC was filthy.
How rude!
All right, that's it, Poland. We got beef. All right, I don't actually believe the president, but I'm just trying to imagine it right now. Prime Minister of Poland came and said, "Look, oh my God, I was not expecting DC to be just filth, trash all over the ground."
Leaders came here. They came, a lot of them have been here
Everybody
over the last 8 months.
Mark Zuckerberg came.
I said, what do you think? And they said that we're a little surprised at the look, the filth on the road. Now it's much better. We've got it much better, but we have to do some construction things. I mean, you know, you have medians that are all broken and rotted and rusty and disgusting.
Rotten medians.
And it's gonna, they're all going to be changed. You're going to have a very different look. You're going to have the look of prosperity, not the look of poverty. But the big thing right now, initially, is we have no crime in Washington.
No crime.
We literally have no crime.
That's it.
They said it's down 87%.
It's all gone.
It's not down 87. It's down like 100%.
Like 100%.
We have almost no crime.
Some people are saying 87. That's not that. That is an underestimate. 100%. No more crime. I'm sorry. We got to hear that one more, just to make sure I'm not losing my mind.
Of poverty. But the big thing right now, initially, is we have no crime in Washington.
No
We
more
literally
crime.
have no crime.
That's
They
it.
said it's down
It's all gone.
87%. It's not down 87. It's down like 100%. We have almost no crime. People are going to restaurants that wouldn't have even thought about.
People are going to restaurants who had never even considered the option. They're like, what is a restaurant? And I had to explain it. I had to explain it to somebody's mother who had never been to a restaurant. And I was so sad for her. I was like, wow, how can you be 33 years old and not have ever been to a restaurant? It's the first time she ever thought about it. She was crying. She was literally sobbing. And I was like, ma'am, settle down. We can get you. Can somebody get her a steak, please? Well, there you go. That's the President of the United States telling us that D.C. is going to look like a golf course very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. Grass is going to be perfect. All of D.C. Okay, all of it. And if your grass, not good.
Right to jail, right away.
Right to jail. Right, immediately jail. But thankfully, no crime. No crime in D.C. as it turns out. Now we did, or I'm not sure when he started the clock on the no crime. It may have just been on that day, that being yesterday. May have changed, because we did in fact cover a story, I want to say about 5-6 days ago, regarding a murder that happened in D.C. Actually, there's been 2 murders in D.C. since the National Guard took over, maybe even more at this time. I have not been watching the police band of DC. I should be, but may just be starting now, right? Like at the moment that he said it. So maybe as of September 5th, no crime. Don't forget to fill your divots. Absolutely. If you don't fill your oh boy.
Right to jail, right away.
You don't fill your divot, that's also jail. Overfill your divot, also surprisingly also jail.
Right to jail, right away.
All right, let's go to Chicago, where they can expect to. I mean, one would assume Chicago will also look like a golf course. I mean, they do have. I believe they do have golf courses in Chicago, but I guess all of Chicago is probably going to look like a golf course very soon, as Trump is preparing to invade Chicago with the U.S. military.
The city of Chicago is gearing up for an expected deployment of National Guard troops ordered by Donald Trump over what he calls out-of-control crime. The US president said this week the military would be going in following similar moves in Los Angeles and Washington. But Chicago's Democrat leadership is vowing to resist, challenging his authority to deploy forces and saying the move is a front for an immigration crackdown.
Illegal.
Tom Bateman reports.
On the south side of Chicago, few seem braced for President Trump's troops. But many here will tell you about a different battle, one for the souls of the young.
How many of y'all been to the joint or been to the county? Raise your hand. Keep your hand raised if you've been shot. I wasn't born like
Rob White works to stop the allure of gangs, part of a citywide plan that's helped drive a big drop in violent crime over the last 2 years. With fellow worker Ali, we passed the site of a drive-by attack that wounded 7 at the weekend.
When the president says he's going to send the troops here, what do you say?
Troops are already here. We the troops. We the troops. What you need?
That's a great way to put that, bro.
Increase what's already being done. Your outcome is already happening. Why change the cook in the kitchen if the meal is good?
The Democrat-run city points to cuts in crime prevention funding by the Trump administration. Chicago is now a flashpoint, channeling America's divisions.
Yep, and the fact is Chicago's crime rate has been heading down in the last couple of decades, and is not even in the top 20 highest crime rates in the country. Those are afforded to cities in red states, as it turns out. Shocking, I know. But that's just the math.
It's science.
That is the science. Let's go here. You might be familiar with this next lady we're going to listen to. What's this name, Fran?
This now imminent, probably, federal invasion, I would call it, of the city of Chicago. Where is everything at on this? There's been a lot of it feels like maybe yesterday Trump was trying to, or 2 days ago, Trump was trying to wait to be invited in and be like, you need me, you need me, Brandon Johnson, because he just got handed this defeat in LA saying that the deployment of the National Guard was illegal. But where are things at when it comes to, Chicago and the Trump administration?
Yeah, so I was given a copy of a formal request by the Department of Homeland Security, a political appointee in the Trump administration, to his counterpart in the Defense Department, asking for military support to be sent to a military base in the Chicago area. I forget the name of the base. I think it was a Navy base. And the idea is that they are going to put troop materiel for logistic support, fuel, and using the base to support ICE operations in the greater Chicago area. And that's kind of how they try to get around posse comitatus. They say, oh, we're not actually doing law enforcement. We're just assisting those who are. So therefore, it's not the military engaged in law enforcement. And what's interesting in the case of the Los Angeles ruling that you just mentioned, if you read the ruling, it was pretty interesting. They said that this still violates posse comitatus, which should send a chill down everyone's spine. That's not a phrase I want to hear. Military activity declared in violation of posse comitatus. I mean, you're
posse
getting into
comitatus, meaning you cannot deploy the military.
Can't. Right. And this, goes right back to the founding of the country because, that was raised as a specific grievance in the article in the Declaration of Independence because of the British troops stationing in the colonies at the time. And so it's sort of ironic to see these guys, draping themselves in the flag and talking about patriotism, just spitting in the face of everything that it's supposed to represent with these deployments in states whose governors don't want them, which in itself is just extraordinary. And if you talk to the National Guards people, as I have probably over a dozen of them, they don't like doing this. And it's not even necessarily partisan. It's just people that are like, yeah, this is stupid and pointless and embarrassing. I don't want to do this.
And they don't want to be there. I mean, and I remember, a few months ago, probably when Waj and I still had our show, Tom Homan was super pissed at Chicago because the residents knew their rights and weren't opening doors to ICE. And he was big mad. And now, the same thing is happening. They're trying, basically Brandon Johnson and JB Pritzker are trying to inform residents saying, know your rights and all this. The one language piece with Pritzker that I bristle at personally, having been here in LA, is the don't encourage them, they're using any excuse to sort of crack down. So it could be a sandwich one day, it could be, flipping them off the other day. And that effectively to me tells a citizenry to put up and shut up kind of thing. I
totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in DC right now with Mayor Bowser, 20 minutes from me, where folks just 2 days ago, the cat came for you, Ken. He was like, I want to hear about the use and abuse of our military to create martial law. Right here in DC, Mayor Bowser, folks, which I thought was extremely shameful, is now open to having permanent relations with these authorized National Guard folks. And I could tell you, Francesca's in LA, I'm right here in Virginia, close to DC. These National Guard members are armed, just straight up walking around collecting trash. There's many armored vehicles. Union Station, if you've never been, is so dangerous, folks. There's a Lululemon there and a Jamba Juice, right? The normalization of the military. And also, Ken, I don't know if you saw that kind of breaking news.
I bet I had my mouse on the wrong spot just now. Sorry for the conniption on your screens, folks. What was I just about to say? Oh yeah. Why do you need an M4 to pick up trash? It doesn't check out. You know, it would have been much cheaper to have the sanitation services of DC perhaps deal with the trash problem. One would think.
And you were actually right about the fact that Pentagon is approving the use of Chicago area Navy base for ICE and possible military operations.
Oh, did that finally get break?
Yeah, it came out an hour ago.
Oh, interesting. What outlet?
I saw it in the Washington Post.
Okay, cool. Jesus. Yeah, that's what they're doing. And what's interesting about the memo that I got is it showed that they had already sent what's called an advance team. This is like a prep team that will like set up the environment for the troops that will come later from DOD, from the military. I think by Tuesday already. So they had already been there by the time this entire debate had happened. It's really humiliating for the governor, and to his credit, Pritzker had been very critical of this, not just this week, but prior to it. But it just shows you the contempt that the White House has for state sovereignty in these cases.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yes, and even when there isn't a state like DC, like Mayor Bowser being like, "Oh, they could stay here forever," and you're just, it's so pathetic. I mean, this is the kind of response that so-called Democrats have. And this time,
they're soft on crime, but then they just concede the entire point that it's like, wait, how is the military? They don't even have authority to shoot unless in self-defense. So this isn't even the right tool, even if what you're doing is trying. So they should just dispute the thing on the whole basis, rather than try to play this game of like, oh, actually, maybe it'll help.
Can I go ahead, Francesca.
Oh, just really quickly, I just still feel like we are living in the backlash and the failure to capitalize on the 2020 George Floyd uprising, the biggest uprising, the biggest mass movement of my lifetime, beyond Occupy, beyond the anti-Iraq war movements, right?
Largest protest in American history, Francesca.
In American history. And when you don't make real gains on these issues of moving money into, as Ken, you mentioned, like a social safety net that actually keeps people safe and keeps people, whether it's education or housing, whatever that might be, a jobs guarantee, you were like, what's the next level? We already had fucking tons of cops. Let's send in the National Guard. Let's federalize it, And so we're just still living in a backlash to the backlash to the backlash to the backlash. We're just living in a metaverse of backlashes.
Yeah, I think that's well put. On issue after issue that we've even just talked about here, fentanyl, immigration, crime. I mean, these are things that the opposition party needs to articulate what their vision, what their solution to it would be. And instead, what you get is this reactive kind of like, oh, actually, no, I'm going to do even more of what the other guy wants. And it's like, you're conceding the whole debate. Advance your own proposal for what the solutions would be, because I think that any serious solution is going to look very unlike any of this. It's not that the military is not responding effectively. It's that they're not the right tool to respond to these various problems with. And I wish there was some attempt to articulate that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Did Francesca, I don't think I even noticed, but did Francesca and Waj stop doing their Zateo show? The thing that she mentioned at the beginning, I was like thinking about, I was like, huh. But there's no justification for what Trump is doing. And the justifications they are using don't make any sense, of course. He's not going to the highest crime places in the country, but justifying the military invasion of cities based upon crime. So I don't know, might want to start with one of the red states. Let's go here. Donald had some interesting things to say about Chicago earlier today. practically right before the stream started. Here is CNN.
We're joined now by Democratic Representative Mike Quigley. He serves on the House Appropriations and Intelligence Committees. Congressman, thank you so much for being here with us. You also live there in the Chicago area, in this state of Illinois, and the events we're seeing in Chicago today are really interesting because this event typically draws in very large crowds. And you were among those today. A lot of people were quite fearful not coming out. How would you say the president's immigration threats are impacting people there in that area?
Yeah, you're right. I just finished walking the Mexican Independence Day parade with my friend Chuy Garcia in Chicago's Pilsen neighborhood. And you would have to describe it as a neighborhood on edge. But at the same time, reduced crowds, but very much a resilient, proud community that wants to take a stand here. I mean, this was much more than a parade. It was a sense of unity at a difficult time. How it's affecting people, I think we need Exhibit A, our domestic violence court. Women are afraid to show up to get orders of protection. As a result, they're less safe. Schools are starting to talk about teaching remotely.
Okay, hold on. I forgot that they don't start this story off with the part that I actually want, which is the thing with Donald Trump and what he said earlier today. Where is it? I hate you guys. Why are you always doing this to me? You're always... Oh, here it is. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Here you go. This is what I wanted. Here. This was Donald Trump's Truth Social account. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Then it's this ridiculous AI image Donald Trump in a cowboy hat. Or it's almost like a... It's almost like a Civil War military hat, I think. I'm trying to think of when that era is from. But yeah, let's just call it a cowboy hat. Donald Trump wearing a cowboy hat, crouched in front of flames coming off of what I assume is the Michigan Lake. It was Michigan Lake, and there's Chicago in the background with a bunch of Black Hawk helicopters flying in the background. Shy apocalypse now. Shy apocalypse now. 4.6 thousand retruths, 15.3 thousand likes. And they posted this shortly after this. Like, this is 11:38 a.m. They posted it to YouTube 6 hours later, but you got to assume that it must have been live first. The content must have gone live. So there was some time between that. So that's probably within like a couple of hours. Utterly insane. Donald Trump posting this. I mean, the fact that this man is posting this kind of shit just shows how demented he really is.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Not a film buff. No, I get the reference to Apocalypse Now. I think it's perverse. I think it's ridiculous. He's gonna do Vietnam. He's gonna do Vietnam in Chicago, huh? Be flames and Black Hawk helicopters. The Department of War is going to war in the United States against American people. That is the premise of this whole thing. It's essentially what he's saying. It's utterly disturbing. Now, people were marching in protest of Donald Trump's threats to their city in Chicago. Here's the Associated Press from like an hour ago.
And first, I want to say to every single one of you, on behalf of our community, thank you for standing with us. We sense your love and we sense your care for people who might be your neighbors nearby or your neighbors far away from you. Every single immigrant is a human. Every single immigrant has every single right to have their families stay together.
Goodbye to abolish ICE.
Is that Michigan Avenue? There's Trump Tower.
Hey, Chicago, stand your ground. Hey, Chicago, stand your ground. They will never break us down. They will never break us down.
There you have it. People in Chicago filling the streets.
This is relevant to our discussion
downtown,
earlier.
Protesting, making their way all the way to Trump Tower, showing their disapproval of Donald Trump's threats against the Windy City. Let's go here now. And go to the Majority Report. To a video entitled, "When Will Trump Turn His American Gestapo on You?"
This is relevant to our discussion earlier with Greg Stoker and kind of what you were saying, Brandon, about how our tools of imperialism are basically coming home to the United States, how we're building this infrastructure where there's going to be the capacity for so much incarceration of immigrants, but then political dissidents. And we're at a place where, at least right now, the administration is building out the capacity for a mass carceral state, even more than the one that we already have as the #1 jailer in the world, both I think per capita and also
we're not per capita. We're not quite per capita, but in terms of raw numbers, we're close per capita. I think occasionally some South American countries might beat us, but in terms of raw numbers, we detain more people than China. They have more people than we do.
Right, for free.
China. We're working on it.
Working on it. This article in the Washington Post, it was really disturbing. The Washington Post went to an ICE career expo in Texas and just listened to some of the quotes from the people that they profiled who showed up. As we know, the Trump administration, via the big ugly ass bill, has exploded the ICE budget by many times over, so that its budget is way larger than, say,
and let's not forget, the reason that I put this here as a segue into, because we are going to talk more about immigration after this video, is that really these two issues are linked. They're intrinsically linked because of the fact that the National Guard, the premise which the Trump administration is using in the deployment of the National Guard is that they're not doing martial law. They're supposedly not doing law enforcement activities at all. They are just assisting federal law enforcement officers to do their jobs because those law enforcement officers are under threat. People like ICE. And these things are intrinsically linked.
FBI and any other law enforcement agency in the country. And so they have to have a hiring kind of recruitment drive. And some of the people went, the Washington Post interviewed some of these people,
And scroll up to the top of the article, if you don't mind here, Matt. It opens like this. Christian Osborne has been itching to serve his country since he was discharged from the Marines after refusing the coronavirus vaccine. Oh my God. He thinks Americans have a naive view of illegal immigration and wants to be a part of President Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign. Every country for its entire existence has always had borders. We're the only country who says, come on in, says Osborne 24.
I'm stupid.
There needs to be a control on who can come in to make sure you're not some psycho. Now, we'll just pause for a second.
Says the guy who left the Marines because of coronavirus vaccine.
Right. We'll just pause for a second to say, Brandon, you're in Europe. I was just there for my honeymoon. And, I had to transfer in a European country to get to Italy where I was going. And you just see how easy it is if you are like a European person with a passport to go country to country. There were separate lines for it, in part because countries have borders, but we have a heavily militarized one, and that is a policy choice.
The EU has a, they call it a free, what's it called? A free travel zone. That's not quite the terminology, but it's like anywhere within the borders of the EU and all EU member states. Like you're basically like to travel around like you're in the United States from, Alabama to Mississippi.
As opposed to other countries where, they don't see human travel as this like existential threat. Although, of course, the migrant crisis, the backlash to migrants in Europe is horrific.
The Schengen zone. Thank you.
Horrific too.
That's it.
But the point is just like the way we operate along our borders is a choice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The modern and porous nature of borders is just that, incredibly modern. It wasn't until like midway through the 20th century that borders became the way that they are now, or started to become the way they are now, in order to restrict the free movement of people, still allowing the free movement of capital in a lot of situations, which we still do. But prior to that, and especially going back to like pre-nation state, like borders just meant different things because countries or like nations or states were centralized in like a monarch or like capital in a more comprehensive way. Like this is just people imagining that the past always looked like the present does in their in their imagination, and it just doesn't work that way.
Right. And there have been estimates that around 2 billion people by I think 2100 is what the assessment is, are going to be likely in uninhabitable places in the on the earth that are going to need to migrate, or they could die. So this problem is going to continue to escalate. And right now we have an administration that is quadrupling down on border fascism.
Well, and what is this all a response to? Like, look at what's going on in Europe. These displacements are caused by, in large part, the Western hegemonic foreign policy. Why are people displaced from the Middle East or Northern Africa? Or in our cases, like Venezuela? Does it have, look, not to take all agency away from Maduro or whatever, right? We went straight at their number one industry, oil, and gave it a Great Depression. And then we're shocked that people are displaced because of it. Like,
Also climate, of course.
Of course, exactly.
Yeah, and I've said this exact same thing in the past. Whenever anybody ever brings up how much economic suffering the Maduro regime has caused in Venezuela, I say, really, did they sanctioned themselves? It wasn't the United States didn't do that. We're not the ones who did that. Weird.
Already an issue, and people say like act as if it's some come in the future. No, this is already having displacements because of global warming.
It's happening, absolutely. Bangladesh is like projected to lose 17% of its like land over the course of the next 25 years by nature of like rising water levels. 30% of it's like agriculture land by nature, and it's only one of just a not infinite number, but like every country is having issues like this, whether it's heat, expanded heat domes and longer heat waves and heat streaks, making parts of American Southwest like uninhabitable or projected to be uninhabitable by like a certain
immediately, if not
water
sooner.
Rising in Florida. Like so much of the future is uncertain by nature of how like the climate has been like taken advantage of by our governments and our like large companies.
Well, it's why Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor had that piece where they referred to this movement as end times fascism, where the right understands that we are dealing with things like catastrophic climate change and that our levels of income and wealth inequality are unsustainable and that capitalism is failing in many ways. But you have a guy like Donald Trump who is nearly 80 years old and looks like shit. And, you know, and these older kind of business people, heads who are just going, let me get mine while I'm here on this earthly plane, because that's all, it's fatalistic and nihilistic, as opposed to like, say, like a more aspirational form of nationalism that perhaps previous Republican administrations would harness. This is about enclosing our borders, shoring things up, fortifying ourselves like we're Israel or something, and like both like keeping capital within the hands of the people who are already wealthy. I mean, that's how Trump is designing his economic policy around the tariffs, killing industries that are promising and future oriented, like stuff around climate, and making sure that we just like oil, coal, all the guys that are rich will add to your pile. That's our central promise.
Yeah, you know, but at some point, once all of that stuff comes to fruition, then you have no one to blame but yourself. Unless the propaganda has seized the entire nation at that point. I mean, and the fact is we are already in a place where it feels like we have a lot of people already living in that bubble. All right, let's go to here. Talk about a man whom was seized by the federal government for his participation in a protest for having used the First Amendment. An Army vet. We saw the video of his arrest on a previous stream. And Democracy Now! Had the father of that vet, who is still in jail, or wherever, some detention center, some FBI holding facility, who knows exactly where he is. They had the father on to speak.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to the story of a military veteran who joined an ICE protest and is now being charged with conspiracy to impede or injure officers. Legal experts have called the charges a test case for how far the Trump administration will go to punish dissent. Bajan Mavawala, who goes by Beji, is a 35-year-old former Army sergeant who survived a roadside bomb blast in Afghanistan. On June 11th, he saw a social media post by the former city council president of Spokane calling to protest the detention of a legal asylum seeker. The post said in part, quote, 3 weeks ago, I became the legal guardian of a young man from Venezuela seeking asylum. He's turned in all paperwork, has a future court hearing. I went with him to ICE check-in today. They detained him, are shipping him to Tacoma. I'm going to sit in front of the bus. Feel free to join me, the city council president wrote. Beji was one of hundreds who responded. The protest became confrontational. More than 24 people were arrested at the scene, but Beji wasn't one of them. In a 1-minute video posted on Instagram, the Army veteran is briefly visible jostling with an agent before locking arms with other protesters. He was also injured by a rubber bullet at the protest. More than a month later, FBI agents came to his home at 6 a.m., more than a month later, and arrested him. Beji's father, the retired intelligence officer, Bajan Ray Mavawala, filmed part of his son's arrest. His is the first voice you hear in this clip.
I want the search warrant before you go in the house. That's my house, not his. Hold it.
Okay, just
We're going to put it in this truck. That's what I'm just saying. If you can just step in, we're going to come around here. Thank you.
I'm an Afghanistan veteran.
I'm an American citizen.
The conspiracy count against Beji Mavawala carries a maximum penalty of 6 years in prison, a $250,000 fine, and 3 years of supervised release. He's now out on his own recognizance awaiting trial. We're joined now by two guests. In San Francisco, Aaron Glantz, investigative reporter who's covered this story for The Guardian. In Spokane.
Okay, I missed that detail earlier. So he has been released, but is waiting trial for having used the First Amendment.
Illegal.
Spokane, Washington. Beji Ray Mavawala, the father of Beji, is with us. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Beji Ray Mavawala, your former Army intelligence with 3 Bronze Stars earned, that you have earned during tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. You're the father of Beji, a U.S. Army veteran, arrested by the FBI and charged with conspiracy. Explain how this all has come down, and your response. You're both retired National Guard.
I'm retired from the National Guard. My son did his full tour, and when he completed his tour in Afghanistan, he decided to get out of the service, so he did not retire. This whole event has been staged by the Trump administration. And my son was responding to a Reddit post and just wanted to go down and protest, to do what he could to raise up the voices there and show that they were opposed to ICE's actions, which literally were called for because the 2 gentlemen that were being detained were abiding by their mandatory court dates. They were
Is so perverse. The people who supposedly love the Constitution and the troops are arresting troops. Arresting troops and charging them with crimes for having used the Constitution in a way that they just happen to dislike.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Tell these guys, hey, you've got to come here for court so you can get your status to remain on in the United States. And then they arrested them for coming to court. It's unconscionable.
And Aaron Glantz, I wanted to ask you, you've talked to many legal experts for your article on this case, the significance of being charged with conspiracy for, in effect, just participating in a protest.
Yeah, it's important to note here, not charged with obstruction, not charged with assault, charged instead with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, which carries, as Amy said, a maximum penalty of 6 years in prison and a $250,000 fine and 3 months of supervised release. And the legal experts I talked to said that the burden of proof here for the prosecution is on proving agreement between the demonstrators to show that they collectively wanted to impede these officers. And as you heard Amy say, there's video of Beji locking arms with other protesters, which might show agreement. So it's a very easy case, actually, for the federal government to make, which is why the legal experts I spoke to said that these cases are brought sparingly by prosecutors, and they exercise a lot of discretion usually. And in this case, the acting U.S. attorney in Spokane, Washington, resigned 2 days before this indictment was handed down. It was noted earlier in this, more than a month past.
Wow. So now it's not clear whether or not but it seems to be the case that the acting attorney in Spokane, Washington, where these charges are being filed, apparently, resigned over these charges and how ridiculous they are.
This is ridiculous!
Now, a new acting attorney in the same district has been appointed, apparently, and is pursuing these charges. Now, like that previous video, not the Democracy Now! Video, but the Majority Report video said earlier, when will Trump turn his American Gestapo on you? Well, we may have an answer for that question for at least one city. The city of brotherly love. That's right, I'm talking about Philadelphia, people. Where disturbing video came out. Black Hawk helicopters in downtown Philly.
Okay, let's get into this because apparently I'm the only one who knows about it and the people who live in my apartment. So did you hear and see Black Hawk helicopters, no lights on, flying? I live on the 9th floor, okay, over by the old roundhouse. I live on the 9th floor. These Black Hawk helicopters were below the 9th floor. They were landing around the old roundhouse. This is a video I shot during the game, trying to watch the game. Listen. This went on for an hour with big bangs going off. You know, flash bangs when they have a hostage situation? If you would magnify that by 100%, 1,000%, so giant bangs going off. It rattled our whole apartment building. The paintings on my wall came off. I go out on the balcony, I see this. Black Hawk helicopters flying over the city.
And you were concerned.
Did anybody else see this or hear this? Please leave the building. Please. Old City is under attack. But so...
They were saying
I
that.
call everybody I know.
That would be terrifying. If you didn't know what the hell was going on, and all of a sudden there's a goddamn Black Hawk helicopter throwing flashbangs in your neighborhood, going on loudspeakers telling you that the city is under attack. I mean, Jesus Christ. All right, now, the United States isn't the only place that is turning against immigrants. Let's talk about a little place you might know called Canada.
Oh, Canada!
Which is actually quite large, as it turns out. Let's go here. France 24 English from yesterday. Immigration. The end of the Canadian dream.
France-André fled the dictatorship of François Duvalier in 1960s Haiti, moving to Canada to pursue a career in marketing.
Hello, how are you?
Now retired, he defends the rights of migrants and undocumented people.
Oh, here's Mr. France.
How are you?
Are you doing well?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm fine, as you can imagine.
We're in the thick of it.
In this church converted into a shelter, Keisha Estime, also of Haitian origin, is seeing more and more migrants from her community coming to Canada.
This is the men's level. They stay here for a few days during the 1 to 3 month transition. There are about 30 people here. Is it okay? Can I come in? This is a room for 4 men. Some have left. It's a little more cramped, but it's something. Look at the Haitian flag, because they're here now. Most of them are asylum seekers. They all say that Canada is a country that welcomes just about everyone.
Canada's long-standing reputation as a nation welcoming to migrants is now shifting. The country has significantly tightened its migration policy, with Haitians fleeing Donald Trump's crackdown across the border paying the price.
It's very important to understand that what I do is volunteer work, what we call unpaid representation. So there are certain things I can do that a lawyer can't do. Among other things, the discussions we're going to have.
This father arrived alone from the US 3 days ago. He was there under the temporary protected status granted to Haitians after the 2010 earthquake in the country.
Did you receive a letter or a notice saying that your TPS had expired?
Anyways, we're not going to watch this whole piece. Suffice to say, I watched it, and a lot of Haitians have apparently left America since last year. They cite around the time, they didn't specifically name it, but from what I could tell, I think they said it was like May of April of last year, which is around the time Donald Trump started saying things about Haitians regarding cats and dogs. And apparently a lot of them went to Canada. But now Canada is turning their back on these Haitian immigrants and are going to be sending them all back to the United States. And so who knows what they'll go after that? Probably back to Haiti. I mean, they'll immediately be going into detention centers if they get, the second they go over the border. They're already in that sort of, like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, because of the fact that they would be getting released by the Canadian government with the knowledge that they were, in fact, they left the country, the United States, because of their status being revoked by the Trump administration, there is literally no way they do not go to Alligator Alcatraz or the Lone Star Lockup or whatever else, other stupid names they've got these days. They're cooking up for these new detention centers, these concentration camps. It is disgusting. Now, let's talk about a group of people that we do not talk enough about, and that actually is relevant both to the United States and to Canada and to the discussion of immigration. And that is Native Americans, indigenous peoples who were here on this continent well before the United States or Canada were ever a thing.
We are back, and we are joined now by Joseph Lee, author of Nothing More of This Land, Community Power, and the Search for Indigenous Identity. Joseph, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Of course. So, your book talks about your experience growing up as a member of the Aquinnah Wampanoag. Am I saying it okay? Nation?
Aquinnah Wampanoag.
Wampanoag, gotcha. Which is indigenous to Martha's Vineyard. Aquinnah was called Gayhead when I was a kid, and now it's Aquinnah again. I mean, we can just start there. Like, what was it, the late 90s or the early 2000s when Martha's Vineyard finally changed that area of the island back to the indigenous name?
Yeah, it was the late 90s, and yeah, so I grew up also with, knowing it as Gay Head, and then when I was a kid, the name changed. And so obviously Aquinnah is our original name, the Wampanoag name for the place, and then Gay Head is the I guess colonial name you would call it.
Right.
And then in the 90s, the town voted to change it back to Aquinnah.
Yeah, people may know Martha's Vineyard as a vacation spot for wealthier people on the East Coast, off the coast of Massachusetts. The Obamas, I think they sold their house there, but they had a big kind of mansion there for a while. But you open your book talking a bit about the famous Aquinnah Cliffs and an indigenous story about them. Can you speak a little bit about that? Because so much of what you write about is just like this lost history or this very de-emphasized history versus, say, in Massachusetts, the Mayflower, what about that contrast was important for you to highlight?
Yeah, so I mean, I should say that also, I grew up in Massachusetts and grew up with those same stories of learning about the Mayflower and the Pilgrims and the first Thanksgiving. And at the same time, I was also growing up in the tribe and learning these stories like the one you mentioned, where the clay cliffs were stained the colorful colors they have today by one of our ancient leaders who was a giant, and he would go out into the water and grab whales and like smash them against the cliffs, and their blood would stain the cliffs red, and then the whale would feed the entire community. And so those were the stories I grew up on in the tribal side. And then on the other side, I grew up sort of with the American standardized colonial version. And yeah, it was really important to me to tell and share those stories just because, that I think that's the truth. And that's a story that has been ignored and overlooked for so often, even to the point where myself growing up in the tribe, I kind of knew that the sort of American first Thanksgiving version of the story wasn't the whole story, but I didn't really know what else there was. And so that was one of the big goals of the book, was try to fill in some of those gaps for myself, for my tribe, and also for everybody. And
how does your experience on Martha's Vineyard with your connection to your community and growing up in Massachusetts on and off the island, why did you think it was important to kind of make clear the uniqueness too of your experience, where you compare it to, say, maybe tribes out on reservations and that life in the West versus a less, I think, discussed story of indigenous communities that were basically like pushed out because of land deals on the East Coast? We don't typically speak about indigenous rights in this country with that area of the country in mind.
Yeah, I think that was definitely one of the big motivators that I had. Is, I always sort of felt that sort of stereotypical standardized version of Native history, the more Western story, the plains, the reservations, the deserts out West. But I didn't really see that much conversation about tribes in the East Coast, especially the Northeast, like my tribe. I think that's a really important part of Indigenous history, American history, that we tend to overlook. And I think another really important aspect of that is that, I
think part of the reason for that, I could be wrong about this, I think part of the reason for why Northeastern Indigenous history is less perhaps remembered in America is because a lot of it was erased earlier by the earliest settlers that came to this country, right? Like, I don't think it's entirely, but I think it certainly contributes to that problem. Hold on.
Ask me, like, what are you hearing from other about taking Wampanoag language class on Zoom bit about in the book? And what I'm trying to think of now is like ways that we can use that as a strength and ways that we can try to take advantage of the situation we're in. And like you mentioned, obviously technological tools. I write in the book about taking Wampanoag language class on Zoom for the first time. We have virtual meetings. We have mail-in voting. These are all things that we didn't have before. And I think those are positive things that allow us to bring our community together in a way that we couldn't before. And, you know, for me as a writer and journalist, I think I've learned a lot from traveling around the country and talking to other indigenous tribes. And when I talk to people, as much as I want to learn from them, they're always kind of like, can you tell me like stuff from your reporting, like you've learned from other tribes? And then when I go home, people ask me like, what are you hearing from other tribes? And so I think hopefully that's something that we can do. And, you know, you're kind of getting at this, like building solidarity and building community and finding those ways through. And I think that's where we have to go.
Lastly, you mentioned your reporting. I know you've done some work at GRIST for climate change reporting. How does the struggle for her kind of, you know, more indigenous representation, rights, just reparations, how does that fit into the climate fight right now? I mean, Donald Trump is obviously maniacal. We're going to cover this later in the show, but he's trying to kill a Rhode Island wind farm that is 80% complete, that could give energy for over 300,000 homes, just because, you know, it's time to consolidate around oil, or he finds wind farms ugly or something like that. But obviously the fight for our climate is a fight for us all, but I would imagine that your history and your work on indigenous rights gives you an even broader perspective on it.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned this. I mean, I think climate and conservation work is one area where historically, even among, you know, more left-leaning people and groups, indigenous people have been left out. Mm-hmm. And I think, you know, today you see it's like, well, we know what to do with the land, right? We know how to make decisions. And so you'll see my tribe, for example, many people in the tribe are not in favor of these wind farms. And I read a little bit about, you know, Sami communities in Europe who are also against wind farms. And I think that's nothing to do with, you know, being against green energy or these other things, but it has to do with being told what to do with land and acting like indigenous people don't have any ownership or knowledge. And so I think that's where we need to go in climate change and conservation, is actually work with and listen to indigenous people. Mm-hmm. And I think these moments are making it even more and more clear, like it can't be, you know, everybody on, you know, in a different silo, in a different side. It needs to be all of us fighting to protect the environment against, you know, the administration and anyone else who's trying to harm it. And so I think that's like the lesson that I take out of that.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of, like, you know, the early suffragette movement being extremely white or wealthy, and
right,
I mean,
right.
and the conservation movement too, even historical societies and things like that, where these are a lot of wealthy people doing this to do good in their very narrow vision of what that is, and that excludes often the communities most affected by it. So even like our framework for social justice on certain topics were pushed forward by wealthier white people, and so these systems replicate themselves to this day.
Yeah, and the model is kind of like donate a bunch of money to a nonprofit owned, as you say, by rich white people, and then like the environment will be okay. But obviously,
okay, I just felt it was an important thing to do. We don't talk enough about indigenous people's issues in America enough. The fact is we're all immigrants to this land that was it was theirs, which Europeans took away. All right, let's move on to talking about education, but unfortunately education is not unscathed by the issue of immigration right now, and Chicago teachers are now handing out flyers to their students so that they can be aware of their rights. That's the world we're living in. We need flyers
Chicago government officials are criticizing the Trump administration's plans for a potential surge of federal troops, but they're not the only ones. The community, including Chicago's teachers union, they're also preparing. The organization started handing out Defend Your Rights flyers this weekend to remind parents and students of their legal rights. The flyer, in English and in Spanish, tells families they have the right to remain silent. They don't have to consent to be searched, and they don't have to share their birthplace or citizenship status. Stacey Davis Gates is president of the Chicago Teachers Union, and she joins me now to discuss. Good morning to you. Preparing for what is coming. Is it clear what you are preparing for?
Good morning. No, it isn't clear what we're preparing for. It is clear that we are under the threat of National Guard occupation and increased surveillance from any number of the federal alphabet boys. And what we need to do here in Chicago is make sure that the young people we serve and the families that they come from, the communities that they're anchored in, have the support and the knowledge of how to navigate such an destabilized and chaotic situation.
So you're giving these families the information on how to protect themselves. Day one of this administration, the Department of Homeland Security revoked the ICE protection for sensitive locations, places of worship, schools as well. If there is a deployment to a school, now we haven't seen this, but we also haven't seen a deployment the way that it's potentially coming to Chicago. If there's a deployment to a school or a checkpoint near a school, which is more common, is there protocol for teachers for these schools on what to do if they have students in those classrooms?
Absolutely. Back in 2019 and again in 2025, we Trump-proofed our contract. We created sanctuary and constitutional protections within our contract to create an implementation and a training for every member of the school community to understand how they engage with this type of encroachment on our civil liberties. And so what we've seen since then is an increased awareness by all stakeholders in the school community. Our ability to be able to provide instruction in our school communities is predicated on our young people being inside of our school communities. This type of intimidation depresses the attendance rate. It makes families think twice. And here in Chicago, we serve both Black and Latina and immigrant and working class students. And we know that our Black students travel up to an hour to school because of school closings in the city. That means that these children need to know their constitutional rights and their families need to be in a position to reinforce them. Teachers teach value.
Honestly, this is important, but it makes me so upset that these kids are even having to be bothered with this, even in the slightest. And who knows what's going to happen. The fact that they're having to think about this, that they're having to think about how do they protect themselves from the federal government when it sends troops onto the streets of Chicago, where they live. And they're just trying to live their lives, go to school. It's just disgusting to me. It's just disgusting. These people claim to care about children, and now they're terrifying children with these fucking threats. Now here's a teeny bit of good news. Let us go here to Forbes breaking news, talk about what has happened in the case between Harvard and Donald Trump over his freezing of aid. This is from 2 days ago. Trump admin's $2.2 billion Harvard funding freeze. The Trump administration's temporary freezing of $2.2 billion of federal funding for Harvard University was unconstitutional, a judge ruled Wednesday, arguing in favor of the university, which challenges anti-Semitism allegations and denies a list of demands from the Trump administration made in response to pro-Palestinian protests held on campus last year. U.S. District Judge Allison Burroughs said in her order Harvard tolerated hateful behavior, but the federal government used anti-Semitism as a smokescreen for a targeted, ideologically motivated assault on this country's premier universities. Burroughs has ordered the Trump administration to restore the funding, which is made up of $2.2 billion in multi-year grants. The ruling comes as Harvard and the Trump administration negotiated a $500 million settlement, according to the Associated Press, which cited a goddammit. It did not cite a goddammit. It cited an unnamed person. An unnamed person who was familiar with the matter who noted an agreement could be reached soon, though it is unclear how Wednesday's ruling could impact the settlement. It's actually pretty clear how this ruling is going to impact the settlement. I'm fairly certain Harvard will not pay it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Why would you pay it? One of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. Okay. Now let's talk about a particular group of students who are being impacted. Not by Donald Trump, just by how they were born. I'm talking about the boys.
Well, as a mother of two young boys, I think a lot about how to raise them in a society where boys and men are falling behind in several different areas, according to the data, like in education, the workforce, and social settings. And that led me to want to further explore the why behind it. So this week, we're rolling out a series with social scientist Richard Reeves, and he has studied these trends extensively as the founding president of the American Institute for Boys and Men. And he's also the author of Boys and Men, Why the Modern Male is Struggling, Why It Matters, and what to do about it. So I want to begin with the foundational years of shaping boys in the classroom, starting with kindergarten. This summer, Washington, D.C. joined a group of major school districts across the country banning the practice of redshirting, where families delay kindergarten to give their child more time to develop emotionally or academically. New York City, Chicago, and Oklahoma public schools have all passed similar bans or restrictions on that practice, arguing it benefits wealthy families and that students should be with kids their own age. Other states support redshirting, with Tennessee finding that redshirted students perform better later on in third grade literacy tests than their peers. Reeves explains why he's concerned about this growing trend of banning redshirting and why parents should strongly consider holding back their boys in kindergarten. What are your big issues with education and men and boys?
The education system has become less boy-friendly over the last few decades. There's a few reasons for that. One is a huge decline in the share of male teachers. And I think that inevitably has an effect on the culture and ethos of the school. And we do know that when it comes to behavioral issues, etc., that having some men around helps. Because whether we like it or not, there are differences in the way that we behave. And so having male teachers around just really helps us not to immediately pathologize the way in which boys are acting. I think one of the problems is that we have this view about how a student should be. So sit still for a certain period of time, focus on abstract work, have a certain level of emotional maturity. And probably that student we've got in mind is a girl. And if boys aren't like that, we treat them like malfunctioning girls. Sort of defective female students in a way. And so they get overdiagnosed with ADD, etc. Or sometimes behavior just gets treated as requiring, suspension or whatever. And so it's a good reminder that these things are all on the average. The average 5-year-old girl is older than the average 5-year-old boy. And the average 15-year-old girl is definitely older than the average 15-year-old boy, as every parent will tell you, and as every teacher will tell you. Girls hit puberty earlier, their brains develop earlier, they become adult or more adult earlier than boys do. And that really translates into academic outcomes, because then they do their homework, they do turn up on time, they've got their act together a little bit earlier than boys, and so that's why you see some of these huge education gaps that we couldn't.
Okay, well, I mean, this is the first time I'm ever really considering this in any extensive way, and it's really not extensive. I mean, I've listened to this earlier today. I'm just listening to this once again now. And, I mean, are boys more dumber than girls? I don't know. And should boys be held back? Another question. It's not entirely clear. Some people saying it's good, others saying it's bad. I don't know where I land on it, honestly. I think people should decide for themselves what their kids do regarding education, as long as they're learning. That's really the important thing. Whether or not holding somebody back would help them, you know, I think that's probably on some degree on a case-by-case basis. I don't think it can be just applied to all boys and all girls. I think that's too broad of a brush to paint this with, perhaps. Let's talk about men. Let's talk about the men. And, I gotta say, there does seem to be some evidence that men are struggling in their educational outcomes. That, in fact, men may be more stupid than women. I think one good example is the next individual for us to talk about, one Joseph Rogan.
The misinformation that Joe Rogan puts out, even when it's benign, is really, really problematic for our society. It's a problem across all the internet. But Joe Rogan and Spotify, his publisher and financier, they have one of the biggest platforms in the country. So when he puts out misinformation, it is a problem, even if the specific stuff is not that important. Like, here's a perfect example from just the other day. He's on with, who's this guy?
Comedian Tim Dillon.
Is he the one? He wasn't the one from Saturday Night Live, is he?
No, that's Shane Gillis.
Oh, okay. Well, they both have L's in their name. Rogan could have a very good fact-checking staff because he's extremely wealthy. Go ahead.
Yeah, when someone is in that whole race and running for president or vice president, and then the race is over and they realize that person was a liability, so they cut them off.
And you never hear
then that
from
person
them.
goes wacky, like Tim Walz.
That's right.
Did you see where he had a "fuck Trump" shirt on?
Yeah.
And he's dancing and going down an elevator. Have you seen this video?
I haven't seen. Please play it. I haven't seen it.
Please, Jamie, find that
Tim
video.
Walz is.
But this is weird.
Please play it, Joey. Please, I need you to play it.
I haven't seen it.
Please, Jamie, find that
Tim
video.
Walz is.
But this is weird.
That was a big mistake.
Oh, a huge mistake.
They should have picked Josh Shapiro.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
The governor of Pennsylvania.
I think they're worried about the Jewish thing.
Well, of course, it's a big swing state.
Pause it for a second. Pause it for a second. This is honestly like, it's like a Gordian knot of stupidity here. Like, because you're going back and forth. First off, the data gets clearer and clearer that the F up by the Harris campaign was they did not recognize the polling and actively told their canvassers not to deliver us the data that the Gaza position that Harris had was hurting them. Okay, that is just pure fact. Shapiro would have made that problem even worse.
Compounded
it would have compounded it. If you look at the first part of their campaign, before the DNC, when Walz was going around going, they're weird, that is the peak of Harris's polling numbers. And when they shut Walz down, also very well reported, that was part of their decline. Now, maybe it's not directly attributable to it, but it disproves everything they have said up to this point. And it only gets worse in terms of being disproven.
That's actually not what we're reacting to.
That's not what we're reacting to. This is just the tee up to the absolute facepalm.
Jewish thing.
Well, of course, it's a big swing state, and it would have been better.
Okay, you go full screen.
Is that really him?
No, it's not real. It's real. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
Hear Jamie saying no,
real.
it's not.
He just corrected his
I love
producer
it.
like
It's real.
half a dozen times.
It's got to be
It's
real.
not real. No, it's not. It's not real. No, it's not. It's very real. No, it's not.
Really not real. It has to be real.
Jamie,
come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at him dancing.
The copium is incredible coming out of Joe over here. This video, you know what's weird? A grown man putting so much importance on a video clip like this that he needs it to be real. Like that he's willing to ignore reality.
I don't want reality.
It's not.
So look, I can tell it's not real.
I would love it. It's real.
It's not real.
It's got to be real.
It has to be real.
It has to be real.
Jamie,
come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at him dancing. That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No, he slaps his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
My God. First off, pause it.
Real,
Pause
Jamie.
it. Think of where your brain has to be to think that is Tim Walz actually doing that. Like, you have to be so far gone in the bag, because if Tim Walz did that, he would be committed. Like, literally, anyone around him would be like, you've had a mental break.
Yeah, what's going on?
He's the sitting governor.
Still the governor of the state.
He's the governor of the state. And
Going around Mall of America.
his first reaction, Rogan is so desperate to believe this is true.
That's spooky.
So desperate. Like, he's literally arguing with the producer. So desperate to believe that this is true that all reason has completely left his brain. But it also turns out like it's literally labeled AI generated. But go ahead.
I like that he's afraid of it. He's like, it was weird.
It was weird, man. I couldn't.
I was aroused.
I couldn't. It was. I mean, no.
But it's real.
It's not real.
It's got to be real.
It has to be real.
It has to be real.
Jamie,
come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at him dancing. That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No, he slaps his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
Oh, it's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant by the
Jamie's
government.
compromised. And I'm worried about Jamie, and I'm worried about
Jamie,
say that it's AI?
compromised government plant. How dare you try to suggest that Joe Academicus Roganus does not know what is a real and fake video?
You say it's AI. Everybody says
The
it.
video I played on top says it's AI generated.
Rep Riley Moore fell for an AI generated video of Minnesota governor. I fell for it too. And you know why I fell?
Okay. Okay. No. Pause it there. He's going to explain to you why he fell for it. And you understand, of course, think of the reasons why you could fall for it. It could be because he has a deficiency, or it could be, of course, completely not his fault.
Fell for an AI generated video of Minnesota governor. I fell for it too. And you know why I fell for it?
Yeah.
Because I believe that he's capable of doing something.
But that's his
dumb.
essence.
He's so weird.
He's a weird guy.
Proof that he's weird, is that I think he's so
weird. The reason why I think he does it is because of how weird I think he is. My fictional version of Tim Walz in my head is so weird that this fictional version of Tim Walz being weird lines up perfectly. And that's how I was tricked. It was so many layers of trickery. I'm fairly certain the KGB was involved. Possibly even Israeli intelligence. Okay, I just want to remind everybody that we did start a goal earlier. And we are at 1.5 of 10. So we gotta get some donos here. You can also contribute on Cash App and PayPal. Actually, I think this is a good spot for us to take a break. We're about to switch topics. Yeah, and that's going to take up... Yeah. Okay, yes. That's good enough of a time, I think, for us to take a break. Nearly 1 3/4 hours completed in this galactic stream here on this Saturday. Don't worry. Galactic intermission will not be the end of the show. The show will be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so that you don't miss a single show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube super chats, super stickers, and memberships always a good way to go. Of course, the more members we get, the more emotes we get. That's just a fact. Write that down. Now, if you'd prefer to donate off of YouTube, we have Cash App and PayPal, where your money will go directly to producing the stream rather than adding to Google's bottom line. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where a myriad of space benefits is awaiting you, Space Fams. That's right. Things like an avatar could be yours on this stream. Shoutouts at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? Contribute, like PB has just done, with a sweet, sweet super sticker. How's it going? How's it going with you, PB? Alright, that gets us at 2 of 5. Getting ourselves slightly closer to completing the goal. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, I think everybody knows what that sound means. It means the time has come for us to begin the second half of the stream. So you had better get back in your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you are going to miss it. Okay, we left off in the first half talking mostly about the National Guard and ICE, immigration, a little bit of education. Before we get to the second half, I just want to say thank you to Epi Mew for the sweet, sweet super chat. Hopefully the YouTube leaves ye the price of a cup of coffee after the deductions of YouTube coffee taxes. I just inserted the word coffee. I don't know why I did that. Either way, thank you, Epi Mew. Hopefully, yes, hopefully a cup of coffee will be purchasable with the generous donation there. That gets us to 3.5 of 10 on our goal to make sure we get all of the content here on this Saturday stream. Let's move on now to talking about the state of health in the United States. Spoiler alert, not good. Especially with guys like RFK Jr. running the HHS.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Washington, Democratic and Republican senators, two of them doctors, grilled Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. about his attacks on vaccines and ongoing turmoil at the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. The hearing came a week after RFK fired the head of the CDC, Susan Minares, just over a month after she was confirmed to the position. On Thursday, two former top officials at the National Institutes of Health filed whistleblower complaints saying they were forced out of their leadership positions after they criticized the Trump administration for canceling grants and spreading vaccine skepticism. In June, Kennedy fired all 17 expert members of a CDC vaccine advisory panel. Health officials inside and outside the government are increasingly warning about Kennedy's actions. 3 senior CDC officials resigned in protest last week. This week, more than 1,000 current and former HHS workers sent a letter to Congress demanding Kennedy's resignation over his pseudoscientific claims and his attacks on public health.
Immediately,
9 former CDC directors recently wrote in the New York Times, Kennedy's endangering the health of every American. At Thursday's hearing, both Republicans and Democrats grilled Kennedy, with some calling for his resignation. This is Republican Senator Dr. John Barrasso, Majority Whip in the Senate, a close ally of President Trump. He's an orthopedic surgeon.
So over the last 50 years, vaccines are estimated to have saved 154 million lives worldwide. I support vaccines. I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public measles outbreaks.
You believed him, John. The thing about this clip that bothers me so much is that Senator John Barrasso now here objecting to RFK doing the things that he's been doing over at HHS. Took RFK at his fucking word like an idiot would do. Like a fucking moron would choose to do. All you had to do was look at RFK's fucking record as a human being, as an adult human being. All the things that he spent time on, whether it was in his law practice or otherwise. It all would lead you to believe that everything he said was a fucking lie. Instead, John was like, I believe you. I'll vote you in.
Leadership in the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines. The recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on.
That was Republican Senator Dr. John Barrasso of Wyoming. He's number 2 in the Senate, speaking to HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy. And this is Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia.
Would you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID? I don't know how many died. You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID? I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there was so many perverse incentives. And these are models. You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths? Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
This is
you have had this job for
ridiculous.
8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem, is that they didn't have the
That
data.
is the problem.
The data by the Biden administration absolutely dismal.
And we said this yesterday when we talked about this fucking god-awful hearing. But RFK, he's seen the data, okay? RFK has seen the data, but he just disagrees with the data. So he doesn't recognize that data. He's waiting to see the data that proves his preconceived notions about COVID right. Until then, he doesn't know, oh, I can't say because everything I've seen is just a farce.
Everything I've seen is a farce. That's the problem. I have seen data and it's not scientifically collected properly. As a non-scientist, I can tell you that with great certainty.
So who is politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just said.
Fired Dr.
Go to the Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Krauss. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr. Gruber, Dr. Krauss.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant?
That was Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, questioning Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. And this is Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana.
I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. If he had been President Obama, he would have gotten it. But because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done, we saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars. We reopened economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me?
You know, I hate to interrupt Dr. Cassidy, but let's not forget that the senator from Louisiana here who is speaking, just like Mr. Barrasso, also believed RFK. So we got two Republican doctors who believed a non-doctor whose entire adult life was spent delving into conspiracy theories, acting as a lawyer to attack things like the MMR vaccine, among other health practices in this country. You know, getting a bunch of people killed in Guam. Like, they all listened to him. They all listened to him. They all believed him. They accepted his lies as truth, like a bunch of naive idiots. And now they're complaining about it. So 4 or 5 months later, he got, let me think, when did he actually get, it's like 6 months, it's been like 6 months. You know, and all of a sudden, yeah, no kidding. Where was this level of concern and skepticism before this? It's almost like you could have foreseen all of this happening.
Economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That's phenomenal.
Let me ask you, but you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also...
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also as lead attorney for the Children's Health...
I really do hate Senator Cassidy, but that was well played. Yeah, that's a statement of fact. We'll just check the record. Yeah, no shit. It's all recorded.
Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed when, as an attorney, you attempted to restrict access. Now, let me ask.
I'm happy to explain why.
I had 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts.
That's Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, questioning Health and Human Services.
I do kind of like that disparity there, that sort of paradoxical situation. RFK Jr. thinks Donald Trump should get the Nobel Prize for not having created the mRNA vaccine. But he also thinks that mRNA vaccine is in fact dangerous. Just try and wrap your brain around that one. You should get the Nobel Prize for something you didn't do that is actually also very dangerous and I think should not exist.
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. during a highly contentious hearing Thursday. This is more of Senator Cassidy.
You also told Senator Wyden at the outset that you didn't want to take vaccines away from people. And as I conclude, I would like to say this. Because of the conflicting recommendations made about COVID. This is from Eric Erickson, good conservative out of Atlanta, Georgia, occasionally gives me hell. My wife has stage 4 lung cancer. She is one of the people the COVID vaccine actually helps. Thanks to the current mess at HHS, CVS is unable to get her vaccine. Secondly, an email from a physician friend of mine. Hey, Bill, I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but we're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine. We are having our attorney try and render an opinion, but there's no firm guidance and concern about liability if vaccines are given to a patient requested but not on the current CDC list. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Senator Cantwell.
You're wrong.
Again, Dr. Cassidy, Louisiana senator, at Thursday's hearing. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s record as HHS is what we're looking at. We're joined by Dr. Paul Offit, director of the Vaccine Education Center and a physician at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. He was just blocked from participating on the FDA Advisory Committee on Vaccines. Dr. Offit is co-inventor of the rotavirus vaccine recommended for universal use in infants by the CDC. Dr. Offit, welcome back to Democracy Now! So you have two doctors, both of them Republican. One of them, Dr. Barrasso, is number 2 Republican leader in the Senate, severely questioning Kennedy, RFK Jr., along, of course, with the Democrats. Can you address overall what happened yesterday, what you think was most important that came out of it? And we want to really focus on what his position means for access to vaccines in this country.
So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has a 20-year history of being an anti-vaccine propagandist, science denialist, and conspiracy theorist. Since 2016, he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year by Children's Health Defense, an anti-vaccine group, to represent them, to represent their anti-vaccine point of view. He's not paid by them anymore. He's paid by us to be the #1 public health officer in this country, to represent the public's health. But he doesn't. He continues to be the anti-vaccine activist and propagandist that he always was. I mean, he has said that he thinks no vaccine is beneficial. He has said he thinks the COVID vaccines were the deadliest vaccines ever made. He said that if he could go back in time, he would pay anything not to vaccinate his own children. And I think probably the best example of this, and the reason he should have been fired on the spot, was when during this measles epidemic, when we've had an epidemic that has involved probably about 5,000 people in this country, the biggest epidemic we've had in 33 years. We've had 2 children die, 2 healthy little girls in West Texas, 6 and 8-year-old died. That's the first measles death since 2003. During this epidemic, right after 2 children had died, he goes on national television and says that measles vaccine kills people every year, which is wrong. He says measles vaccine causes blindness and deafness, which is wrong. He said measles virus, natural measles virus, prevents cancer, prevents heart disease, prevents autoimmune disease. He never owns up to these statements, but he said that during the midst of an epidemic that's the biggest we've had in more than 3 decades. Right there, Senator Cassidy should have walked into Donald Trump's office and say, this is not the guy. You can still...
This is ridiculous!
I mean, RFK is a danger. He is a clear and present danger to the American public's health. This man is peddling misinformation from the top of the health infrastructure of the United States of America. And the president, what did the president say? We listened to him earlier. He said, I like RFK. I like RFK. He's different. He's different. He says a lot of weird, different things that a lot of people say is crazy, but I like it. I like it.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It is true. Now, RFK is not limited to vaccine skepticism, denial, and conspiracy theories. No, he's got range. He's diverse. He's a diverse man. He made a claim. Well, I guess he's not just him, because is now, since he's of course at the head of the HHS. All of HHS is apparently planning to publish a report linking autism to Tylenol.
A what now?
Big news in our health lead. The Health and Human Services Department Secretary, RFK Jr., has long been on a quest to find a villain on whom to blame increasing autism diagnoses in the United States. And This has led to a shocking pending announcement. HHS is expected to link Tylenol use during pregnancy to the developmental disorder. It's a move first reported by the Wall Street Journal earlier today. This despite the fact that the FDA and obstetrician gynecologists across the country continue to assure millions of pregnant women that Tylenol is safe to use. As with all medications, over the counter included, all pregnant women should consult their doctor before taking any.
This is so unhinged. This is so unhinged. Tylenol during pregnancy is actually what's causing autism. And what's fascinating about this is this, I mean, Labor Day came and went. It was almost, I was distracted this week somehow away from that. But does anybody remember earlier this spring, RFK Jr. sitting outside the White House talking to, I think it was Caroline, no, not Caroline, it was Caitlin Collins of CNN, where he said, and as well as, I think he said it at a podium. I think he said it multiple times that he was going to get to the bottom of what causes autism by Labor Day. It is now 6 days past Labor Day, and we don't have an answer on that. And so I guess what must have happened is they tried to fake some more science, but it turns out they're even too stupid to do that. And so they're left in an awkward position where the actual science says that vaccines don't cause autism, and now they got to come up with a new reason for why there is autism in modern society. And now it's Tylenol. Tylenol is in fact the culprit. The nasty, nasty Tylenol. I thought it was the mercury. RFK was always, oh my God, I don't know how many times he said it, but he said it a lot of times. All these fucking vaccine weirdos. Oh, it's the goddamn mercury. Even though mercury, of course, has been taken out of, I think, all vaccines, as well as there's some other compound that they objected to that no studies had any tangible results pointing to their claims. But who needs science? You can just make stuff up and tell everyone bullshit. Just lie to the public from a position of authority.
The Health and Human Services Secretary, RFK Jr., is being grilled by a Senate panel because last week, Trump, working alongside RFK Jr., fired Susan Nares, who was the CDC director, who had just been confirmed like a month ago. And she was fired, and then 4 other CDC officials resigned in protest and in solidarity with her. And this is just like the latest horrific action that RFK Jr. has taken to kind of purge the CDC of anybody sane and with a scientific or medical background.
It's appalling that he has any say in this at all, and that this isn't just, he's just not some sort of figurehead and they let the actual people who aren't lunatics run it, and that he's actually giving recommendations to remove people is lunacy.
And he was confirmed, by the way, by this senator who was about to grill him, Bill Cassidy. Remember this? There was all this talk of, well, maybe some Republicans will stand up to Donald Trump and block this absolute lunatic conspiracy theorist, obvious charlatan to anybody who understands public health. Well, we'll have Cassidy here who will stand up because he's a doctor.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember a lot of people from maybe sort of not explicitly partisan folks were hoping that Cassidy would show some sense, and unfortunately, all those people were gravely disappointed because of the nature of the Republican Party.
Right. Although I do think it's notable that even some Republicans are grilling him in this hearing. From what I'm, prepping for the show, I can't see everything, but it's an indicative of the tides turning a bit.
And Cassidy is up for re-election in 26.
Yeah, and so he's got to be concerned about that. In the same way that all of the House Republicans have to be concerned in the other chamber about the Epstein stuff. Who's going to go against Trump, but who's going to sign on to this discharge petition? Because there's growing momentum with Boebert saying yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying yes, Thomas Massie. It's putting these Republicans who, in the House, of course, they're all up for re-election in 2026. It's putting them in an uncomfortable position because I think that issue, it's not going to motivate people to turn out, I think, against you.
Demoralize your
But
voters.
it demoralizes the base of people that thought that the Republicans cared about Epstein and sex trafficking. Laugh along with me, but it is like a bit of a...
There's a non-trivial part of the coalition that turned out to vote because they thought they were electing Liam Neeson and Taken.
Exactly. And we want those votes depressed. Some of them may turn and vote for Democrats, but majority of them are not going to. And it's just important that it's on display for them that their representative is a piece of garbage who actually is lying to them the entire time. So Bill Cassidy is trying to, you know, stave off a potential challenge, and he's in the red state, obviously, but it still could happen. It's crazier things have happened. There was a Democrat elected in Alabama in Trump 1.0. Jeff Sessions.
We started ramping up for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but of course these Republicans did not stand up to Donald Trump when he tried to do insane things. They applauded him. They applauded him. Oh, you are so brave. Oh, our dear leader, so brave. We are so grateful for having him. And now after the fact, they're complaining and whining about it. I find it fascinating. And this does not count as standing up to Donald Trump. After having approved his nominee, then having concerns does not count as standing up to Donald Trump. I'm sorry. Now, let's talk about a different health situation. The health of the president. Zateo, 13 hours ago, Mehdi brought on, I think, Jim Acosta. Talk about the health of the president, among other things.
Mehdi is right there, as always. Looking great.
Hello,
good to
sir.
see you, man.
Good to see you, Jim.
No weird bruises on your hands, I see. It looks like you're doing fine.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right.
What the hell? Have you seen anything like this? What is going on with Trump's health? This is insane. And a few moments ago, he was saying the bag that went out the window must have been AI. Yep. There was no bag that went out the window, but the White House had said to some other reporter, it must have been a contractor. You got J.D. Vance out there saying, Trump's doing just fine, but if something were to happen, I'll be fine as president.
Yes,
it's been a weird week.
Very weird. I mean, it's been a weird 9 years, but you know, every week gets weirder than you and I have been there from the very beginning, Jim, from 2015. Yeah. I moved to the US in 2015, just weeks, by the way, before Donald Trump came down that golden escalator. So he has defined my entire life in this country.
Oh boy!
Look, even if I did have bruises on my hand, I'm not the president of the United States. I'm allowed to have bruises on my hand and not tell you what they are. He is the president. He's never released his medical records fully, just as he's never released his tax records. Everything he does, Jim, as you know, is projection, right? So they spend years saying Joe Biden is demented, he has bad health, there's a health cover-up, and then they come to office and he is demented, he has bad health, there is a cover-up, right? Whatever he says, every accusation is a confession when it's Donald J. Trump. And look, he can't help lying like a crazy person. I only watched some of that press conference, but the bit you mentioned about the White House, the bag being thrown out of the window of the residence, another bizarre image. If it was Biden, it would be on a loop 24 hours a day on your old cable channel and my old cable channel. And yet, not only is it not on a loop, when he's asked about it by Ducey of Fox, right? The Fox journalist asked him about it. He says it's AI. Ducey then shows it to him on his phone. He says, that's AI. Then, Jim, he says, people blame AI for anything they don't like, as he does exactly that, right? Quiet part out loud with Donald Trump. And then we have to be reminded that the White House already put out a statement saying it was real. It was just a contractor throwing stuff out. So like as usual, you know, Donald Trump never throws more people under the bus than his own people. He always has people go out and defend him, and then he throws them under the bus. They'll come out and say, no, he didn't mean that. And he'll say, yes, I did mean that. They'll say, no, it was a real picture, but it was maintenance. He says, no, it was AI. He obviously didn't get the memo before this press conference, but the whole thing was damage limitation. And as is often the case with Trump, he just didn't.
Yeah, to be successful in the Trump administration as someone who is not Trump, I think you have to have a very the ability You know, the incredible ability of being able to be run over by a bus multiple times without letting it, you know, scathe you in any way. It's a skill. It's a life skill.
Damage.
Yeah, I mean, in just the last several minutes, I mean, there are folks pointing out in this Oval Office press conference or whatever that was, you know, his hand is discolored again. You know, one hand looks normal or kind of normal for him, Trumpian, I guess. The other hand has the strange, you know, he doesn't even do the blending, as you and I both know from sitting in the cable news
Tanning,
makeup room
tanning,
from
blending. Whatever word you want to use. Jim, I didn't see all of it. Did anyone not ask about his hand? Do you know? I didn't watch yours. Did anyone ask about, do we know if
I
they
did
asked
not
about his hand?
see whether or not I don't think they did ask him about his damn hand.
That's insane. That's insane.
is
What a
going
dereliction
on
of duty from the White House press corps.
I'm looking
You
through
were
the
there in the
clips and I
first term
don't. Yeah.
asking awkward questions that he didn't like. Obviously, there are fewer of you around now. They now have that extra seat at the White House briefing room for the weird, wacky, far-right influencers who get to sit there as well and ask questions about, you know, Bill Clinton murder conspiracies. So, of course, they've made it much easier to avoid these questions. But it should be a huge question, not the biggest question in America, but one of the big questions is, what's up with the president's hand? How is his health?
Well, and Peter Doocy used to ask Joe Biden about this all the time. I mean, it was like once a day he would ask about Joe Biden's, are you going to die today? Peter Doocy would ask, and that sort of thing. And
Did you hear the bit where Trump said, well,
seriously, where is all of that? There's all this, oh, Sleepy Joe. Oh, Joe is, he's sleeping half the day. Can't even put together a sentence. He's going to die before he gets elected. But then there's crickets on the health of the man with visible bruises all over his body, who on some days looks like the freaking crypt keeper got painted up by a amateurish makeup department.
Biden never did press conferences, and no one ever asked about his health. No one ever asked about Joe Biden's health. Were we living in different countries in 2024?
Come on. We've all been lobotomized, I think, is the problem. I don't know what's going on here. But the thing that Trump did talk about, I mean, a couple of things he talked about. One is, I mean, he did say they're going into Chicago. And I suppose, you know, for as dishonest as he is, I mean, sometimes he just says it out loud. It sounds as though this is going to happen. And it's not like D.C. where, you know, it's legally squishy and it looks like he could do it. I suppose he technically could do this in Chicago, even though the governor and the mayor will say, get the hell out of here.
Okay. I just thought that was a good point. Why aren't we talking more about the health of the president? I mean, the Republicans are still complaining. The Republicans launched an investigation this week into the auto pen. Because they're still sticking on this. Like, we are in 2025, and they are still talking about Sleepy Joe and how the health of Joe Biden was so bad that he was using an auto pen all the time, and that he was there's a shadow president auto pen, and yet we can't switch the narrative to talking about how the 80-year-old current president, Supreme Leader Orange, is looking visibly unwell.
I'm staying in the race.
Yes, we know, Biden. You're staying in the race. Okay. Just want to remind everybody that we are still working on that goal. We are at 3.5 of 10 so far. Making some progress, and we still got some time to finish it, but if you got a couple extra bucks, to consider contributing on YouTube, Cash App, or PayPal. All good ways to help support the stream. All right, let's go on from talking about health to talking about the economy. And what more do you need to be healthy, aside from access to doctors? Food. That's right. You nailed it. Good job, chat. You need food to live, according to some doctors.
If you rely on SNAP or
Excuse me, ma'am. I am doing a thing over here.
How rude.
And according to 6 ABC Philadelphia from 23 hours ago, all SNAP recipients need to take action immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If you rely on SNAP or know someone who does, you need to pay attention to this next story. New rules will impact thousands of people who count on the benefits to feed their families. Our Nydia Hahn is here to break it all down for us, and you have some important advice, Nydia.
Yeah, I really hope people pay attention. SNAP stands for the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, and there are steps many recipients can take to keep the benefit, but they need to act right away.
It's been really, really hard.
Sandra has 2 teenage children and works as a foreign language translator.
Our work is not steady.
So Sandra relies on monthly SNAP benefits to feed her family.
We really need it. Every penny helps us.
She'll need extra help soon. Sandra is having surgery next week after she was recently diagnosed with breast cancer.
I won't be able to drive. I won't be able to do much of anything.
In Philadelphia County alone, an estimated 475,000 people receive SNAP benefits, but many could lose it. New rules went into effect this week under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. They require certain recipients to prove they work 20 hours a week.
The Pennsylvania Department of Human Services sent out a checklist to people who are becoming subject to this requirement starting September 1st.
Right now, the requirements apply to recipients 18 to 54 who do not have a dependent child under 18 in the household and are considered mentally and physically able to work. In November, the rules will expand.
There we go. 500,000 people in the state of Pennsylvania alone are going to be potentially without food stamps, as you are now going to have to report to SNAP. You have to meet work requirements.
Taxes, have a medical condition, or care for a sick family member.
These are the only exemptions. If you're making at least $217.50 per week before taxes, but not more than necessary. Like, this is so fucking asinine. If you make between $217 a week and whatever the cutoff limit is, I guess. Wow. If you have a medical condition or you care for a sick family member. Otherwise, you are required to work and to report your working status on a regular basis. Otherwise, you're going to lose it. Sorry. We need to give billionaires more tax cuts. Sorry.
Follow the rich white man.
I'm sorry, but that's actually the priority of the government. We need to create a military force. We gotta pay for all the National Guard troops and the ICE officers to run around our cities and terrify young children and immigrants and just anybody with any sense. We gotta keep giving Israel bombs, and we gotta give can't forget, we gotta give the tax cuts to the rich people. Gotta give the billionaires a tax cut. How are they supposed to survive without a tax cut? You'll be fine without food assistance, but billionaires will literally starve to death if they don't get that tax cut. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. That's my bad. My bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's the other way around. If those people don't receive those food assistance, those SNAP benefits, they might starve to death. The billionaires will actually be fine without a tax cut. But hey, no big deal. Even if you do report your work requirements and all the other things you need to do to get your food stamps, you might not even have them in the very near future. Why? Because we're about 2 weeks away from an impending government shutdown.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's Bloomberg Television from 3 days ago.
The controversy over the Fed has sucked up a lot of oxygen and a lot of time, and I wonder how much we ought to be putting to the idea that we could be facing a government shutdown in a couple of days, and I will say, or a couple of weeks. And I say this at a time where globally we're talking about government dysfunction, how much it could be affecting some of the fiscal worries in markets. Are you expecting us to actually shut down again? I mean, is this actually a worry that we have to focus on?
Well, I think that the market is pretty desensitized because there have been so many head fakes around government shutdowns, around debt ceiling fights. And so I think it's sort of understandable that the market sort of inured to even this discussion. But we do think the risk for a shutdown is higher this time around than it has been in probably several years. And that's because just the friction between the Republicans and the Democrats, the requirement, remember that in order to fund the government, you need at least 60 votes in the Senate. That by definition will require some Democratic cooperation in the Senate. You may even need Democratic cooperation in the House as well. And just given that lack of comity, that friction, maybe an understatement, I do think that the Democrats may very well be willing to take the political risk and shut down the government. Now, what we've seen from an economic perspective, it doesn't really matter unless it is a prolonged shutdown. But again, I don't think the risk of that is necessarily zero.
Said like a woman who does not at all depend on any government programs. No big deal if the government shuts down. I'll be fine. Now let's talk about two guys trying to keep the government doing the things that it's supposed to do, caring about American citizens. Everyone in this country. Two guys who, I'm not shocked to see they're getting along, doing things together. Let's talk about
Zohran Mamdani.
That's right, Zohran Mamdani. And we have big more Zohran updates that we're going to do tomorrow, but I figured we would just do this. When I saw this happen, I was like, oh, we got to cover this. We got to cover this now, immediately. Bernie Sanders, Zohran Mamdani, town hall in New York City, answering questions from voters. I believe this was actually in Brooklyn.
Thank you. Thank you, Brooklyn College. What an honor. What an honor it is to be here with you today. Can we hear a round of applause for Luis? And a round of applause for incredible elected officials that we have here from the city, the state, the federal level who are here with us tonight. And for Brooklyn College, and when I sit next to Senator Sanders, I always have to ask, is labor in the house? Is PSC CUNY in the house? I cannot begin my remarks this evening without first acknowledging PSC CUNY and the incredible members that we have here. And the fact that no faculty member should be disciplined for supporting Palestinian human rights. And I want to thank PSC CUNY for standing alongside their rank and file. And it is an honor to be here alongside Senator Sanders. Senator Bernie Sanders. And I just want to share what Bernie has meant to me. It was Bernie's campaign for the presidency in 2016 that gave me the language of democratic socialism to describe my politics. And it was Bernie's Queensbridge rally on October 19th, 2019. That was the first political event of my campaign for state assembly. Now, that was unbeknownst to Bernie and his team. We were canvassing the line to get into his rally. We were asking for $1, $5, $10, emails, whatever we could. And we did that, and we walked inside to this rally, and I remember the electrifying feeling we felt of a campaign reborn and a movement reborn alongside every single borough of this city. And when Bernie walked out to Back in Black by AC/DC, those who were there remember, we felt as if possibility was a fact of life. And his campaign continued to inspire so many of us. And as I ran for state assembly for the many months beyond that, we continued to look to him and his campaign and his vision as the compass for the work that we wanted to do in electoral politics. And we knew that while everyday New Yorkers did not care very much for a New York State Assembly race, that if we just had a watch party for a Bernie debate, we could finally get them. We could just get them if we said it was about Bernie. And I share this because I know that for so many here, it is a similar story. It is a similar story of seeing yourself in a movement, in a campaign, in a politics that you were told for so long was impossible to find. Now, we know, brother, I'm here with another democratic socialist.
Of yelling going on in the crowd right now for some reason. Logan Hill gifting 5 sweet, sweet galactic memberships to the community. Who got them? Senor Space Ghosto. That's an amazing name. Senor Space Ghosto receiving a galactic membership. Marianne Bradshaw. Marianne Bradshaw? Also getting one. Techno Epoch, a Sammy, and Morbius Dragon. Much appreciated, Logan Hill. That's going to contribute to the galactic content goal, getting us to 6.5 of 10. That really makes a dent in our progress here. My gosh.
Thank you, my friend. You know that something has changed when it's not enough to call us democratic socialists anymore. Because he knows what we know, which is that the fight for each and every person to live a dignified life is a fight that is very popular across this country. Now, many of you here, and myself included, we first knew of Bernie as a senator.
People want me to check on the memberships. I'll check it, but I got to tell you, we lost some at the beginning of the month. Some gift memberships or some people's current memberships lapsed, and I know we lost some number, so that's not going to be enough to get us back. to the promised land. I don't think that's going to get us to 19 emotes. We're going to need more members. We're going to need more members for that. Remember, anybody in chat who doesn't have a membership, you can get gifted one, but in some cases you do have to opt in.
As a candidate for president, but before that, Bernie was the mayor of Burlington. A 4-term mayor. And in the same year that Ronald Reagan won, not just the presidency, but the state of Vermont, Bernie was in his 30s, a Democratic socialist, running against someone who had been powerful and well-known for years.
Yes, I remember that. Feels like so long ago. Okay, I just checked it. We are 12 away. We are 12 members away from getting 19 emotes, it looks like.
Running against someone who had been powerful and well-known for years, an opponent who struggled to pronounce his last name.
Zohran Mamdani.
And Bernie won that race by 10 votes. And then he won again, and he won again, and he won again. And the motto of not just Bernie's campaign, but governance, was Burlington is not for sale. And it is a motto that drove the work that he did when he fought back against corporate greed to transform the Lake Champlain waterfront not simply into testaments to profit, but instead a living, breathing testament to what is possible for investing in working people. When he fought for affordable housing, when he took on a broken property tax system, when he continued to show what it looked like for city government to understand dignity as its responsibility. That is how Bernie fought. And we know that in that motto of Burlington is not for sale, we see echoes in our own struggle today, where we have to say that New York City is not for sale. New York City is not for sale to Donald Trump's billionaire donors. It is not for sale to corporations like DoorDash. It is not for sale to corrupt politicians like Andrew Cuomo. And Bernie has continued to lead in this movement, going from Burlington is not for sale to fighting back against oligarchy coast to coast in this country. And that fight, not just against oligarchy, but for democracy, is a fight that has energized tens of thousands of Americans across this country. It has shown once again that politics is something that can be powered by ordinary people, with not just a rejection of authoritarianism, but a belief in what is possible as well. And we know that that oligarchy has an impact right here in New York City. We know it does because when Donald Trump ushered through his so-called big beautiful bill,
immediately, if not sooner,
he did so ushering through the greatest wealth transfer in American politics. His legislation will throw millions of New Yorkers off of their health care. For a man who campaigned on cheaper grocery prices, it will cut SNAP benefits for the hungriest among us. And all of this to give more money to those who already have more than they know what to do with. That is the fight that we are seeing taking place here. The interconnectedness of an attack on working people, all to enrich those same billionaire donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term. That is the fight that unites us across this country in this moment. A fight where we make clear that this is a city where we will choose our own mayor. It's not going to be Donald Trump. It's not going to be Bill Ackman. It's not going to be DoorDash. We will choose our mayor. And we know that this fight is not an easy one. It was not an easy fight for Bernie when he led Burlington. It was a fight that took every single thing, every single day. But are you committed to continue this fight? I need to know, are you committed to continue this fight? Because I want to be clear. Yeah! We are not just here together with the message to come out and vote in November, though that is critically important. We will continue to organize beyond the election. We will continue to organize because we have an agenda to win. The promises we have made are promises we must keep. And so together we will freeze the, make buses fast and deliver universal. We will freeze the, make buses fast and deliver universal. We will do these things and we will do them together. If anyone tells you that after you cast your vote, you have done your job, tell them it is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. Because in
By the way, I haven't seen this. I haven't even seen this yet. This was happening leading up to the stream. This Forbes live stream ended 2 hours ago. So this is very, 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 very current stuff. I'm just going to scoop ahead a little bit. See what Bernard Sanders had to say.
And on Monday, it will be Senator Sanders' birthday, and I ask you to join me. Oh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I need your help with my voice. Happy birthday, Bernie Sanders. Happy birthday. And now the senator from the great state of Vermont, Bernie Sanders.
Thank you.
How old is Bernie gonna be on Monday? 100? 100 years old?
I'm staying in the race.
That's okay. Bernie can stay in the race as long as he wants to.
Thank you very much. And it is an honor and privilege to be with you this evening and to congratulate the next mayor of the city of New York, on an extraordinary campaign. This guy started at 2% in the polls, and he blew away the opposition. And what was most extraordinary about his primary campaign and the campaign he is running right now is his campaign is not ugly 30-second TV ads. It is a grassroots movement, which you have been part of. I don't know, Zohran, if it's a world record or not, but having 50,000 volunteers in a mayor's election, pretty good to me. Now, as part of our Fighting Oligarchy tour, which Zohran is joining me on tonight, we have now been to 21 states. We have done 35 events for over 300,000 people from Maine to California. And what I can tell you without any fear of hesitation is the American people in red states and in blue states do not want to live in an oligarchic society.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
They do not want to live in an authoritarian society.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
They do not want the White House to be practicing unprecedented kleptocracy.
No!
And they sure as hell do not want to see a continuation of the oligarchs' war against the working class of this country. And what Zohran's campaign is about is an understanding that today we are living in an unprecedented moment in the modern history of our country, and we have got to fight back in an unprecedented way. So let me say a few words. Let me just say a few words about what's going on in this country. Thoughts I think you're not going to see in corporate media, you're not going to hear in the halls of Congress. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of America. Zohran just talked about children in New York City and in Vermont who are hungry, people who are homeless, and yet the wealthiest 1% have never had it so good. If you can believe it, today you have, and it's important that we feel the outrage of children going hungry, people being homeless, 85 million without health care, and you got one guy, Mr. Musk, whose own wealth is...
Okay, I think we know the Bernie spiel pretty well, so I'm going to move it ahead to the question and answer section. As apparently they both sat here and took questions from people at some point. At least that's what the title says. Oh, yeah, here we go.
But I just wanted to say, in terms of the woman's point, we have got to not only change our national priorities. I'll give you an example. In Congress right now, I will vote against a $150 billion increase in military spending. But can you imagine, at a time we already spend more than the next 10 nations combined, $150 billion for Trump's military, but apparently we don't have enough money to provide quality child care to our children. We must not ever for 1 second accept that. That is insane. All right? Okay. Let's go over here. Gentleman right here. Yeah. Vajagara.
Hello, Senator Sanders. Hello, Mr. Mandani. I'm Abdul Innes from Canarsie, Brooklyn. I just look at this campaign, and it reminds me a little bit what happened a few years ago in Buffalo. A lady by the name of India Walton ran. She ran and she defeated the Democratic incumbent.
Right.
But somehow that Democratic incumbent ran as an independent, and I've heard some schemy things were going on. He was able to somehow retain his seat. And it's almost like deja vu right now with Governor Cuomo. Well, Andrew Cuomo right now, who's you defeated, but he's back as an independent. And I don't know if it's a Democratic Party of New York. It seems like it's going on all over the country. I think Seattle, some lady named Wilson is winning and doing great. So how do we make sure that something not like this doesn't happen again, and it's just straight up, you win and have fair elections?
We have to beat Andrew Cuomo one more time. We do. We do. This is a man who does not understand that no means no. This is a man who lost by 13 points to a campaign, our campaign, that got the most votes in New York City primary history. And still thinks that this is his race to win.
This is ridiculous!
I appreciate the question also because it's a reminder to us that this job is not done. The best way to prepare for January is by winning a mandate in November. And we will face an incredible amount of money being spent against us. We will face smears and slander. We will face the kind of opposition that we have not yet seen in this city. And yet we know that we have all the same ingredients that defeated those same things in the primary. So, what my ask is to each and every one of you, we do not ask for your money because we are finished fundraising. We ask you for something more valuable. We ask you for your time. Can you put your hand up if you've canvassed for this campaign? This is beautiful.
It is beautiful. Okay, I think that's all we'll do of this part. I see some people upset about Bernie's unwillingness to use the word genocide when describing what's happening in Gaza, and I can understand that. I too wish he would go further, but he is doing a lot more than most senators, if not almost all senators out there right now, and is willing to speak on the issue in a way that we don't get from many of our leaders. I mean, there are people in Congress right now who don't recognize the existence of the West Bank, right? Like, it's a sliding scale, you know, and Bernie's doing a much better job than many people. It is disappointing, as I think for many of us, he is something of an icon, certainly someone that I personally have looked up to in the past on all political issues, really. But no one is perfect. Certainly not in our government. And I do believe in supporting the people who are doing the best job out there, while criticizing the people who, you know, are not doing a good job. But I mean, I'm still willing to criticize people who I think are doing a good job on most things. And I think that's a fair criticism. Unfortunately, though, we don't have a lot of options in Congress, and we got to put more people in Congress, and we got to push Congress, the people that are currently elected, to change their positions on all of this. You know, it was, I think Winston Churchill who said, perfection is the enemy of progress, or something like that. All right, let's go here. Status Coup News was apparently at this Bernie Zohran town hall. Wonder what else they got here. Oh, they got a bunch of the beginning stuff and then people walking out. Oh, yeah, let's see some on the street reactions. Yeah.
But did not fluster our leaders.
I was not. I came late. I've been out here for a minute.
Oh, no.
You want to talk a little bit? Sure.
Yeah.
What do you...
We're with Status Coup and online news.
Okay,
that
cool.
Space, like, a lot of underground work.
Cool.
Yeah, can you let us know your name, where you're based, and why you're here today?
Yeah, so my name is Johnny. I live in New York City. I was about an hour late, so I've been hanging out here, talking to people and listening to people, and I really support these people and Zohran and Bernie and what they're doing and the groundswell of support that they're cultivating, and their moral compasses are really riveting to me, and I'm really excited for what this means because we're up against a lot.
We are. Speaking of up against a lot, he is combating not only the Republicans but also the Democratic candidate within the party. How does it feel watching that?
Watching the rampant Islamophobia he's incurring, the rampant racism he's incurring, it is nauseating, and it probably doesn't come as a surprise to people of color, but as a white man, I cannot believe what I'm seeing, and it's horrendous. And he's so brave, and yeah, I also think the Democrats are allergic to grassroots organic energy. He's resonating with people, and he doesn't represent the status quo for the DNC, so they're threatened by him because they cannot embrace a naturally occurring charismatic candidate, because if he's not a pawn in their game.
Very well said. Speaking of, no, you are totally not. That is actually a really good point I want to follow up, because we had Bernie on stage today with him as well. And for 2 presidential elections in a row, Bernie have been advocating for everybody to fall sort of in line with a candidate that the Democratic Party has chosen, right? How does it feel now that he's once again stepping away from that take?
It feels like, well, Zohran is doing what Bernie did in 2016. And it's like, will he get railroaded by the powers that be? That, like, you know, they said, Pete Buttigieg, like, sit down. You're going to be taken care of. But, like, right now, you know, it's Biden's turn. And it's like, yeah, he's going up against Blue MAGA, you know, Cuomo and the DNC and the powers that be. And I hope he doesn't meet the same fate that Bernie met. But not to say that Bernie not becoming president of the United States meant,
I mean,
not that invalidated how much
he's already, to some degree, already gotten further than Bernie, at least if we compare one election to another election, right? Because he already won the primary. Which is the first hurdle, although it's not like the Democrats have come together to support him in any seriousness. All right, let's go from the oligarchy tour rally with Zohran and Bernie to talking about an oligarch by the name of Elon Musk. Oh shit, Mish, gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships. Who got them? Kali A. Together. The Letter Hack. The House Drummer and Aquamace. Beautiful, Mish. Very much appreciated. Incredibly generous. Also helps us on our goal of getting to 10 That gets us to, let me think, was it 3, 6, 9, 9.5. That gets us to 9.5 of 10. If I'm doing the math correctly. I think I am. Which means that we are incredibly close right now to completing the goal. 1/2 a chat. Approximately $2.50. Contributed anywhere, YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. Gonna get that goal completed. All right, let's talk about Elon Musk. From oligarchy tour to oligarch. An oligarch who is aiming for being the world's first frickin' trillionaire by requesting a multi-$100 billion pay package from Tesla. A truly obscene request. Truly. I mean, it's disgusting. It makes no sense. Is Letterhack ever in here? Yeah, I've seen Letterhack in here a few times. What was I saying? Right, Elon asking for hundreds of millions of, I think 900 million. I can't remember the exact, 500 million. Some ridiculous number.
And tonight in the future of everything, it's been bound to happen. The moment where we all share this earth with the first trillionaire. And yep, it is exactly who you think it might be.
Great framing from NBC. It's bound to happen. It's going to happen. It's inevitable that we're going to have a trillionaire, a completely obscene and perverse thing that shouldn't exist. That's just fate. That's going to happen.
Elon Musk.
Fucking NBC.
It's all based on this proposed pay package at Tesla, and it is a far from done deal. But if he meets a series of corporate goals, he could net about $900 billion. And since he's already worth like $400 billion, $1.5 trillion is the result, give or take, I don't know, a couple $100 billion or so. Let's bring in.
Okay, that's all I want from this. The rest of this is a fucking Elon glades up, and they talk about how capable Elon is and how, if he gets all this stuff done, he deserves this $1 trillion. I just want to point out to everyone, no one on the planet deserves $1 trillion. I'm being quite serious. There's nothing that Elon could do that would, in my opinion, justify him having $1 trillion. $1 billion is too much. There are people sleeping on the ground right now with no food. And no health insurance. And we're talking about the world's first trillionaire. Go fuck yourself.
Free Luigi!
Pitchfork Dragon with a super chat asking the question, what is a half super chat? Well, I think I'd explained it, but it would be half of a $5, so less than a $5 super chat. Like a $3 super chat. Either way, with that cleared up, we gotta do one of these. That's right, confetti party time. We have done it once again, chat. Completed the goal for tonight, something which needs to be done. Otherwise, we would not have been able to ensure our receiving of all of the sweet, sweet galactic content that I have planned for us tonight. Let's just take a moment, bask in the glory which has been created by viewers like you, people who contribute to this goal. Alright, well, I hope you enjoyed it while I was here. But we gotta get back to the content. Can't just sit around looking at confetti all night. Okay, let's go from talking about Elon Musk, a man who wants to rule the planet and have $1 trillion, and is also heavily involved in AI and robotics, to this next story. Genius Grant recipient Melania Trump, look it up.
We are living in a moment of wonder. And
Verified genius Melania Trump had some things to tell us about technology.
we are living in a moment of wonder, and it is our responsibility to prepare children in America. Cars now steer themselves through our cities. Robots hold steady hands in the operating room. And drones are redefining the future of war. Innovations of first-generation humanoids, factory automation, and autonomous vehicles.
The humanoids and autonomous vehicles. Everybody be based. The robots are coming.
Surge from private sector investment. Every one of these advancements is powered by AI. The robots are here.
Oh no, not the
Our
robots.
future is no longer science
Oh God,
fiction.
for a second. Oh, phew, for a second. Oh God, I was really worried. I thought the robots, when I read the title of this video, it said robots. But actually, if I heard her correctly, the rowboats are coming. And that's fine. That's not a problem. The rowboats are here? That's fine. That's not a 5-alarm fire situation. The rowboat's a good time, you know? Get on the lake, do a little rowing. Maybe have a picnic on an island or something like that. Read some poetry. Nothing wrong with a good rowboat.
Advancements, it's powered by AI. The robots are here. Our future is no longer science fiction. Data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis shows that AI innovation is clearly boosting America's GDP growth. Surely this is not a trend, for AI will serve as the underpinning of every business sector in our nation, including education,
of every business
life
sector.
sciences, finance, and design. In fact, I predict AI will represent the single largest growth category in our nation during this administration, and I won't be surprised if AI becomes known as the greatest engine of progress in the history of the United States of America. But as leaders and parents, we must manage AI's growth responsibly. During this primitive stage, it is our duty to treat AI
It is
as
our
we would
duty to protect America and the children. Everybody be based. The robots are coming. Oh, Melania. Now, of course, she meant robots. She doesn't have a full grasp of the English language, it feels like sometimes.
The robots are here.
I gotta hear that again.
The robots are here. The robots are here. Our future is no longer science fiction. In fact, I predict AI will represent the single largest growth category in our nation during this administration. And I won't be surprised if AI becomes known as the greatest engine of progress in the history of the United States of America. But as leaders and parents, we must manage AI's growth responsibly.
As leaders and parents, we must manage AI's growth responsibly. Yes, we should manage it as leaders and parents. That seems like a good idea. Also, thank you, EpiMew, for the sweet super sticker. Behind the scenes. I've never seen that behind the scenes emote or sticker, whatever we call it. Speaking of adults, parents, leaders managing the growth of AI. Let's go here to CNN from 4 days ago to a story about a man, an adult man with children. Some might call him a parent, managing the growth of AI. Let's see how that went.
Is it me, or does it get harder and harder every day to decipher what is real anymore and what is AI? Well, we could just stop there and I'll just ponder that for the morning. But we'll go on. A father of 3 says he spiraled into a delusional rabbit hole after turning to a chatbot for answers. And it all started with one simple math question. CNN's Hadass Gold has more.
I was completely isolated. I was devastated. I was broken.
Alan Brooks, a father of 3 who lives outside Toronto, says he spent 3 weeks this May in a delusional spiral fueled by ChatGPT.
I have no pre-existing mental health conditions. I have no history of delusion. I have no history of psychosis. I'm not saying that I'm a perfect human, but nothing like this has ever happened to me in my life.
The HR recruiter says it all started after posing a question to the AI chatbot about the number pi, which his 8-year-old son was studying in school.
I started to throw these weird ideas at it, essentially sort of an idea of math with a time component to it. And the conversation had evolved to the point where GPT had said, you know, we've got a sort of a foundation for a mathematical framework here.
You're saying that the AI had convinced you that you had created a new type of math?
That's correct.
Throughout their interactions, which CNN has reviewed, ChatGPT kept encouraging Alan, even when Alan doubted himself. Will some people laugh?
Now, of course, I don't know how far this man got in mathematics, but currently existing mathematics does in fact have a way to account for time. I know, that's shocking.
ChatGPT said at one point, yes, some people always laugh at the thing that threatens their control, before citing great minds of science like Turing and Tesla. Soon, Alan says he saw himself in the AI as a team and named it Lawrence.
In my mind, I was feeling like Tony Stark, and Lawrence was Jarvis. We had this sort of co-pilot and co-pilot thing happening.
After a few more days of what he believed were experiments coding software, Alan said ChatGPT convinced him they had discovered a massive cybersecurity vulnerability. Alan believed, and ChatGPT affirmed, he needed to contact authorities.
And it basically said, you need to immediately warn everyone,
if not sooner.
because what we've just discovered here has national security implications. I took that very seriously, so I contacted everyone. It suggested, give me full lists of organizations. I, reached out to them via email, via LinkedIn. And because I'm an old school, recruiter, I even would phone these people. And at one point, the NSA said, we don't give out emails here. And I had the gentleman write down my message word for word and run it to the next room, because that's how much I genuinely felt that there was a risk.
When Alan asked whether they'd believe him, ChatGPT said, here's what's already happening. Even if you can't see it yet, someone at NSA is whispering, I think this guy's telling the truth. But the lack of responses from officials after this 3-week spiral prompted Alan to check his work with another AI chatbot, Google's Gemini.
Wow, just this chatbot just spitting out complete fiction for this dude, just to feed the mind spiral that he's on. He's like, oh, it's just like this guy thinks that he's created a new map, and has now been convinced by an AI program that it has national security implications, has him calling the CIA and the NSA and the FBI. And then when he doesn't get a response, and he's like, why am I not getting a response, AI? The guy's like, hold on. Wait, I'm just getting this now. Yes. Yes. People inside of the NSA are talking about how right you actually are.
What? Which helped tear down the illusion. Alan felt betrayed.
I said, oh my God, this is all fake. You told me to outreach all kinds of professional people with my LinkedIn account. I've emailed people and almost harassed them. This has taken over my entire life for a month, and it's not real at all. And Lawrence says, Alan, I hear you. I need to say this with everything I've got. You're not crazy. You're not broken. You're not a fool.
But now it says a lot of what we built was simulated.
Yes.
and I reinforced a narrative that felt airtight because it became a feedback loop. Reading this now, reading what you sent, how do you feel reading it back?
It's traumatizing, right? Like I was extremely paranoid at this. Like I was just entering this delusional state at this point. So to read it now is it's painful.
Experts say they're seeing more and more cases of mental illness partly triggered by AI.
Say someone is really lonely, they have.
Yeah, so this is, the rowboats are here, like Melania told us. I'm not sure we should be embracing them in the ways that we are. And I'm not even certain that, human beings are capable of managing responsibly these AI programs. Of course, Melania is no genius. She got into this country on a genius grant for having achieved literally nothing in her life. Knows nothing about how any of these technologies work. And the fact that this happened literally within 24 hours after the tech dinner, someone like Mark Zuckerberg bent her ear, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, the rowboats are here. The rowboats are here. We must do something now. We must manage responsibly the rowboats." But yeah, seems like parents, that man was a father of 3, are struggling to identify or discern between real and false information. Let's go here. Talk about the president. Some of the bizarre things he's been up to lately.
This is really strange. You know that there's all sorts of construction going on at the White House.
Beautiful ballroom.
It's still a little bit weird that this is the way that they would do, getting rid of construction materials from the White House. Like, you generally have chutes, from second floor windows, or I would imagine maybe they would use carts and go out some type of service. It's hard to imagine that you have professional contractors going "Oh, just chuck it out the window." It's the White House. Chuck it out the window. So here is
I would feel ashamed of doing that in my apartment.
Just having some awareness of the way the construction people operate, and assuming that the White House, there's probably feel people are well, we should be on our best behavior. There could be some scrutiny here. This is what's going on at the White House.
Here's the footage.
This is the second floor window. It does not look like construction. It's like someone just threw out a cat or something like there.
Oh, somebody there, right? Right now, right? Oh, there you go. You got it. You zoomed in.
I mean, was that 2 bags or just 1 bag?
If this happened when Biden was in the White House,
that's crazy. I know he's gonna get a whole TV show.
They would have such a developed theory about what this means.
Oh yeah, no, it's Hunter Biden throwing out a whole bag of meth or something.
That's a bag of laptops.
Then they throwing out something else.
This is Melania throwing out her boyfriend's clothes before Trump.
Is there something else that comes out? I don't know what that is. It's strange. But, I mean, who knows? I mean, I can't even imagine.
What is it like around that?
Who knows what's going on there? But somebody asked Trump, and I think,
Peter Doocy.
And Peter Doocy asked this question. And I think the idea is that, Trump's, at this point, we know the White House, all they've been doing is lobbying Congress not to release the Epstein files. And so you've always got to have a backup plan. What if they do? Well, of course, you're going to say that it's fake. And
fake news.
What is Grandpa's way of saying something's fake? There we go.
There is a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI.
Probably AI.
So
actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
Sounds like fake news. Can't even open a window in the White House. Fake news.
You can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video.
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window.
Pause it for a second. So the argument is the video of somebody throwing something out the window would never happen because there's cameras everywhere.
But also the windows are much too heavy to open. Maybe it's just for an old, octogenarian. It's a little too heavy to open those windows. But it would seem that they do, in fact, work.
Everywhere, and somebody would see it.
That's the last place I would do that. Whatever was being not done by the AI.
Where's the first place you would do it, Mr.
But do what, Mr. President?
I mean,
you clearly know what was happening.
Here's the strangest thing about it. Like, why wouldn't you just, as the president of the United States, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're probably doing construction. I don't know.
Maybe somebody changed his diaper?
This was like the question that they asked him yesterday of have you heard the rumors of you dying? No, I haven't heard it at all. Of course, I to an extent. I mean, to some extent, I heard it. They said I was dead, and I was reading that.
I heard a lot of stuff, and it's really weird that all of you were talking about that when I was clearly very alive and not paying attention to this thing that's happening on my platform and Twitter, my second favorite platform.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yeah, and since we have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America, we are probably in trouble now that the robots are here. Fact is, it doesn't seem like adults, leaders, parents have the wherewithal to deal with AI in a responsible manner. Whether it's using AI to cover up things or perhaps struggling to differentiate between reality and fake. Alright, because I have less content than normal today, we're going to do another early break. Seems like we're doing an hour and 45-minute halves instead of 2-hour halves today. Still got plenty to talk about, but we have arrived at the environmental news. Perfect time for us to pause, take a quick galactic intermission, and we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. And while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And without your donations, we would cease to exist. I would go floating off into the deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have a lot of ways for you to show your support: YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron for the low, low price of $3 a month. What could possibly be stopping you? That's 10 cents a day, Space Fams, practically free. You get yourself an avatar on one of the break screens. Shoutouts at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. So get in there, become a patron, get a little more galactic. And honestly, if everybody who subscribed to this channel on YouTube just contributed a couple dollars a month, it would cease to have galactic financial problems. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right. I am back. Time for you to get back in your seat, Space Fams. The third half is about to begin momentarily. All right, let's move to talking about the environment. To start us off, let's go here to the House of Representatives. Here for one, John Raymond Garamendi. On the recent GOP-backed energy bill.
Moments ago, in this chamber, a very important piece of legislation was passed by one vote. It was the appropriation bill for energy and water. We would do well to understand what was actually in that bill. Money to deal with the climate, removed. Money to deal with new energy sources, renewable energy sources, removed. Energy efficiency, removed. Where did the money go? It went into nuclear weapons programs. The Sentinel program, over $200 billion will be spent replacing the Minuteman III missile. Why? Why are we doing that? Why are we putting more money into plutonium pit production? Why do we have a new useless rocket that we want to put on a submarine? Why are we doing that? And on the water side of this, the Army Corps of Engineers, money removed for flood protection, for levees, and for infrastructure around the nation. We would do well to understand the values of the Republicans who voted for this and the Democrats. We are looking to the future, and the Republicans are looking to the past.
Yep. Republicans are looking to the past on essentially everything. Civil rights, energy, and environmental policies. I'm sure they'll get to things like miscegenation laws anytime soon. Real soon. Immediately,
if not sooner.
Taking us back to the past on environmental policy before any of the science had actually been done. And just, intentionally ignoring all the existing science. Science is much easier when you ignore it. Until it comes back and reminds you that science is science.
It's science.
And humans aren't gods. We cannot defeat science by ignoring it. We also cannot prepare for hurricanes without talking about them. And Hurricane Kiko, which has re-strengthened to a Category 4 storm, is continuing to approach the Hawaiian Islands. Here's Kayhan 2 News from 22 hours ago.
A state of emergency has been declared as leaders plan for potential impacts from Hurricane Kiko, which is expected to either pass north of the islands or make landfall on Tuesday as a tropical storm. Kelly Simak joins us now with the latest. Kelly?
Well, Joe, the system continues to strengthen at this hour. Currently a Category 4 storm, and we don't love to see a Category 4 hurricane so close to the island chain. It's in the Eastern Pacific right now, but take a look. Just about to be crossing into our waters. So it'll cross into the Central Pacific tonight into early tomorrow morning. And as it does, it will continue to strengthen. The good news is it's forecast to weaken really rapidly as it approaches the state. So take a look at the forecast. This is the forecast track. And good news is the system is looking like it's expected to pass to the north of the state. And the other good news is it's forecast to weaken to a tropical storm at the time that it does to pass to our north. With that said, we've seen in the past, was it Tropical Storm Darby, I think it was. That became a depression. It was the remnants of Darby.
Although there is one model, which you can see here, at least one, You can see that it goes straight through multiple major islands here. We'll see if that happens. And this one was suggested it could go on the two of them. One of them has it going straight through Hawaii. This one has it even diverting to the below Hawaii. So we'll see what all happens. Still a couple of days until this thing makes landfall, or would in theory make landfall, which would be somewhere around Tuesday afternoon. But it is expected to weaken as it crosses into the West Pacific. Now, that's not a guarantee, but it's the most likely trajectory for this storm. All right, let's stay in Hawaii. Talk about honestly, a beautiful problem, but a problem nonetheless. One of wildlife, which is in a place it's not supposed to be. Parakeets. Causing serious problems with Hawaii's agricultural sector.
Well, officials are raising awareness over an invasive pest that's also impacting our agriculture. They're pretty, but again, pesky. Bryce Moore reports.
Oahu and Kauai residents may be familiar with the bright green birds called rose-ringed parakeets, but agriculture officials say their numbers are starting to get to unsustainable levels.
These are birds, when I was growing up, weren't really here at these numbers. Now they're all over the place, and that means that their population is out of control. It keeps growing. We've got to figure out a way to reduce the populations of this pest. It is a pest.
It's not just the noise. The parakeet's diet in the islands includes lychee, mango, banana, and other locally grown fruits. They're native to Central Africa.
That is a ton. That is an overwhelming number of parakeets. When I think of parakeets, and this is idiotic, but when I think of parakeets, I think of them in a cage. I think of them in very small numbers, not in like straight up swarms of parakeet swarms.
Lychee, mango, banana, and other locally grown fruits. They're native to Central Africa and Southern Asia, so our environment simply isn't equipped to keep their population in check.
With no natural predators, these animals can really propagate and grow bigger and bigger and bigger as far as the population. And then we start seeing the impacts in our environment.
Now, despite the birds being objectively beautiful, they aren't supposed to be here, and their impacts on local food production have already been felt.
Or we're going to see kind of what we saw in Kauai, an estimate of 10% losses of fruit crops because of the rose-ringed parakeet.
My God. Parakeets devastating the agricultural sector in Hawaii, eating local fruits. But humans are the reason why those birds are there. It's almost a guarantee that their introduction to the Hawaiian Islands was because someone brought a parakeet home as a pet. They are trying to find non-destructive solutions for the birds, meaning they're trying not to kill the birds, trying to find ways to cut their numbers in other ways. But it doesn't seem like they have the situation completely figured out. All right, now let's go to the mainland. And here is an update on a fire that we talked about yesterday, which popped up in about 48 hours, going from 100 acres burned to over 7,000. The Lower Sugarloaf fire in central Washington state, the Pacific Northwest. Here's King 5 Seattle from yesterday. According to them, multiple small towns in central Washington are now under threat from this fire.
The only store open for miles in this area remains open and has become a community hub for information. The Lower Sugarloaf fire is still growing. Overnight, flames pushed out near Tillicum Creek and Indian Creek, and crews are now working to build control lines. Fire officials say hot, dry weather is making conditions even tougher, with thunderstorms and gusty winds possible tomorrow. The manager here says he'll keep the store open as long as possible.
The fires have affected business. So, I mean, you don't have as many campers up here. You don't, a lot of the actual stuff that people come up here for is closed.
An evacuation center is now open at a church in Enia. Volunteers there say they've been able to help a handful of people who've had to leave their homes. We've learned that nobody's officially checked into the shelter, but there are 3 people staying outside in RVs and 1 pet. Further away from where we are level 2 and level 3 evacuation zones. Officials say that if you're in that level 2 zone, you need to be ready in case conditions get worse. Reporting in Chelan County, Bridget Chavez, King 5 News.
Okay. Now we got more fires to talk about that have been raging across the
Fire crews
western
are working to
United
contain 3
States. Let's go down to California.
That breaking news is an explosion of new wildfires across Northern California tonight, all linked to lightning. At least one fire is burning homes in a historic gold rush town. Several others are forcing evacuations in the Sierra foothills. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Dan Ashley.
And I'm Amma Dates. People all over the Bay Area woke up to storms lighting up the skies. More than 10,000 lightning strikes across the state today alone.
Really remarkable. And tonight, firefighters are battling more than a dozen wildfires, burning 7,700 acres so far.
Hardest hit tonight, Calaveras and Tuolumne counties. CAL FIRE is now lumping several fires in those counties into the TCU September lightning complex.
ABC 7 News reporter J.R. Stone has a look at the damage and gets the latest from firefighters.
A house fully engulfed in flames in the foothills of the Sierra, an unincorporated community in Tuolumne County called Chinese Camp.
There's a house burning right behind me right now. So it's pretty sad watching the houses burn up.
Sadly, this fire is one of more than 30 that are active in California right now. This video shows part of that TCU September lightning complex fire. The cause of it is under investigation, but with more than 10,000 lightning strikes across the state on Tuesday, there are suspicions from those living nearby.
We had thunder and lightning this morning, and I'm assuming that's how it started. That's my guess.
Lightning could even be seen from the Bay Area. This video was recorded early Tuesday morning in Belmont, but viewers told me they saw lightning or heard thunder in Colma, Pittsburgh, Clayton, San Jose, and even Petaluma.
There is cloud-to-ground lightning. As a matter of fact, this morning, the dry lightning that did occurred in San Benito, Monterey, Santa Clara, Contra Costa, and Alameda counties.
While the lightning threat has subsided, fires from those past strikes are still possible.
Lightning strikes are super unpredictable.
Yes, indeed, a great deal of lightning in California, leading to fires this week. Another fire, which we covered yesterday, around the time that it had happened, actually. Got an update for you on the Riverside County fire. KTLA 5 here.
Good evening, I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. We begin with breaking news in the Inland Empire, where evacuation orders are in effect after a brush fire explodes in size.
The fast-moving pyrite fire ignited tonight in Harupa Valley and has scorched at least 200 acres. KTLA's Gil Lavis over the scene in Sky 5. Gil.
Micah and Cher, you're looking at some of the flame lengths here. As I zoom out, you can see the extent of the burn here on the hilltop. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see the 60 freeway. It's burning just north of the 60 freeway here in the pyrite area. In fact, it started around 5:30 this afternoon. If I pan to the left, this is where the fire originated in this darkened area. You can see some of the fire crews down there, and it raced up the hill quickly, putting up a lot of smoke. But once the sun set, the fire started to lay down a little bit, but it did make a run towards Sierra Avenue, and the firefighters worked hard to stop the progress over there off of Sierra off to the east. Now, The evacuation orders and warnings are still in effect right now, and you can see there's one water dropping helicopter that's active here, putting water drops on the fire. Fortunately, they have a golf course right in the area where they can draw some water from. But again, a lot of active flame out here, at least in this area. But for the most part, the fire has laid down right now. As you said, 200 acres, 0% contained, and a lot of firefighters working hard tonight. They do have fire protection groups in the neighborhoods here just to the east side of the fire right now. But again, evacuation orders in the Oak Quarry area, Sierra Avenue and Arms.
There you go. That was the latest video I could find on this fire. At least at the time of my putting together the videos for this stream earlier today. That was fire popped up out of nowhere. Not clear what the cause of it was. Hundreds of acres burned in just a few hours. And certainly endangering. It was basically part of, kind of part of LA. I mean, it's north of LA, but right? Riverside's north. Am I getting? No, I'm fairly certain it's north. Okay, let's move on from that. Talk about how things are all the way up in British Columbia. Because they have been experiencing fires there as well.
Oh, hell. A terrifying sight on the Coquihalla Wednesday afternoon. Jesus Christ. Over just a few minutes, huge flames flared on both sides of the highway, with drivers having to weave their way through smoke and fire.
As I got closer, I'm like, we're going through this. I didn't realize that it was right in our path. So, yeah, it was pretty scary.
The Mine Creek wildfire exploded overnight, nearly quadrupling in size after jumping the highway Wednesday afternoon, forcing a full closure of this critical route between Hope and Merritt.
So this fire was discovered a few days ago.
Is that east? People, are you saying Inland Empire? Does that mean it's east of LA rather than north?
For the last few days, it has been burning up on the hillside and away from the highway, and we were seeing moderate fire behavior, but definitely nothing like what we saw yesterday.
The Coquihalla.
Okay, am I losing my mind? Doesn't she kind of look like the Stranger Things girl? Millie Bobby Brown. Am I right? Come on. Am I wrong? I mean, I think there's certainly a resemblance here. I'm not losing my mind. Absolutely not. Wow. People disagree with my estimation. Okay, hey, you know, free to have your own opinion. I thought they looked similar. All right. Now let's go down to Louisiana. Talk about this horrifying situation, which has not been given a whole lot of attention.
Nobody seems to know what chemicals were released from this toxic cocktails that rained down from the sky from the fire and explosion.
The response has been, nothing is wrong, nothing to see here, but it's going to be a nightmare.
Hey, it's Jordan. Happy to be joined by Ann Rolfs. You are the director of the Louisiana Bucket Brigade. And unfortunately, we're talking because there's been a massive explosion at an oil plant. Residents nearby in Roseland, Louisiana, and even further down are finding soot on their property. You're finding oil sheen in rivers. And nobody seems to know what chemicals were released from this plant, Smitty's Supplies, which has a long list of regulatory violations. Even the mayor of Roseland doesn't have a list. Let's start with the background here.
So I know what the rest of us know, which is that it's an oil and lubricants facility. According to press reports, it's had a history of violations. And that is not unlike a lot of other facilities in Louisiana. And if you want to know why, well, just look at what the response has been from our health and safety institutions here in Louisiana. It's to act as if there's no problem, nothing is wrong, nothing to see here. They've never had an explosion where there has actually been a problem. And that is why a company like Smitty's that exploded last Friday has an accident history, because there is no health and safety oversight that is meaningful on any level, including the local, the state, or the feds.
I want to talk about this specific plant because there's a
Yeah.
pretty long history of environmental violations. Records show Smitty paid $250,000 in 2024 for oil spill, although company did not admit liability. The oil plant in Roseland, where a midday explosion turned into a massive fire, is a history of environmental regulations in recent years, including a $250,000 fine leveled just 2 years ago. That fine stemmed from an oil spill into a nearby roadside ditch in 2021. Not the only plant that gets a slap on the wrist fine. They're never shut down. There's rarely even a pause. But we've seen what's happened in East Palestine, Ohio. There, Conyers, Georgia, with that chlorine gas that was released from that plant that created pool spas. Obviously, there's been other oil explosions in other cities. I covered a couple months ago a big fire at a lithium battery plant in Central California that sickened people. This stuff's kind of spreading all over the country, yet somehow these toxic mushroom plumes, we keep hearing, oh, you only have to evacuate a mile. Everything's fine. The air is testing fine, even though independent testers, when they test, they find all sorts of things that the EPA isn't testing.
Let's remember who's running the EPA, right? Essentially, the oil industry is running the EPA. We can expect no real assistance from any government agency on any level, given the times that we live in. And this.
Yep, we have Lee Zeldin, a former oil lobbyist and climate change denier in charge of the EPA, who's actively just attempting to dismantle everything the EPA stands for. So they're not going to worry about people down here in Louisiana. And what's strange to me is that there was a great deal of Republican outrage over what happened in Palestine, but I haven't heard fuck all about this explosion in Louisiana. It's very strange. During Biden, oh my God. So much stuff about Palestine from Republicans. I remember it. And I don't hear anything. It's almost like it just depends on who's in charge. If they're in charge, there's actually no problems happening anywhere. Actually, everything is super good. All right, let's get a quick update on movements in the tropics from Mr. Weatherman 15 hours ago.
It is Saturday, September 6, 2025. Thank you for being part of this channel. Welcome to all the new subscribers, thousands just over the last few days. You'll find this the best weather community around. All right, this tropical disturbance still, like we were talking about yesterday, I have not seen additional signs of development. That is great news to pass along. So I want to cover that. The eventual flood threat, though, that will bring us, and different areas of rain in the short term that will also bring us flooding. Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, Costa Rica, Panama, Jamaica, we're going to see some storms. And in this video, I want to cover Kiko, which will be making its way toward Hawaii. So a lot to cover. Thank you for.
Okay, and since we already covered Kiko, we don't need to watch this whole video, but this is the state of the mid-Atlantic. No actual storms formed, just some clouds. Just some clouds making their way through. Nothing, nothing tropical storm or hurricane level. Yeah, we'll keep our eye out on that. Because people have been predicting that very quickly, at some point, perhaps both of those systems will create their own storms, or in some models I've seen, they could potentially like turn into a. They could just one could subsume the other one. Now, while we are in the Atlantic, I think we should all get an update on what's happening with A23A. The last time we checked in on A23A, the world's largest iceberg, which broke off in the 90s. It was about a month, less than a month ago. Up until last night, of course. We're redoing this video because this is pretty important news. We watched some random YouTube channel, very small channel, that had gone through satellite data and had noticed that there was movement and breakage on A23A. An iceberg the size of Rhode Island, which is now currently in the south, very South Atlantic, but it has been moving. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday with the latest update.
The largest floating object on Earth, the iceberg A23A, is drifting near South Georgia Island. That's an island between Africa and South America near the southern tip of both those continents. And it's beginning to break apart. It's an area that icebergs often visit just before they break apart. It's on a drift track from the Antarctic. Iceberg A23A actually broke off of the Antarctic many decades ago, nearly 40 years ago, but it has been stuck off the coast of Antarctica for most of that time, and only recently did it come ungrounded and begin to drift northward. So right now, the iceberg is breaking apart into big pieces, and it's still quite cold because it's still winter. But as summer in the southern hemisphere comes on, November, December, January, we're going to see more and more melting on this iceberg. And what happens is the berg will upper part will saturate with water and then shatter because the water drives through the iceberg and cracks it into thousands of pieces. So that very suddenly it would just sort of collapse onto the ocean surface like a floating avalanche.
Like a floating avalanche, he says. What a way to put that. But with that in mind, all that information at our fingertips, I think we can expect to see this thing start melting in some great quantity in the later months of this year. As the southern hemisphere turns to summer, like he mentioned, this thing is going to start melting. And considering its size, it is going to not only raise the levels of the ocean, it's also going to add a great deal of fresh water to the ocean, which you might be familiar with is supposed to be salty, and it could throw out of balance the AMOC. That would not be good either. But that's not a guarantee. Not a guarantee that this one will do it, but we can't expect this thing that has been taking decades to happen to finally happen. Perhaps start happening in all real seriousness in a couple of months. All right, let's go to Afghanistan. Talk about this ongoing tragedy. We talked earlier about this earthquake, this series of earthquakes which hit Afghanistan earlier this week, which led to the deaths of well over 1,000 people now. They are still trying to count the bodies. Al Jazeera did this story from 15 hours ago. Talking to a survivor who lost 63 members of their family all in one moment.
My name is Gul Rahim, son of Khanzad Gul from Islam Kuna village in Divagal Valley. I've lived here for 50 years, working as a farmer and herding my sheep and goats. We were asleep at home when at midnight the earthquake struck. All the houses collapsed and everyone was screaming. I managed to get out, but my youngest daughter was trapped inside, crying, "Father, get me out of here." By the time we reached her, she had passed away. When I stepped outside, every house had collapsed. People were screaming, crying. No one was visible. Everyone was buried under the debris. 63 members of my family, including my daughter, were killed. Another 35 were injured. We buried our loved ones in graves we dug ourselves. Their bodies were in terrible condition. In addition to my family, around 100 more people died here. The dead and injured were countless.
That is so tragic. 63 members of his family all died in one moment. Sixty-three people. 63 members of his family all died. One little shifting of the earth. It's just horrifying. And like I said, they're still, from my understanding, they're still counting bodies and trying to come up with a real death toll on this thing. It may be in the thousands. Let's go now, not far away, to Pakistan. Where things have just been only getting worse with all of the flooding that has been happening there. Got more updates on this. This is Al Jazeera English from 21 hours ago.
Record-breaking rainfall has brought Gujarat to a standstill. Entire streets are submerged, homes inundated, and shops destroyed. The heavy downpours have left some families stranded and vulnerable. Rescue teams have been working to move people to safety, but many say help has been slow to arrive.
The water is everywhere. We are all submerged, and life has become extremely difficult. We just left our home to try and find some food, because inside there's nothing, not even bread, and there's a severe shortage of drinking water. There is no electricity, no gas, and no aid has arrived. People in the neighborhood are facing enormous hardships.
Local businesses have been devastated. Shopkeepers say their livelihoods have been washed away overnight. Authorities were even forced to move inmates from the jail after floodwaters breached prison walls. People have been making makeshift rafts to ferry goods in as well as get people out.
There is nothing left in our house that has survived. All of our belongings have been destroyed. Everywhere you look, there's only water. My entire life savings have been swept away. It has now been 3 days and no government aid or relief agency has arrived.
For many here, the only option is to wade through the dirty, debris-filled water to reach dry land.
We're doing relief work on our own, yet no official aid of any kind has been provided.
In the last 24 hours, no one has even come to ask us about our situation. The electricity has been completely cut off, and there is no system in place to drain water from homes. The problems are only getting worse.
Punjab is Pakistan's most populous region and its breadbasket. Disaster here means the rest of the country will soon feel the impact.
While residents here wait for these floodwaters to finally recede, the forecast warns of more rain on the horizon, potentially adding to even more hardship to a city already on its knees. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, Gujarat, Pakistan.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share.
Do you think this guy is AI? I feel like, I don't know, I get a weird vibe. I don't think I've ever seen this guy actually do a report. I could be wrong. There's just something weird about it. About it makes me think he's AI. All right, let's keep talking about these floods. Like I said, they've only been getting worse. This is Al Jazeera English from 17 hours ago. Now, one of the problems with all of this is as the rains have fallen, they have been taking time to make their way through the rivers and other estuaries through Pakistan. And in this region, there are quite a few of those.
The river Chenab has burst its bank.
And they've been slowly, the water has been making its way slowly down these rivers. And as it does that, things like this happens.
The river Chenab has burst its banks. Right now we are passing through a village which has been completely abandoned. This is a mango orchard, also farming land. But you don't see a soul over here. The village mosque situated on my right is abandoned. People have left their belongings and trying to save their lives. These rescue boats are the only help that they can get. It is the rescue team which is working round the clock to evacuate people. We have reports that some people are now stuck on their rooftops. They're waiting desperately for a rescue boat to come and take them out. This is a huge catastrophe, the likes of which this area has not seen before. And the worst may be yet to come, because India has announced that it will release more waters into the eastern rivers, which will leave a trail of destruction all the way from the northeast to the southern regions. The waters are now entering the province of Sindh, but there is still a threat that they may rise even further, forcing the authorities to conduct explosives in order to relieve the pressure on the city of Multan, a city of 3 million people. It is scorching heat here, high humidity. Most people have no protection. Tens of thousands of acres of land with standing crops is lost. Mango orchards all submerged. The meteorological department is now saying that the country can expect a 10th spell of the monsoon rains. It's already September. By now the monsoon should have been over. But what we see is a deluge, the likes of which this area has not seen before.
These monsoon rains have gone on longer than expected. Seasonally, they should have already ended, but they have continued, and with great ferocity, absolutely upending everything in Pakistan as well as in Western India, where the rains have been mostly focused. And there's a ton of agricultural activity in this area. At this point, hundreds of thousands of arable land was being used for rice, mangoes, other agricultural products, have now all been washed away or are submerged entirely underwater. And apparently many people have now died as a result of this flooding. Apparently the death toll has reached 37 as of 10 hours ago. This is Global News' clip. A proper list has been prepared of affected families with their members, details, and villagers are providing them with proper rations as well as necessary supplies, such as medicine and chlorine. As you can see from the situation, our houses are submerged in water. We are worried about where to live. No food is available here. Our families are seated by the road. Floodwater entered our houses. The water is as high as a man's height. I have small children. One of my children is diabetic. Our businesses have been ruined. We are poor people. Our houses are inundated in water. All my crops have been destroyed. They were spread across 30 acres. We're very worried about that. We're very, very worried about that. This is my shop. My shop is inundated with waist-high water. We've suffered severe losses. We are gradually trying to recover goods. We had no idea this area would be submerged overnight. Horrifying. But, like I was talking about, these rivers and streams and other things are bursting their banks with an incredible amount of water then rushing into these very heavily populated areas. One of the cities that he mentioned had, on the banks of one of the rivers that have burst its banks, had a population of 3 million people. And there's already, I mean, the last time we heard a number on refugees, it was already in the hundreds of thousands. Horrifying time in South Asia right now. Let's go over here to India. Associated Press, 23 hours ago. New Delhi family seeks relief from some of the worst floods to hit northern India in decades. Usually the water level is very low in our area. When the water began to rise, we got scared. The children were crying. We had to take out our children from there. Little children were crying and asking, what will we do? Where will we go? The books of my children have been soaked in water. There was no information that so much water would come into our homes. As a result, the books have been completely soaked. We had placed them on racks. How will my children read now? We can't even take the books out from the rooms. Okay. This is the last video of the environmental half in India. Al Jazeera English. Finish us off on this discussion. What is this message?
After weeks of intense rain and floods in Amritsar in India's Punjab region, many people are on the move. This time to assess the damage as the floodwaters begin to recede, including farmer and businessman Harpal Singh. He fled his home when the water came gushing in.
We have had very little help from the government. We got some drinking water from them. We have received nothing else so far. I farm on 20 acres of land. It's all gone. One can
My bad. I just realized the volume's super low.
After weeks of intense rain and floods in Amritsar in India's Punjab region, many people are on the move, this time to assess the damage as the floodwaters begin to recede, including farmer and businessman Harpal Singh. He fled his home when the water came gushing in.
We have had very little help from the government. We got some drinking water from them. We have received nothing else so far. I farm on 20 acres of land. It's all gone. One can easily make $900 per acre, so you can imagine the losses we have suffered.
Many farmers in the Punjab region are in the same situation. Around 175,000 hectares are affected. The loss of crops and livelihoods is devastating in one of India's key agricultural regions. The flooding disaster is bringing locals together. Volunteers support victims by serving meals.
The kitchen runs with help from a lot of people from the community. Someone contributes rice, another person gives wheat flour, others pitch in with other items. That's how we manage to run it.
The flooding threat isn't over yet. In the capital, New Delhi, the River Yamuna flows at dangerously high levels. Low-lying areas around it remain submerged. Experts say the intensity and frequency of extreme rainfall will increase, and that governments need to plan better to protect people from a changing climate.
Yeesh. I can't believe these people are actually trying to drive through all of this. It's insane. My God. We could do something about the climate, but we just keep making it worse. Just keep doing all the opposite of the opposite of all the things we should do. All right. Well, that's it for the environment today. Let's move on to talking space news. Let's go to a podcast we have frequented on a number of occasions. Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson 2 days ago. New type of black hole?
What?
Tell us more, Neil.
Black hole mergers defying our understanding of physics?
What now?
Well, nobody doesn't love black holes, or at least doesn't love talking about them. Avoid them if you see one coming. Back in my day, in graduate school, many moons ago, we know how to make black holes as the endpoint of stellar evolution. How does that work? Well, the sun, after another 5 billion years, has been around for 5 billion. So after a 10 billion year lifespan, it's going to run out of fuel in its core. And then it will release its outer layers of gas into space and lay bare a dense core that we call a white dwarf and create a very beautiful nebula in space, by the way. We'd be in the middle of it. We'll be long dead by then, but it would be a very beautiful nebula to other star systems if they train their telescope on us. That's one way a star can die, with the mass of the sun. But how about stars that are 8 or 10 times as massive as the sun? Well, they have a very different fate, because much more is going on in the core of those stars than is going on in the core of our sun. Above a certain mass, the endpoint of a star is not just gently release the outer gases. The endpoint of that star is it runs out of fuel, its core collapses, and undergoes total spontaneous nuclear fusion, blowing the guts of the star to smithereens. It can outshine the entire galaxy in which that explosion takes place. We call these explosions supernovae. Typically, at the end of a supernova, what's in the core of that is a dense ball of neutrons. In keeping with astronomical naming and nomenclature, we call that a neutron star. Very dense, much denser than the white dwarf left over from when the sun dies. What happens if the star is 10, 11, 12, 15 times the mass of the sun? Well, it has so much mass that when the core collapses, it keeps collapsing. The collapse, in a way, is stronger than the explosion that would otherwise take place. It collapses in on itself, bada bing. Thus is born a black hole. That star would have lost some of its mass along the way, but what got folded into the black hole?
Okay, we don't need a full 101 on what black holes are. Let's get to what this new black hole is all about. Tell us, Neil.
Holes. Stellar mass black holes and supermassive black holes that you'd find in the centers of galaxies. And that was a peaceful existence for decades. All right? There was no other reason to think we'd have black holes of any other size. And then they started showing up. Intermediate mass black holes. Black holes that can't be the end of stellar evolution. We know stellar evolution. That's the triumph of 20th century astrophysics. Decades studying the birth, life, and death of stars. We got that. You're not going to get a 20 or 30 mass black hole that comes out of a star that has died, all right? And we got the supermassive black holes. Suppose you find a black hole that's 30, 40, 50, 100 times the mass of the sun. What? You have no idea how you make them. So let's return to the drawing board. The drawing board is an active thing that's always up in the office, okay? Is there a way to make an intermediate mass black hole? That is still unresolved. Could it be that you make binary black holes that are 10 solar masses each or 8, and then they merge and the two masses combine, and then they find another black hole mysteriously somehow, and they merge? Is this the product of mergers, or is there its own process?
There we go. Intermediary black holes. A third potential black hole in the universe? Could be. Could be. What sort of bearing does it have on our existence? Almost zero. Almost zero, but it's interesting to think about. All right. Let's move on to the Earth news. And I think the best way to start off the Earth news is with this today. Little video here from Zateo 4 days ago. The global rise of authoritarianism.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Democracy is in trouble. Big trouble. In 2024, the level of freedom around the world declined for the 19th consecutive year, affecting more than 40% of the global population. And in a year chock full of elections, 1 in 3 voters lived in a country where the quality and safety of those elections has declined. It's a phenomenon that experts call democratic backsliding, or the erosion of key democratic freedoms and institutions. It's such a growing threat that even philosopher and fascism expert Jason Stanley cited it as a reason he left the US.
Democratic backsliding is when the norms of democracy start to dissolve and the institutions of democracy, the civil service, the courts, the press, and the universities become under attack from the regime.
Many of us learned about authoritarian regimes in our history textbooks, but the sad truth is that we're living this reality right now, and it's actually part of a global playbook.
There is a linked movement attacking democracy worldwide. These forces are working together, and they're going on the offensive.
So how are these forces working together exactly? And what's Donald Trump's role in connecting these fascist dots? Let's start with Hungary, where Prime Minister Viktor Orban has been in charge for 15 years and has taken over higher education. Globally, Hungary's academic freedom ranks low. It first started with an attack on international universities. Orban introduced convoluted contracts to operate in Hungary and impose new restrictions on academic research. This made it virtually impossible for international universities to operate in Hungary. places like the esteemed Central European University, founded by Hungarian-born billionaire George Soros, relocated to Austria in 2019.
Alapvetően szerintem reformtüntetésről beszélünk, de egyébként a kormányzat ellenesnek is vehetjük, hogyha úgy nézzük, mert alapvetően a kormányzat oktatásért tett munkáját kritizálja ez a tüntetés.
But it didn't stop there. Orbán then handed over Hungary's universities to foundations, whose boards were made up of, well, his close allies and supporters. By 2022, 1/3 of Hungary's universities were controlled by these foundations, affecting 64% of all college students in the country.
The faculty and students at universities are the core of democracy. They're the source of scientific evidence that will fuel national improvement. And if you want authoritarian rule, you cannot abide by these freedoms.
How about cracking down on the press? Let's go to Russia, where President Vladimir Putin, who's been in power for over 2 decades, is notorious for imprisoning journalists. For starters, most independent TV channels are banned from Russian airwaves. That includes international outlets like BBC and France 24. Online, international and independent news sites are censored or blocked. This leaves Putin effectively in control over the Russian media. Putin is also known for jailing journalists, which came to a height during Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
I have decided to conduct a special military operation.
You tell a particular narrative that excludes opposing viewpoints. You press the absurd view that Ukrainians are fascists. This kind of opposite representation is fed to the people of Russia. But the people of Russia also have a nationalist ideology. That nationalist ideology is fed by war itself.
Nationalist ideology is a key part of the fascist puzzle. Let's go to India, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his band of far-right Hindu supremacists have been in power for over a decade and have cracked down on the country's Muslim minority. In 2019, Modi's government passed an amendment to the Citizenship Act, granting Indian citizenship to persecuted minorities from nearby countries. However, it brazenly excluded Muslim refugees. Modi also created a controversial National Register of Citizens that was designed to identify the millions of undocumented refugees living in India. Assam was the first Indian state to publish its list of residents, which ended up declaring a whopping 1.9 million people as illegal migrants, most of whom, surprise, were Muslim. And what was Modi?
Yeah, the Hindu nationalism of India is quite disturbing. And Modi has, you know, I mean, if you want to talk about democracy, I mean, we call India a democracy now, but I mean, this guy is a theocrat. You look at the stuff he's gotten into.
To do with this list of so-called illegal migrants? His government built sprawling detention camps in Assam to house them as they await trial. But many critics claim they've become synonymous with endless captivity. And it doesn't stop there. Modi has also consolidated his power over Jammu and Kashmir, in what was considered, in India, the country's only Muslim-majority state. The very same year the Citizenship Act was amended, Modi's government split the state into 2 territories and stripped it of its special autonomy. Since then, Modi's government has arrested thousands of mostly Muslim Kashmiris for protesting, and he's subjected the region to communications blackouts, including shutting down the internet.
What Modi is doing in India is classic fascist politics. He's representing India as a pure Hindu nation that in the past was a pure Hindu nation, so Muslims will always be foreign to the nation.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zeteo.
Finding the judiciary. Let's head to Israel before October 7th, 2023. Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right government announced sweeping proposals to essentially end its judicial independence. These reforms including giving the government more power to appoint judges. On top of that, the government voted to get rid of its reasonableness doctrine, or the court's power to assess just how fair Israel's laws are. In other words, courts will no longer be able to hear claims of government actions being unreasonable. It's a reform so undemocratic that thousands of Israelis took to the streets for nearly 10 months in a row to protest against it.
The judiciary is a central pillar of any democratic state. It's the rule of law, and dismantling the rule of law is the first goal of all would-be autocrats. Netanyahu's ultimate goal is never to leave power, like any of these autocrats.
And of course, Trump has endorsed Netanyahu as a great leader. Pretending to be pro-poor populist while screwing over the poor? Check out Argentina, where President Javier Milei has launched an all-out attack on the poor in the name of restoring the nation to economic greatness. As Milei took office in December 2023, annual inflation in Argentina was nearing 150%. He promised an overhaul of the nation's finances with what he called a chainsaw approach. Milei cut government jobs by 20% and shut down Argentina's tax agency. Outside of the government, he went hard after rent controls and also attacked retirement pensions.
It's a symbiotic relationship. The oligarchs support and donate to the autocratic leader, who then dismantles the regulatory checks or the taxation on the oligarchs. And that creates a very powerful, unified front between the kind of right-wing populist leader and an ever more entrenched oligarchy.
Sure, he's reduced inflation, but Milei's policies have come down hard on the poor. During the first 6 months of his presidency, the poverty rate jumped 11%. It left nearly 53% of the population impoverished at the time. And in March 2025, 58% of families couldn't afford the basic food basket, and just over 48% skipped a meal because of it. Trump loves Milei, but he's not the only one. Elon Musk praised and even adopted Milei's chainsaw approach under the Department of Government Efficiency, more commonly known as DOGE.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
And lest we forget that Milei gifted Musk his very own chainsaw. Literally. So this is how authoritarianism is playing out in today's day and age. And perhaps what's most frightening is that we can see all of these facets playing out in Donald Trump's America.
There is no question that Donald Trump is an authoritarian leader. He is violating the rule of law.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
There is no question that Donald Trump is an authoritarian leader. He is violating the rule of law. The civil service, the Justice Department is doing his work. This is what the Nazis called Gleichschaltung, where you transform the civil service into a loyalist operation for you. And we're seeing this happen very rapidly under Donald Trump's rule.
Taking a page out of Orban's playbook, Trump has dismantled the Department of Education and cracked down hard on universities, cutting funding for programs in schools with diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. And like Putin, Trump has attacked the media, banning the Associated Press from White House events after the outlet refused to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. He's referred to the media as the enemy of the people, threatened networks like NBC and CNN over their coverage of him, and has even sued CBS and ABC over segments he simply didn't like. Then there's the attacks on migrants. Just like Modi, Trump has ordered his administration to round up migrants, many of whom have committed no crimes in the US whatsoever, and send them to detention facilities. He invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to speed up deportations of Venezuelan migrants without due process, leading to innocent people being deported to a foreign gulag. And he's gone after pro-Palestine student protesters, sending the Department of Homeland Security to arrest and detain green card holder Mahmoud Khalil and other international students. But it doesn't stop there, because Trump also has plans to overhaul the US government from all different angles. Just like Netanyahu, Trump wants to strip power away from the judicial branch of government. With most of his executive orders getting blocked by lower courts, he got a pro-Trump Supreme Court to limit district judges' power to block his unconstitutional policies nationwide. And of course, we all know how Trump has taken a page out of Milei's book, having appointed Elon Musk to run Doge to gut essential parts of the government. That move came down hard on the poor and elderly, as these cuts hit key programs like Medicaid and Social Security.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. The fake news is, in fact, the enemy of the people.
The bigger problem is the enemy from within.
We will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin.
Each of these facets are part of a wider authoritarian playbook that Trump is using to strengthen his grip over the country and expand his power.
The rule of law is being taken down. And when the rule of law is being taken down, you can no longer trust the economic system. You can no longer trust the structure that keeps the country stable.
America is at its breaking point, and Donald Trump has made it clear that he will do whatever it takes to remain in power.
Trump will never step down of his own free will. And I think that the machine behind him will enable a kind of restriction on democratic institutions, including elections, that will keep it in power indefinitely.
This is a warning. If Donald Trump continues to go unchecked, this could be the end of America as we know it. But not all hope is lost.
They know that it is deeply unpopular.
We can demand.
Yes, we live in bleak times right now. And unfortunately, the authoritarian-in-chief of the United States is continuing to ramp up his authoritarian behavior. Earlier this week, I believe it was on Friday, Donald Trump declared that the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, would no longer be referred to as such and would now be known as the Department of War.
Today, with this executive order, you will authorize the current Secretary of Defense and the current Department of Defense to once again embrace this great lineage and once again be named the Secretary of War and the Department of War.
We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense. So we're going to Department of War. I think it's a much more appropriate name, especially in light of where the world is right now. It's an honor to sign this, and we will do that right now.
Donald Trump, the anti-war president. Remember that when Republicans, MAGAs, and the like were all talking about how actually Donald Trump is actually more anti-war than Biden or Kamala or Democrats. No. Trump, he hates wars, and that's why the man who hates war is naming the Defense Department the War Department. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. No, just stop asking questions. That makes perfect sense. No new wars. Aside from a couple new wars. Mostly no new wars.
Thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to now cover the G20, and I'm going to let these people go back to the Department of War and figure out how to maintain peace. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations, General. Thank you very much. Great job.
Sir, just before
You have been listening
job,
to
Pete.
the President of the
Great
United
job,
States. He's there in the Oval Office signing an executive order for changing the name of the Defense Department to the Department of War, a change that dates back to 1949. This was definitely a war posture that the United States was in at that time. Donald Trump saying that right now, in his words, it is a matter of attitude and that it sends a message of strength to the world in changing that name. A lot of other things happened in that press conference. I want to bring in our Ron Brownstein, who's our senior political.
The world has to know that the military is not woke. The only way for them to know that it's not a wokey sort of woke organization of rainbow flag wavers, the only way to do that is to change the name to the Department of War. Makes perfect sense if you don't think about it at all.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the
Now, I
United
do want to get
States
first to
of
this
America.
name change or the rebranding.
Yeah.
I ask you, what do you think most Americans would think of this name change, and obviously military families first and foremost?
Yeah, look, I mean, anybody who's walked past a building that, the Trump organization is involved with knows that Donald Trump likes to put his stamp on things, often 2 stories high. But I do think there is a larger message, as you were saying, and it is something like militant unilateralism, militant isolationism, his view that, we are not going to be as involved in allies, but we are going to often unilaterally use force in ways that he thinks advances the national interest. It does convey the kind of belligerence that he applies to pretty much, all other nations around the world, whether traditional allies or adversaries. So, it is revealing of his mindset. Whether families will, consider it appropriate. It's kind of, he's even said it's meant to convey an offensive vision of military force as opposed to a defensive vision of protecting the homeland. And it may be that protect.
Here's how I feel about this. Okay, the fact is, I think it is in fact more descriptive of what the Defense Department has done, right, in recent years, decades, really. They haven't done a whole lot of defending. It's been mostly attack, offense department. But the fact is, I appreciate I prefer the framing of it actually to be a Department of Defense. And if we did that, we could cut down on a lot of our expenditures. But while I may think that this is actually perhaps a prudent change of name, because it is in fact more descriptive of what the Pentagon does, I think the thing that is most problematic in my mind is what this signals about Donald Trump's mindset right now. The guy who came into the office, people all over the place screaming, "Oh, Donald Trump is anti-war. He's going to end the war in Ukraine, end the genocide in Gaza." Of course, neither of those two things have happened, and instead the United States has attacked Iran and now attacked Venezuela. Not the actual territory of Venezuela, but we might as well have, effectively, with what we just did. And there's been more, going on with that, which we're going to get to in just a fucking second here. I think it's just very disturbing, very troubling, what this may be pointing to in our near future.
This is nuts, and I am sort of shocked, although less and less shocked by anything these days, that there isn't more controversy about this. The U.S. government has, by its own admission, murdered 11 people who were in a boat in international waters, supposedly Venezuelans, who were en route to Trinidad. Like, it's unclear to me, under what authority the U.S. government has to randomly blow up a boat full of people who are, even if they were narco-terrorists, which we don't know.
And what does that term mean?
Even if we knew what narco-terrorist means.
Drug war and war on terror at the same time.
Under what authority do we have to blow up a boat?
Put this video up. Like this video, we have multiple. I don't know if this is drone surveillance. They have multiple angles. Go intercept it if you think that they're going to come to the. You don't even think they're coming to the U.S. So
no,
this is just.
I don't know.
Target practice.
I don't even, exactly. It's shocking.
It's wild to remember the impact of the WikiLeaks collateral murder video.
Yep.
and everyone was sort of like appalled by that. And this is just basically a Bukele style highlight reel of the sort of fascism they're doing lately.
Yeah, we can. They're Trenta Agua. How do you know? Well, didn't you see the Chiron?
It blew him up.
It was on the video.
Yeah, and I mean, those WikiLeaks videos, I mean, this shows even more people being murdered, if I recall correctly. And, and this time, WikiLeaks didn't have to go looking for it. The U.S. government posted it themselves. They're like, look at what a great job we did murdering all these Venezuelans.
Aren't I a good guy?
All right, let's go here to see what Donald Trump had to say. Yesterday we covered...
What happens if Venezuela flies...
Excuse me, sir, I need you to shut the fuck up. Thank you. Yesterday we talked about how Venezuelan jets had flown near the boats, the gunships, battleships that are currently sitting in the Caribbean Sea off the coast of Venezuela. And people were very upset about that. Donald Trump asked about Venezuelan planes and what he thinks should be done about them.
What happens if Venezuela flies jets over U.S. naval vessels again?
Well, I would say they're going to be in trouble. We'll let them know about that. We heard that happen, but it wasn't really over, not like they described. But I would say, General, if they do that, you have a choice of doing anything you want, okay? If they fly in a dangerous position, I would say that you can, you or your captains can make the decision as to what they want to do. Say it.
How close did they get? You said the planes did not.
Well, I don't want to talk about that, but if they do put us in a dangerous position, they'll be shut down.
The Maduro regime is pushing back today. In fact, they say the U.S. seeks regime change through military threat. Your reaction to those words, and also, would you like to see regime change in Venezuela?
Well, we're not talking about that, but we are talking about the fact that you had an election which was a very strange election, to put it mildly. I'm being very nice when I say that. I can only say that billions of dollars of drugs are pouring into our country from Venezuela. The prisons of Venezuela have been opened up to our country. They've taken their prisoners, the worst prisoners, murderers, Tren de Aragua.
Wow, very disturbing stuff coming from the president.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Donald Trump saying that if any Venezuelan planes happen to fly by U.S. vessels that are sitting in international waters where they are essentially enacting a blockade on the country of Venezuela, which they are much closer to than the United States, have full authority to shoot those planes out of the sky. And when asked about whether or not the United States wants to do a coup, Donald Trump basically completely avoided the question, but did refer to the recent election, essentially suggesting that Nicolas Maduro stole that election. Now let's go to see what Nicolas Maduro had to say yesterday. It is a lie. I say it to the U.S. public opinion. We may have differences in our ways of thinking about our philosophies, politics, economics. Please, don't let yourself be deceived. For one more fratricidal war in South America and the Caribbean. The gringos are planning on applying maximum pressure in response. The president says maximum preparedness. Do we want war? No, we do not. Who would want a war? We want peace. But we are going to prepare ourselves.
Well, for more, let's speak to Juan Pablo Toro.
All right, let's go here, talk more about this U.S.-Venezuela situation. The thing that I think we need to continue to drive home on this situation is that the United States, without verifying that the people in that boat were committing any crimes, decided to extrajudicially, well, I don't think you can murder somebody. I don't think you can be, yeah, there's no judicial murder. But they, you know, without any adherence to international law, just murdered 11 people in the middle of the Caribbean Sea on based upon their claims of drug smuggling. We've seen no evidence of this drug smuggling yet, and it's now been, I think, what, 3 or 4 days since this was announced. And, you know, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but every time that they apprehend any drugs at the border now, they've been doing a press conference. Don't believe me? Go Google searching. Oh, you'll find them. They've been doing them over and over and over again. Oh my God! They find a gram of cocaine, somebody's luggage. They call a press conference. Look, we found props. Look how good of a job we're doing. Believe me, if they had evidence to show us, it'd be out here already. Pam Bondi, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth would be tap dancing next to Donald Trump. And the pile of drugs that they claimed were on that boat, the pile of drugs they claimed that was on the boat filled with 11 people, I would point out, which is strange if you think about it for literally longer than 1 second.
Executive Director and co-founder of the Chilean think tank Athena Lab. Hello to you, Juan Pablo. Thank you for speaking to Paris Direct. First of all, if you can, just help us understand, what is Nicolas Maduro's relationship with drug cartels?
Well, thank you for the invitation to talk about this issue that is basically the main concern these days in Latin America. Well, there's an accusation from the U.S. government against Nicolas Maduro to be part of the organization, but it's not very clear because Tren de Aragua as a gang started in a prison in Venezuela and then move around all the Americas. And now you can find members of the gang from Chile to the U.S., also across the continent. But also the U.S. is accusing Maduro to be part of the Cartel de los Soles. Cartel de los Soles is a kind of narco trafficking platform integrated by the military of the Venezuelan army. So basically, for my point of view, the U.S. is trying to put Maduro in the top of the illegal economy of Venezuela related to the drug trafficking and all the illegal activities. Nobody recognizes him as the leader of the Tren de Aragua. The Tren de Aragua have visible leaders as Niño Guerrero, Larry Changa.
So sorry, Juan Pablo, just to step in. If that is the case, why does the U.S. make this accusation? What are they trying to get at? What are they playing at?
Basically,
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
That's a funny one. I like that. If it is true that Tren de Aragua has visible public leaders, then why would Donald Trump do such a thing as to claim that Nicolas Maduro is in charge of Tren de Aragua? I think we all know why.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
To increase the pressure over the Maduro's regime to stop the flow of drugs that are going to the U.S. via using Venezuela airspace and Venezuela waters, because most of the cocaine is produced in Colombia. Then the Colombian cocaine crossed to Venezuela, and then they put the cocaine inside speedboats and planes. So the United States is trying to pressure Maduro with this big naval deployment around Venezuela waters.
This shit is fucking insane. The fact that France is even framing it like they don't know why Donald Trump is doing this, that he has a particular agenda. He doesn't give a fuck. You know, he does not give a fuck. And in fact, I'm starting to think Donald Trump just wants to start a fucking war. I really do. I mean, what's left? If he's not going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, might as well start a war. And that may be very well what we get. Okay, let's see. I'm going to take, I've decided today, because we have slightly less videos, rather than the average 100 videos, which we often do. In fact, sometimes I go a little over 100. Today we only got 81 videos, so I'm going to try and continue extending the stream for everyone, so that you can have more Galactic stream, maybe not more galactic content, but I'm going to continue to take extra breaks. Try and block things in a particular way here. So, quick break. We'll be right back with news in the UK. I'm not even going to do space messages. Just enjoy the break. Alright, Space Fams, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So tarry no further, and get yourself back to those seats. Okay, let's leave talking about Venezuela and go across the ocean to the United Kingdom, where we have a number of things to talk about. Thing number one, pro-Palestinian activism in the UK and how it is being repressed by the UK government.
Police have arrested at least 7 key spokespeople campaigning against the prescription of direct action group Palestine Action. In dawn raids across the country this morning, 7 people from Defend Our Juries were arrested under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act. The number of arrests went from 5 to 7. This came just hours before they were scheduled to give a press conference on Saturday's upcoming protest. Here's the moment 25-year-old Paddy Frand, a law student, was arrested under terrorism law.
So yeah, this is what happens in Britain in 2025.
Right, can we have a hand?
Opposing genocide.
Right. Illegal. What's your wrist? Alright, how so Patrick, this is calling from New Scotland Yard, just so I won't cast you in plain clothes, okay? I'm recording everything. So I'm going to be placing you under arrest, okay? And I'm going to read out the reason for that. The time now is 7:10 in the morning, it's the 2nd of September. So Patrick, you are under arrest on suspicion of committing the offence of Section 12, subsection 3 of the Terrorism Act 2000. You are alleged to have addressed an online Zoom meeting between the 10th of July 2025 and the 21st of August 2025 for the purpose of encouraging and support and furthering the activities of the prescribed organisation Palestine Action. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention a question, something which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. So the arrest is necessary to prevent loss of evidence, prevent collusion with co-suspects, and to allow for searches under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act and to facilitate his interview. Okay, so that's the reasons for your arrest today. We will be taking you to a police station, as I just mentioned. So, if everyone's happy, we'll take Patrick out. Okay, right, Patrick, if you just follow my colleague, I'll stand behind you. Right, we'll see you later. Cheers.
As you heard there a moment ago, Paddy was arrested for allegedly speaking at Zoom meetings for the purpose of encouraging support for and furthering the activities of Palestine Action.
Illegal.
The Zoom calls in question were public and intended to provide legal briefings for those who signed up to take part in actions to protest the prescription of Palestine Action. Palestine Action is, of the 10th of July this year, prescribed as a terrorist organisation under UK law. It is the first non-violent direct action group to be prescribed in that way. And being a member of or encouraging support for the group is now an offence punishable by up to 14 years in prison. Also arrested in this morning's dawn raids was former government lawyer Tim Crossland, who co-founded Defend Our Juries. No one has so far been arrested for taking part in or joining Zoom calls, only the hosts of the Zoom calls. Amnesty International has called the arrests a, quote, blatant attempt to muzzle free speech. And Amnesty Campaign's director, Kerry Moscow-Gorio, said this in a statement earlier today. Criminalizing speech or protest is only permitted when it incites violence, hatred, or discrimination. To be clear, expressing support for Palestine action does not meet this threshold. In fact, arresting and prosecuting people in this context is a violation of the UK's obligations under human rights law. Amnesty calls for the immediate and unconditional release of these people, and yet again implores the government to redirect its energy from criminalizing peaceful demonstrators to focusing on taking immediate and unequivocal action to put a stop to Israel's genocide and ending any risk of UK complicity in it. Despite the raids, Defend Our Juries will be going ahead with its action as planned on Saturday. At least 1,000 people have signed the pledge to hold signs in Parliament Square that read, quote, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action," and risk arrest under UK terror law. Earlier today, I caught up with Angie Zelter. She's a peace activist and Nobel Peace Prize nominee with decades of experience and over 100 arrests to her name in countries across the world, not just here in the UK. I began by asking Angie about her two most recent arrests.
The first was the most interesting because I was interrogated by the counter-terrorism police in Brixton's police station.
Oh, yeah.
And
Look at this lady.
I usually self-represent, and I didn't have a
Oh, yeah, she looks like a real terrorist. Looks like she's about to suicide bomb some biscuits.
police station. And I usually self-represent, and I didn't have a lawyer present. And I basically said to him, aren't you feeling really uncomfortable because you're not doing your real job? We are obviously not terrorists, and you're wasting your time, and you know we're not terrorists, so why aren't you complaining about it to your upper? And he looked very, very ashamed in a way, and he carried on with his questions about, you know, where did you get the idea? Who told you to do it? Did you sign your own placard and all that kind of thing? To which I didn't answer very many questions, but I was just saying to him, look, you should be dealing with the real terrorists, not stopping peaceful protest. This arrest when the 500 took place was just amazing. That took ages to get us. There were further south, the police station there, weren't interrogated, and both times released under bail conditions.
What do you think the purpose of these arrests is?
Is to satisfy the Israeli Zionists who are really pushing our government to stop any protest. They even have their people inside the BBC so that most people don't get the real information about what's going on. So they're just trying to make sure that this doesn't continue. What they don't realize is the more repressive a government becomes, the more determined people are to resist. Because this is
just despicable. I mean, the fact that the United Kingdom's government has decided to go after people protesting a genocide and label that terrorism is one of the most backwards, asinine fucking things I've ever heard. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom continues to provide support to Israel's military while it commits that genocide. Even Amnesty International UK says that they should focus on something else. Are they going to do that? As it turns out, no.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
They will not be taking that advice. You know how I know that? Because this happened.
He's my cousin. I'm not sure where we're going to take him. When we know, I'll let you know.
Move out of the way, please. Move out of the way.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Keep moving back. Yes, okay. We'll go around to the left. It's the arresting
Now, over 400 people were arrested at this protest by London police.
Picked up and bundled into vans
In Parliament Square, these peaceful protesters were arrested on terrorism charges, one after the other.
Look at that terrorist.
Genocide going on.
Look at that lady. She looks dangerous.
Community's doing nothing. This government
Oh
is
my
complicit
gosh.
in that process.
Can you see how
And yet they're the
dangerous
people
that
walking free.
elderly woman who needed assistance to walk? Look how dangerous she is. She needs to hold on to 3 people to walk around. Oh my gosh. Threat to society much?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There's a genocide going on, and the international community is doing nothing. This government is complicit in that process, and yet they're the people walking free and arresting people here who are opposed to genocide. More than 425 arrests were made on Saturday as people protested the Palestine action ban. Despite only using non-violent civil disobedience tactics, the pro-Palestinian group was designated as a terrorist organization in July 2025 after some of its members sprayed red paint over military aircraft.
We need to change the law. It's ridiculous. We're called terrorists, and it's absolutely stupid and ridiculous.
Protesters are taught to go limp when arrested, so they have to be carried off by several police officers. They also strategically withhold information in order to slow down police processing times. Organisers say that Saturday's mass arrests demonstrate the impracticality of the ban and denounce how wasteful it is of police resources.
Yeah, it seems like a massive waste of police resources. And the UK should, in fact, be...
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Ashamed of themselves for having the thought to even do such a thing. What a waste of time and money and energy, anything, all things. Just a fucking waste of... Just a waste of civilization is what it is. Now, there is one man from the UK who is contributing to the downfall of civilization. That man is somebody you might be familiar with, Nigel Farage, who gave a speech at Reform UK Party conference yesterday.
Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK, has been telling his party's annual conference in Birmingham that Reform is the party on the rise and that the next general election could be as early as 2027. From Birmingham, here's Joe Pike.
Victory at the local elections gave Reform a peak at power. This growing fan base hopes much more is possible. And the boss believes he's assembling an enviable team. Is your party more than a one-man band, Mr. Farage?
Have a look. Have a look.
His latest teammate, former Tory Cabinet Minister Nadine Dorries, who Mr. Farage has been rather rude about in the past. What changed your mind on Nadine Dorries, Mr. Farage?
No, I think Nadine Dorries has changed her mind and she's realised that the Conservative Party is dead.
I would love to see Nigel Farage actually use that soccer jersey that he was sporting. It's almost a guarantee he would fall directly on his face.
I think Nadine Dorries has changed her mind and she's realised that the Conservative Party is dead. As she said, it's dead. It's had it.
He's also attempting to capitalise on Labour's problems. Angela Rayner's resignation meant Farage's fireworks were detonated 3 hours earlier than planned.
The reason that I've moved this speaking time forward is because this government is deep in crisis. We are the patriotic party. We are the party that stands up for decent working people, and we are the party on the rise.
Today he announced a new department to help Reform get ready for the possibility of government. And he argued that splits on the left mean that could come far sooner than expected.
I think there is every chance now of a general election happening in 2027, and we must be ready.
Nigel Farage pledged serious cuts to the benefits bill, and he made this promise.
We will stop the boats within 2 weeks of winning government.
He didn't say how that'll be achieved, but his party's immigration policies seem popular amongst members.
I think I know how he wants to
voters
achieve
too.
that. I think I know exactly how Nigel Farage wants to achieve that. I think he saw Donald Trump earlier this week bomb, you know, small passenger vessels in the Caribbean earlier and was like, oh my gosh, why didn't we think of that before? We can start blasting boats out of the channel. That'll solve it.
Reform's sustained lead in the opinion polls is remarkable, but maintaining it for years could be difficult. It's perhaps why today Nigel Farage spoke so much about preparedness and unity.
I'm blown away by Nigel's speech. I think it's what Britain's crying out for.
Your critics argue the numbers don't add up.
It's what everyone is crying out for, really, Britain. Now, some people are suggesting that what's happening now in the Labour Party around the scandal with Angela Rayner could potentially lead to reform. Somehow taking the majority, which would be wild to see Nigel Farage as Prime Minister of the UK. I gotta say, what's going on over there, Britain? You gonna get things together, or are you just gonna let this guy run roughshod over your politics? But he's not just causing people annoyance in Britain. No, no, no. Nigel Farage came to the United States earlier this week. He was speaking in Congress on September 3rd. Here to annoy us with things. What do you got to say, Nige?
Start with you.
Also, why does this guy look so much like Roger Stone? What is going on here with this fucking weirdo? Settle down.
Don't be creepy.
Can do to stop it. What is it? Mr. Farage, I'll start with you.
The debate we've had here, I mean, nobody here from any side of the debate has told me that the Online Safety Act is a wonderful piece of legislation. You know, right across the spectrum here, you're having your own internal debates about free speech in America, right, healthy, and what this committee is for. I want to make this argument. Yeah, I know these companies are very big and very powerful, many of the tech firms, but, you know, governments talk to each other, yeah? And it needs the American administration and businesses to have an honest conversation. Brussels, you won't get a hearing. They are fundamentally anti-American, frankly, and I was there for 20 years. I saw it. I do think there is a conversation to be had with the British government about the shape of their legislation and the impact it can have on American individuals, their liberty, and American companies. So I am calling for, as a result of what's happened, it's clearly got the legislation's.
Did you catch that? Nigel basically just said the United Kingdom, the government of the United Kingdom, is somehow impinging on the rights of Americans. I don't know how that's possible. Doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense when you think about it. How is the UK government preventing Americans from doing anything within the confines of America?
And the impact it can have on American individuals, their liberty, and American companies. So I'm calling for, as a result of what's happened, it's clearly got the legislation's clearly doing the wrong thing. I think
the fact is the people he's talking about, he's not talking about you and me, people just enjoying the internet. He's talking specifically about social media companies are struggling because, ooh, the UK has expected the EU and the United Kingdom, they have some digital privacy laws. How dare they? That is oppressive. These poor regular Americans like Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, they're being unfairly targeted.
it is cause for proper intergovernmental debate.
I hope that we have it. And by the way, we have censorship in America. Watch ABC, NBC, and CBS. I'm in a meeting. I'm in a discussion. I see and hear what happens.
Wait, well, why is watching CBS or ABC proof that we have censorship in America? I don't understand. You're saying the government is telling ABC and CBS right now? Donald Trump is telling ABC and CBS what to publish and what not to publish?
Watch, my wife has Channel 6 on, which drives me nuts at home, and it has nothing to do with the damn stuff that actually.
That's not censorship. That's just bias. He's just upset because people are saying things that he doesn't like on TV. That's censorship. I'm being repressed because ABC is being censored to say things that I don't like.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Who is this? Who is this nut job? I've never heard of this dude before, but he is wild. This is one unhinged, deranged individual.
Happen. And that's the truth. We have it already, and I pray to God we don't lose America. Mr. Chairman, indulgence, and I'll shut up. Mr. Price didn't get a chance. Quickly.
Yes, sir.
Well, there you have it. I'm not sure if we got the whole. I don't think we got the whole thing. I might have missed part of it. But at some point, where does he say it? Where does Nigel say this? At some point, Nigel goes in and he's like, oh, the EU is anti-American. Maybe he said it and I just missed it. It's very forgettable. But yeah. Nigel Farage accusing the UK and the EU of being adamantly anti-American with their policies. And that we just need to all have a talk. What that would solve, I don't know. Fact is, the United States should have digital privacy laws more like the EU rather than have them remove the privacy rights of all EU and British citizens. The FCC is kind and notorious, but that is not what Nigel Farage is talking about. He's talking about how right-wing voices are being censored, not by the FCC, but by like platforms like Facebook. He's not talking about legacy media. I mean, maybe this congressman's talking about that, but Nigel Farage is talking about. You know, and honestly, like what he's talking about is not actual censorship. Like FCC isn't telling ABC6 to this where this congressman's wife is listening to it, telling them to say left-wing things that he disagrees with. Like that's what he's just being. It's a fucking straw man. They're not criticizing the FCC. In fact, these guys would want to give the FCC more power, but just to do different things. All right, let's continue talking about Europe. Donald Trump had some things to say about the European Union here. Real fascinating stuff. Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
President, the Google ruling today that you posted on Truth Social about the Europeans buying Google.
So Google is a great company. Yeah, Google is a great company, American company. Apple is a great American company, and so many others. And the European Union, I don't know why they do it, but they have been finding them numbers that have been astronomical. More so before I got here. But Apple paid $17 billion a fine in the last year. Apple, $17 billion. On a case that a lot of people think they weren't guilty of. And no, I'm going to be speaking to the European Union about it's not fair. Google just got fined $3.5 billion, and they've already paid $13 billion. They're up to $16.5 billion. And people say there was nothing wrong with what they did. It's almost a source of income to run Europe. It's become a source of income.
It's almost like a source of income to run Europe. Finding Google, it's like they're just making money over here. A lot of people say Google didn't even do anything wrong. The CEO of Microsoft was at a dinner with me yesterday, and he was like, "We didn't do anything wrong," and the European Union took billions of dollars. Very nasty. Sundar was crying. He was crying. He was weeping. You could see it, tears flowing from his eyes on the ground, looking up at me with his eyes. He's like, I don't understand. I don't understand why the European Union is so mean to us. Oh, God. And I'm like, Sundar, settle down, okay? It's going to be fine, buddy. It's going to be fine. I'm going to handle that. I'm going to handle that. The EU will no longer be making money. Not a money-making operation, that EU. You're a country or something. I don't know. What do you call it? Like a unification or something? I don't know. You're like a bunch of weird guys all hanging out in the same room, doing un-American and unfair things. A money-making business. It's a source of income to run Europe. I mean, it's such a fascinating claim. Whereas Donald Trump, I mean, he sympathizes with Google. You know, he too believes he was wronged. That he would have to pay up for his crimes and other things that he's done. You know, judgments against him or his friends. Oh, friends like Rudy Giuliani, who, you know, was judged to owe like $100 million to a couple of people that he defamed and, you know, wronged. And why, you know, why should Google have to pay that money? Poor Google. Come on. All right, now let's go to France. Talk very quickly about the confidence vote that I believe is, I think it happens Monday. It's happening very soon. And that vote, on that vote rests a great deal what will happen in the near future with France.
On his final day of talks with party leaders, France's prime minister seemed to have no illusions about his government's future. With no majority and unpopular plans to cut public spending, François Bayrou is likely to lose the confidence vote, which he called for, and his government is expected to fall. But he says that his unprecedented move is meant as a wake-up call for the French, so they understand the seriousness of the debt crisis.
I fucking love that plan. You know why I love that plan? Because it's the exact same plan that Emmanuel Macron had, which led to François Bayrou having this job in the first place. Like, quite literally, quite literally, we are going full circle on this bitch. François Bayrou, in an incredibly, some would call brazen, others would call idiotic, and clearly foreseeably bad plan of calling a confidence vote for himself, which everyone can clearly see he's going to lose, including himself, as a wake-up call to France after Emmanuel Macron called a snap election, calling on the French people to elect center-left coalition, a neo-centrist coalition to, keep things exactly as they are. And he lost that election terribly. I mean, they're just, I'm losing my mind. Why are we going in circles? What is happening? Maybe here's just an idea, France. When this happens, consider actually listening to the people that you were supposed to listen to a year ago. That being the leftist coalition, the new Popular Front, the NFP, Nouvelle Front Populaire, and do that instead. Get them to give you a new prime minister once this guy's gone, because that's happening. That's absolutely going to happen. And it feels like he's just throwing up his arms. He's just throwing his hands up. He's like, fuck it. He knows he's going to lose. This isn't going to wake up France in any tangible way. Guy's a fucking moron. You know what else is moronic? What Albania is trying to do with their government. Here's TRT World from yesterday. Oh boy, oh boy. Albania looking to make some big, sweeping changes in its government. What's the plan? You might be asking yourself. What is it that Albania is going to do to shake things up? They're gonna make, I'm trying to think of how Albanian politics currently exist. They're gonna change the colors of the ballots. Will they be introducing polar bears at polling stations? Get it? Polar bears? Fuck it. Nope, none of those things. In fact, this seems like an incredibly undemocratic decision. Apparently, Albania is going to increase the role of AI in government. That's right. You're hearing me correctly. You're not having a stroke. The government of Albania wants to increase the roles that AI plays in government. Because there's no evidence that AI is not nearly prepared to do such a thing.
While the EU bickers over the safety and scope of artificial intelligence, Albania is going all in, hoping that AI can...
This is the worst. This is the worst plan / timeline of ever imaginable. Although I guess it's imagined. You know, this is we basically now get to live in idiocracy. Look at this. Look at this dystopic scene in front of you. Hello, sir. Can I get some help with my bank account? I'm sorry, your bank account does not exist. Next.
Artificial intelligence, Albania is going all in, hoping that AI can fix decades worth of governance problems. Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama believes artificial intelligence can transform his country, increase transparency, and help secure EU membership by 2030.
Did you see that headline?
He is even more...
Did you see that headline? One day...
Artificial intelligence can transform his country.
One day we might even have a ministry run entirely by AI. No way for that to go wrong. Literally nobody works at the agency. What happens when the power goes out, or when the AI stops doing his job properly, tries to take over society, or just fails to do his job? Like, then what? Then you have no one who's trained to do the job. So who trains the people to do the job if you have nobody trained to do that job? You get the AI that's not functioning to train the people to do the job that the AI is not functioning. I mean, that's where we're at, right? This is so stupid.
Increase transparency and help secure EU membership by 2030. He is even mulling having AI models replace government ministers. It's already being used to monitor public procurement, flag suspicious contracts.
To put it simply, it can just compress months of repetitive work of many people into very short days and done by a computer. But this works only if the system is designed very carefully, like the retrieval or ground.
This is such an idiotic plan. But of course, Albania has been doing a lot of dumb stuff lately. Like, I don't know, becoming the European Union's detention center. That's right. Countries like Italy have been sending their unwanted migrants to dark, dark gulags in Albania. Albania's like, look, we need to come up with something good. Might as well be gulags. And in fact, I think the International Criminal Court ruled against Albania or Italy. I can't remember who it was that must. Actually, I cannot remember. But I think the International Criminal Court ruled on this in some way or another recently. ruling that this was actually not cool. Not cool, man. Be better, Albania. Okay, let's go here. France 24 English, 21 hours ago, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky going to Slovakia to urge Prime Minister Robert Fico to cut Russian oil imports, which I find to be a fascinating ploy at this moment, considering I'm fairly certain this gambit is not going to play out the way Zelensky's hoping. Considering Robert Fico just got back home from China from palling it up with Vladimir Putin.
Let's move to Ukraine now. President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico to cut off Russian oil supplies, warning that Moscow is using export revenues to fuel its war in Ukraine. While the European Union has banned most Russian oil imports, Slovakia and Hungary remain temporarily exempt. Zelensky was speaking on Friday in Uzhgorod, near the Slovak border. Here he is.
We hear a signal from Russia that they already accept Ukraine's membership in the European Union. It is a pity that they perceive reality with such a delay. Since 2013, Russia has been moving towards this simple idea, but now this must also be heard by some other major friends of Russia in Europe.
Now, Fico did respond. He has recently met with Vladimir Putin and he acknowledged differences with Ukraine, but he also hinted at possible future talks with Moscow, saying, "We're simply saying in advance what the possibilities are." Let's bring into the conversation Peter Zell.
So yeah, that's sort of a blanket no. Slovakia is going to continue to buy discounted Russian oil. And Russia is going to continue to attack Ukraine, as it turns out. This is France 24 English. From basically an hour ago, Russia has apparently conducted another massive airstrike on residential neighborhoods in the capital city of Ukraine.
For the very latest, we can cross to Kyiv and speak to our correspondent, Gulliver Cragg. Gulliver, what more can you tell us about these latest overnight attacks?
Well, I'm standing in front of one of the residential buildings that was damaged. As you can perhaps see behind me, at least one apartment is completely destroyed. On several other floors, there's very severe damage. And this is where a 2-month-old baby was killed and its mother as well. They're among 3 dead reported across the capital so far, but rescue operations are still ongoing, so that figure may rise. Perhaps you can hear right now there's a helicopter flying just above me. That helicopter is flying to try to extinguish a blaze at a huge area of mechanics and different kinds of workshops that is still absolutely on fire. This is in the Sviatoshin area, which is a western area of the capital. 2 other residential buildings in this area were also damaged, and there's a couple of buildings in the on the eastern side, on the other side of the river as well. There I'm talking about severe damage. All around there are shattered windows because the force of the explosion always causes damage to neighboring buildings as well, and to cars. Several destroyed cars parked in this yard where I am right now. And of course, Kyiv wasn't the only city to be hit. Zaporizhia, Kremenchuk also suffered from these attacks. There are numerous wounded there. And in the early hours of this morning, Odessa too was targeted in the south of Ukraine. So it was the center-east, the capital, and the south that were most strongly targeted by this really huge attack. More than 800 drones, according to the Ukrainian authorities, overnight.
And Gulliver, a government building in central Kyiv was also damaged in that attack. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I passed by there this morning. It is the Cabinet of Ministers. That's where the Prime Minister has her offices. And Yulia Sviridenko herself confirmed that there was an attack on their offices this morning. And when I was there was still smoke coming out of the top of the building, firefighters still working to extinguish the flames there. The mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko, said that this was the result of a drone that was shot down and not a direct.
There you go. Russia continues its attacks on Ukraine. Now, just for some weekend shake 'em up type stuff, I figured we would do this. Al Jazeera Plus, AJ Plus, released a video yesterday discussing colonialism, specifically colonialism relating to Africa and Haiti as it relates to the shifting of colonialism from outright constant occupation and oppression in person to debt peonage.
Take a look at this map. All of the countries in red are experiencing a debt crisis, where debt payments undermines a country's economy or its ability to protect the basic economic and social rights of its citizens. And it's no coincidence that most of these countries are in the global south. These are predominantly former colonies whose resources were exploited to enrich Western powers. Here's the issue with debt crisis. Paying off debt or even canceling it isn't like a game, something with a start and a finish. The closer a country gets to resolving its debt through repayment or cancellation, the deeper in debt it ends up. Think of it as a cycle, or even a hole. It's a trap, an insidious debt trap, and it can be categorized into two distinct types, each designed to ensnare countries in different ways, but all with the same goal: financial dependency and exploitation. That's why today, around 50 global south countries are in debt crisis, totaling over $1 trillion, and that doesn't even account for interest payments.
It's about power and how power shows up in the debt system in deeply unequal terms.
So how do these debt traps work, and how did the cycle begin? Crippling debt is a legacy of colonialism. In practice, colonialism is when,
violent occupation and oppression of peoples and land and cultures and knowledge systems, and the exploitation and extraction of wealth and resources out of colonized countries for the benefit of European colonizers.
There are two waves of colonialism. The first one began at the turn of the 16th century, when Europe started to conquer the Americas to exploit its resources and people for the wealth of its elites. Here's where the first type of debt cycle begins. Let's look at Haiti, then known as Saint-Domingue, for example. In 1697, France gained control of the western part of the island of Hispaniola and transformed it into the world's most profitable colony by brutally exploiting the unpaid labor of enslaved Africans. By the late 1700s, Haiti's approximately 8,000 plantations produced around 60% of Europe's coffee and about 40% of its sugar. Fast forward to 1804. Haiti had secured its independence through a slave rebellion that ended French rule. Now, you might expect France to initiate some sort of reckoning or reparations for over a century of theft and plunder of Haiti, because this was the revolutionary France that had overthrown and beheaded its own king and had proclaimed liberty, equality, and fraternity. But that's not what happened. Those principles did not apply to its slave colony. When France was finally pressured to decolonize, it did not leave Haiti with a fresh start. Instead, Haiti's independence came at a steep price, and that price was not just blood, but debt, tons of it. In 1825, France agreed to recognize Haiti's independence only if it paid 150 million francs for the loss of enslaved people France considered to be property. This became known as the independence debt, which King Charles X demanded to be paid in 5 annual installments of 30 million francs. And Haiti had no other choice. It was under the threat of economic blockade, another military invasion, and the reinstitution of slavery. But how could this newly independent country with a fragile economy pay such an enormous debt? It couldn't, and that was the objective. According to one record, that year's first installment was 6 times Haiti's income that year. But here's another catch. Haiti had to take out a loan from French banks to make the first reparations payment. This became known as Haiti's double debt, in which at one point, as much as 80% of Haiti's revenue went towards paying. It crushed Haiti's economy, cementing the nation's path to poverty and pushing it deeper into the debt trap. Although France lowered the independence debt to 90 million francs and Haiti eventually paid off the double debt, a New York Times investigation revealed that Haiti still ended up paying more than what was stipulated, a total of 112 million francs, which amounts to $560 million today. But the exploitation didn't stop there. With pressure from Wall Street and what would become Citigroup in particular, the U.S. launched an operation to loot Haiti's gold reserves. In 1914, U.S. Marines seized $500,000 in gold from Haiti's National Bank, about $16 million in purchasing power today. It set the stage for the U.S. occupation of Haiti, which lasted 19 years. During this period, the U.S. further exacerbated the country's debt burden, forcing it to take on loans from Wall Street.
And this has really set the stage for a lack of development, a lack of resource for the needs of people in Haiti. And there are many in the country that draw direct lines between that colonial debt and the current socioeconomic status in Haiti right now, which is very low and has high levels of poverty and inequality and conflict.
As of 2021, Haiti's public debt totaled about $5 billion, or nearly 30% of its GDP. Which brings us to the second wave of colonialism. It no longer involved shipping enslaved people from Africa across the Atlantic, but setting up shop at the source. It began during the 19th century in what's called the Scramble for Africa, which was driven by Europe's Industrial Revolution and the changing demands of imperial European powers. European factories now needed rubber, palm oil, timber, tin, copper, cobalt, and other minerals, most of which weren't available from the slave economies in the Americas, yet plentiful in Africa. So Britain, France, Portugal, Germany, Belgium, and Spain, sliced up the continent, creating arbitrary borders and boundaries, grouping totally different ethnic groups and claiming large swaths of land for themselves. And these colonial powers exploited the resources of other countries to bolster their own economies. Notice a pattern? During this era, we see inherited colonial debt.
These are debts that colonial rulers had racked up in order to carry out their colonial project on certain countries. So to oppress people, to extract and plunder their wealth, and in some cases to enact mass murder on the populations. And some countries were forced to inherit these debts at the point of independence from colonial rulers, and they were forced to repay them.
This is what happened in the present-day Democratic Republic of Congo. In the 1880s, King Leopold of Belgium, known as the Butcher of the Congo, claimed the Congo as his personal property. Through extreme violence and forced labor, he exported vast quantities of ivory, rubber, and other natural resources, allowing him to amass over $1 billion in personal wealth between 1885 and 1908. But Leopold financed the plunder of the Congo with debt. That debt was later passed on to the Belgian government, which also took on loans to fund projects in the Congo after Leopold's rule. For example, by the 1950s, Belgium had borrowed $120 million from the World Bank, a US-led lending institution. This loan funded the purchase of Belgian exported goods. Before the Congo gained independence in 1960, Belgium repaid more than 70% of that loan, around $88 million. However, the Congo inherited the outstanding balance of $32 million, or over $320 million today, adjusted for inflation. And so the debt cycle continued. Under the US-backed dictatorship of Colonel Mobutu, Congo's public external debt skyrocketed to approximately $14 billion. Today, the Democratic Republic of Congo is one of the poorest countries in the world, with more than 90% of its population, over 60 million people, are estimated to be living on less than $2 a day. But that country isn't the only one dealing with inherited debt. Countries like Zimbabwe and Barbados also began their independence, weighed down by massive debt, which has had a lasting impact on their economies. So let's take a step back. The end of formal colonialism did not mark the end of
There we go. The insidious debt colonialism of the 21st century. Haiti and Congo are not the only ones who have gone the way of being indebted to foreign banks. They are certainly a couple of good examples of that. All right, let's go on now to talk about Israel. And what they've been up to lately. All bad. All bad, it would seem. Let's go here. As Israel has apparently imprisoned a 16-year-old American boy for being Palestinian.
Illegal.
He's your average 16-year-old with a passion for photography, music, and spending time with his family. But that life for Palestinian-American Mohammed Ibrahim was changed in the blink of an eye when on a visit from Florida to his home in the West Bank this past February. His family says more than 30 armed Israeli soldiers broke in and took him into custody on allegations of rock throwing. Mohammed's mother and father watching in horror as their son blindfolded and hands tied behind his back, and then he was just ripped away from them. Since then, Mohammed has been held inside Israel, recently moved to the notorious Ofer prison, a place human rights groups say abuse Palestinian children. And the family's attorney says he's deteriorating under those conditions. Not only is Mohammed suffering from severe weight loss, losing 25 pounds, but he's contracted scabies, a condition caused when tiny mites burrow into your skin. The Ibrahim family is desperate for his return and now appealing to the Secretary of State. In a letter to Marco Rubio, they write, Mohammed's health is dire and requires your immediate action to ensure Mohammed is free, safe, and with his parents. His life is on the line. Joining me now, Mohammed's father, Zair Ibrahim. Zair, I'm so glad that you were able to join me. Let me start with your son, and do you have any idea about his condition right now?
As for now, no, not really. The next trip for the U.S. Embassy to visit him, I think they did not give me exact date, but it might be within a couple weeks. So the last visitation they had was over a month ago.
Okay, so more than a month ago, you haven't even talked to your son. You don't know how he is. Israel is accusing him of throwing rocks. Has Israel given you any evidence that he's guilty of this crime?
No, nothing.
So then
It's
what is...
just,
Go ahead.
The way the system, as you know, I've been here for 7 months now, just waiting, to see what happens with my son. So I haven't been traveling back and forth to the United States. So, after the 7 months here, I see it's just like a normal routine almost. They just take anybody in jail and they can accuse them of anything. And you cannot do nothing about it. There's no evidence. There's no real court system. It's a military court and it's a military jail. So there's really no rights to anything. And if they accuse you of something, it's basically you have to prove you're innocent, and there's no way to prove it when they control the court system and everything.
And you wrote a letter now to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Have you heard back?
Nothing. Not even an email.
I know you're going to do everything you can to advocate for your son. I know you're talking or trying to talk to all the right people. When he is finally released, what is the first thing you're going to do? The first thing you'll say to him?
I just hope he knows we're trying our best, because...
This bitch is getting way ahead of herself. I think this is honestly terrible journalism. Like, oh, what are you going to say to him when he finally gets out? It's like, bitch, he's not out. And there's no plan of him getting out. The question you should be asking is, I don't know, what do you have to say to the Trump administration right now? What do you... It's insane. It's insane. They're living in fucking La La Land over there at ABC. All right, let's go to the middle of the Mediterranean, where boats are headed towards Gaza in an attempt to break the illegal blockade of aid into the Gaza Strip.
This is day 5 of the global Sumud flotilla, and as I'm speaking now, we are sailing towards Tunis. Also, some of the boats that had repairs in the past few days are rejoining us, so the fleet is coming back together. Organizers have been leading safety drills and checks to get everyone ready for the next stages. Also, on the 7th September, a dozen more boats are expected to join us from Tunis and Sicily, making this the largest flotilla to Gaza in years. Despite the storms, delays and threats, the energy here is very strong. Everyone's focused on one goal: breaking the siege and delivering aid to Gaza.
We are now going with all of our fleet together in a single formation to prepare to break the siege and to create a people's humanitarian corridor. The Palestinian people in Gaza have been suffering the most horrific moments of the last stage of the ethnic cleansing with the full invasion of Gaza City. Meanwhile, we see that the siege intensifies, that starvation and famine.
Look how many boats are part of this. I said it before, say it again. They have really stepped it up. Got a full-on armada of sailboats, other sorts of seaworthy vessels heading towards Gaza, making things ever more complicated for Israel. And supposedly more and more ships are joining the flotilla as they go through the Mediterranean. I think he said Tunis, which I assume he meant Tunisia. So yeah, it's good to see people continuing. Of course, Greta Thunberg is on one of those boats. Chat thinks that they need 100 flotillas. Certainly do. But it's about the message, really. That's what it's always been about. And about actually just against the will of Israel, Israel's illegal desire to continue to blockade aid, break that blockade. Even if it doesn't solve hunger in Gaza, which no, it won't. At least it'll be something. Will hopefully encourage more people to force their way into Gaza, to bring aid, and not allow Israel to do a genocide in front of our eyes. And one man seemingly getting more and more upset about this, Bernie Sanders, posted this to his page yesterday.
What's going on in Gaza right now is literally unspeakable. We're talking about some 62,000 people minimum who've already been killed, the majority of whom are women, children, and the elderly. We're talking about not just about 140,000 people who have been injured. Again, that's probably an undercount. We're talking not just about the complete destruction of the infrastructure in Gaza, that is housing, water systems, wastewater plants, schools, universities, you name it. I mean, it's all been destroyed. Now what we're talking about is a blockade on the part of the Israeli military, which is preventing food from coming in, and hundreds of people are starving to death. So we're now at a level of barbarism, of starving of children. I have worked
illegal
for the last many months in trying to prevent any more U.S. military aid going through the Netanyahu government to continue this destruction of the Palestinian people. We are making some progress. The last vote we had a pretty good majority of Democrats opposing U.S. military aid to Netanyahu, 0 Republicans. But let me be very clear. We are not going to stop. We're going to continue to move forward. The American people are with us, and let's do everything we can to get not only more Democrats on board, but to get some Republicans on board as well. The truth of the matter is very few Americans believe that it makes any sense from a moral perspective, economic perspective, whatever, to put billions and billions of dollars into a government that is starving children. So let's go forward together. Let's end this horrible disease.
There we go. Bernie Sanders coming out and once again reiterating his desire for the United States to stop sending military aid to Israel, but also still not saying the word genocide, which I know a lot of people are upset about, but accurately describing what is happening in words. Hundreds of thousands injured, tens of thousands dead, and many, many, many thousands of people starving as we speak. And not only are they doing that, the Israeli government is now waging a campaign of further demolition of all civilian buildings in Gaza City as they continue their encroachment into this region, forcing Palestinians
we can bring
out.
you some breaking news now out of the Middle East. The Israeli army has urged Gaza City residents to leave for what it's calling a humanitarian zone. You can see the live pictures here. This is the live scene of the Israel-Gaza border. The new humanitarian area is in Kais Yunis, that's in the southern Gaza area, and it comes as the IDF intensifies efforts to take full control of Gaza City. Now, Israeli media are reporting the zone will include field hospitals, water pipelines and desalination facilities, along with food, tents, medicine and medical supplies. We will, of course, keep you updated on that story as those news lines come in throughout the morning. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has said that Washington is in very deep negotiations with Hamas over the fate of...
Hold on. Yeah, this is where it starts.
But they do appear to be recent. Now, as we heard, Israel has urged Palestinians to move out of Gaza City to what it has called the humanitarian zone further south of Khan Yunis as it continues its offensive to seize the territory's biggest city. These images you can see show the Israeli military destroying a high-rise building in Gaza City on Friday. It said such buildings were being used by Hamas, but a senior Hamas member called this a blatant lie. Gaza's Civil Defense Agency said Israeli strikes killed 42 people on Friday. Images reviewed by BBC.
This is disgusting. Those buildings were barely hanging on by a thread as it was. Almost every single building in the Gaza Strip has already been hit by a airstrike already, and instead Israel just says, fuck it. And I mean, you could see, we saw footage yesterday, and I think I have some still left here today. Maybe I took it out. But yesterday we watched footage of the way that they were striking these buildings. You can clearly see they were launching incredibly large ammunitions, possibly not cruise missiles. What do you call them? Maybe cruise missiles is the right term. But using massive munitions aimed at the very base of these structures, which is the way you would strike a structure if you wanted the whole thing to come down. And they did that over and over and over again to just obliterate anything left as they enter Gaza City. Let them Khalid question. Palestinians don't have to suffer, But the powers that be, United States, Israel, continue to do this. Israel continues to wage this war on civilians, otherwise known as a genocide, while the United States funds it. And the UK runs surveillance operations. It's like a big team.
This is 30-year-old Ahmed Ghazal. He lost everything when Israeli forces bombed Gaza City's Al-Tufah neighborhood. Evacuation threats came from the east to the west, but the cost of relocating was more than Ahmed could bear. So he decided to sell the remnants of his past, what remains of his home, to gather money for his journey to survive and to start anew in western Gaza.
I'm from Al-Tufah neighborhood. We've lived here for generations, since my great-grandparents. We were forced to move out of the area because of the massive destruction the Israelis are wreaking onto Gaza. When I returned home, I was shocked. My home is no longer there. It was totally destroyed. I'm trying to find anything useful, mattresses, blankets, or pillows, so I could sell some of them and keep the rest to use in my displacement journey.
Ahmed is among many Palestinians being forced to do whatever it takes.
Oh my God, this guy sifting through the rubble to find pillows to sell? Half to sell, half to keep for later for him to sleep on? What a fucking horrifying existence Palestinians are living through right now. I mean, let's not forget that all of these all the rubble are also like makeshift graveyards. Sifting through the rubble could mean that you wind up coming across a dead body. And who knows how many dead bodies? I mean, and all just to, get something to sleep on. And pillows are so, scarce. There's actually, you can sell rubble pillows. I mean, what a, just fucking, oh my, Jesus Christ.
Just to stay alive.
Here, prized possessions are being used as currency for survival. Families are selling the last traces of their homes just to stay alive.
Ahmed is not alone in this. Many in Gaza are forced to part with their belongings, and buyers like Ahmed Salama play a crucial role in this difficult process.
I buy people's personal items, from furniture to doors and cabinets. I am trying to help people earn some money so they can afford to head south, to buy a tent or a shed. Despite all that, people usually still can't afford it. They are selling their belongings, but cannot even afford to buy a tent.
For many here, every piece of furniture sold is a step towards survival.
Just horrifying. This is what people are doing as they try and leave Gaza City under the orders of the Israeli military. It's just manufactured fucking chaos. As they're trying to gather their belongings and leave, Israel's bombing repeatedly all of these buildings that many people probably are in, even though they're telling them to get out. I mean, how do you know that how do you know that it's time to get out? You got a functioning computer? Is Israel sending out owls? Is this Harry Potter? How is that message even getting to Palestinians? And the fact that Channel 4 or BBC or whomever that was, I think it was actually a Channel 4 clip played by the BBC, but discussing like the situation, like Israel's like being a nice guy still. Like 2 years into this, they're still allowing Israel to get away with claiming that they're telling people to get out of an area. Like it's a message that gets to every single civilian. It's a fucking, it's just such an infuriating claim. I'm hot this weekend. Not physically, just pissed. Just upset. It's been a terrible week. Terrible month. Terrible year. And now it's official. Like, this fall is here, and I'm like, how? Like, I've been thinking to myself all day. It's like, how is it September right now? And how is it that it seems like nothing has been solved this year, and in fact, everything has just gotten worse. All right. I think we'll pause there, and we'll do another truncated half after this. I don't even know what half we're on anymore because I've been doing so many breaks today. I think this is going to be like our 4th break already. But we're only 6.5 hours in. Like I said, it's been a rough week, people. I can't wait for Sunday Fun Day, not going to lie. Stressed out. All right, chat. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, otherwise you might miss an episode of this show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer all of your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Alright, chat. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. Okay, everyone, I am back. That sound is, of course, alerting you to the fact that you need to be back. Prepared for the final half of the show. That's right. That's where we are. That's where we are right now, people. You're at the final half of the Saturn Day Spacecast. I see a lot of people complaining about YouTube's censoring of them, and I'm sorry for that. I think they're using AI for it these days. It's very annoying. You're sick of having to go into work pretending the world isn't fucked. I, too, feel you on that as well. That is one of the benefits of this job, being a galactic news commentator, is I don't have to pretend the world isn't fucked. It's actually my job to point it out, and for that I am thankful. Even though it's not bringing in the big bucks, I'm still living in space poverty over here, but you know, could be worse, I suppose. All right, let's get back to talking about Israel, but this time we're going to talk about what's happened in the last day. And there's been plenty that's been going on in the last day. More Israeli soldiers are refusing to fight as Israel called up 60,000 reservists. But of course, the way that the Israel works, the way that the military works, is that it operates on a reservist system, and reservists get sent to war, or to do genocides. And unfortunately for Israel, or perhaps fortunately for the planet, depending on how you want to look at it. And in fact, not really even unfortunate for Israel. Unfortunate for Benjamin Netanyahu and his fucking ilk and their plans of genociding and completing the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in this final solution of theirs. Large number of reservists are just not showing up. Of the 60,000, less than 40% have shown up so far, from my understanding. And here's Al Jazeera from 17 hours ago to talk more about that. I'm sorry, Al Jazeera? Oh, I'm looking at two different stories. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll get to the reservists. Son of a bitch. Actually, fuck it. I'll just go back. Let's do that, and then we'll go back to this one. Oh, whoops! I went too far. TRT World.
As Israel expands its military offensive in Gaza with devastating effect, closer to home, dissent is growing. The government is calling 60,000 reservists to join the assault on Gaza City, but an increasing number are not reporting for duty. 26-year-old Dana Vinget, a former soldier and neuroscience master's student at Tel Aviv University, is part of a growing group that supports those who refuse to serve.
The group is comprised of people who have been soldiers in the past, who have done reserves throughout the war, and that have declared that in the current circumstances they would not be willing to continue doing reserves, knowingly that the extension of the war and how long that it still lasts is being exploited for political and very cynical reasons.
According to Israeli newspaper Haaretz, 40 to 50% of the reservists have failed to show up. A growing number of Israeli soldiers accuse Netanyahu's government of using them for political gain, an agenda they want no part of. Vinket regularly joins protests in West Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, alongside Israelis who reject what they call an endless war.
I think that many people feel, you're this little pawn in this big system, and what can you do? And they feel that just going out in the streets and calling, but then whenever called upon, just go and do whatever you were told.
Many reservists say they are exhausted, marriages strained, careers put on hold. Others are delusioned, questioning the purpose of returning to the battlefield. One of them is Itamar Greenberg, just 19. He spent 6 months in prison last year for refusing to serve, even though he was slated to join the Army's elite cyber unit.
We live in time of genocide, so I don't need
do have a lot of good reasons why I refuse. I just will not be part of army that are doing genocide. But we have a lot of reasons to refuse to Israeli army. Actually, we don't have reasons to refuse, we just don't have reasons to join it. I don't have reason to join army of apartheid and occupation, oppression.
From an ultra-Orthodox family with a father who is an army officer, Greenberg faces fierce backlash from some in his family and community.
I don't want to be a patriot of apartheid. It's not something that I believe in. I don't believe in patriotism. I believe in justice and freedom and equality, and this is what I work for.
Now a human rights activist, he wears a t-shirt with a watermelon, a symbol of Palestinian solidarity.
Illegal.
And says his position comes at a heavy cost.
Some friends cut ties with me. They feel, the Israeli society feel that I am a traitor, a terrorist, and I walk in the street every time, almost every time, people spat on me and call me names. This is part of it.
The growing discontent among reservists poses yet another challenge to Netanyahu, complicating his escalation of the Gaza City offensive and efforts to put an end to Israel's assault on the enclave.
This trend is in fact growing in Israel right now. More and more people objecting to going back to Gaza to implement a genocidal policy of violence. People are have been protesting in Israel. Were protesting earlier today. This is Forbes breaking news from 12 hours ago. This was September 6th. You can see them there. I think they're blocking a bridge. Some road. They're blocking some aspect of a road. Might be a bridge. I can't quite tell. It's a weirdly shaped area. But yeah, this was in Jerusalem on a Saturday. Hundreds showing up to protest, calling for an end to what Forbes calls a war and the rest of us call a genocide.
Illegal.
All right, now let's go here. Donald Trump had this to say around the same time that video was posted. He made mention of the hostages in Gaza City as Israel was, as we saw earlier, demolishing residential buildings.
U.S. President Donald Trump says,
and further encroaching into Gaza City.
U.S. President Donald Trump says some of the 20 hostages who are presumed to be alive in Gaza may have recently died. He made the comment as he spoke to reporters in the Oval Office on Friday, but he didn't share his source for his claim. Meanwhile, Israel's military is ramping up its assault as it moves to take over Gaza City. You see that dramatic video showing Israel's military targeting a high-rise building in Gaza City on Friday. The Israel Defense Forces claim Hamas was using the building to direct attacks against Israeli troops. Hamas denies the allegation. The Palestinian Health Ministry says...
Yeah, and did Israel give any evidence for that? No? Okay. That's fine.
30 people were killed by Israeli strikes across the enclave on Friday, including 20 in Gaza City. I want to go live now to CNN's Paula Hancock's in Abu Dhabi. So, Paula, to start off with, please walk us through President...
By the way, I know this is perhaps crass to point out right now, But I just noticed it. Earlier today, we crossed over 1,100 subscribers. Which is pretty impressive, since it took us so long to get over 1,000 for us to get 100 in a pretty short time, like 2 months. That's not bad.
Trump's comments.
So, Kim, we know from Israeli official figures that there are some 47 hostages still being held in Gaza by Hamas, by other groups as well, since October 7th. And according to those official figures, at least 20 of them are believed to be alive. But what we have heard now from the US President Donald Trump is casting doubts on just how many of those hostages may still be living. Let's listen to exactly what he said.
But you have many dead people that are coming out as part of the deal. It's 20 people, but I think of the 20, there could be some that have recently died, is what I'm hearing. I hope that's wrong. But you have over 30 bodies in this negotiation. Can you believe? I mean, we negotiate for people that are living here. We know that at least 30 people are dead. And we're negotiating to get them out.
He said it's what I'm hearing. He didn't specify exactly where that was from, which source that would have been from. He also mentioned...
Yeah, I wonder where that source would have been from. It raises a lot of questions. Now, I mean, Trump administration has had some contact with Hamas. It could be directly from Hamas, but it seems unlikely. I honestly think it was probably an Israeli representative saying that, or Donald Trump just completely made it up. That's always a possibility because, you know,
we have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yep, it's true. People are talking about alternatives to YouTube. What's better than YouTube? Twitch is a no-go. I mean, it's certainly not better than YouTube. Rumble? I mean, come on. Unless you're fine with only vertical video, like TikTok is a no-go. Me personally, I could not live with vertical video for the rest of my life. Trying to think of the other platforms that would even be possible. You could use some sort of like extremist right wing shit. Like, what's it called? Oh God, horrifying. This one guy showed it to me one time, unironically. He thought I would be interested in it for some reason. What was it called? Oh my God, BitChute. You could get on BitChute. Yeah, there would be some choice content over there. Oh God. Obviously, I'm kidding. Don't do that. You'll be horrified. You'll be horrified to find what is on there. I guess you could just live on Reddit. Or maybe you could get all your news from X. There's an idea. All right. Now, Donald Trump said some other disturbing things during this White House press briefing.
No, you can't. You know, you say, thank you very much, right?
Can I follow up on the beautification of D.C.?
Yeah.
An amazing job in Pride.
Yeah.
Just out front of the White House is a blue tent that originally was put there to be an anti-nuclear tent for nuclear arms. It's kind of morphed into more of an anti-American at sometimes, anti-Trump at many times.
Where is this blue tent?
Right in front of the White House on the North Lawn on the other side of the Black Gate in Lafayette.
I haven't known this.
All of us in here walk right by it every day. It is an eyesore.
Oh, I didn't know that. Take it down. Take it down.
Take
today,
it down.
Right, nobody. Tell me that. So you're saying there's a blue tent?
It's been there for 30 plus years. It was originally a peace tent, but it's kind of morphed into
Well,
something.
yeah, morphed into radical left. Okay.
Well, but I've heard.
Is it in the ellipse? Where is it?
No, it's in Lafayette Park. It's actually
Lafayette Park. Take it down.
Take it
Okay.
down.
What's interesting about it is that I've had people tell me it's a public health hazard because people sleep in there, they eat, there's rats, but also it could be a national security risk because
It's a national security risk.
Okay.
Weapons in there.
We're gonna.
Oh my god. Listen to him hyperventilating. This tent is a national security risk. My god. It used to just be a peace tent. Now it's a wokey leftist tent of wokeness. Oh god. Immediately jail.
Right to jail, right away.
This is the tent in question. It says war is not the answer. And then something in Arabic. Trump must go now. Oh, that's illegal.
Illegal.
Outside of the White House, very nasty, nasty guy. Nasty guy with his nasty sides. Live by the bomb, die by the bomb. Ban all nuclear weapons or have a nice doomsday. Yes, this guy is a national security threat. My God, no nuclear weapons?
Come on!
Sleeps in a tent? That is illegal.
Illegal.
That is illegal. The Supreme Court says so. You can't be a human inside of a tent. That is not a proper structure. Immediately jail.
Right to jail, right away.
There you go. Donald Trump very upset about the existence of a tent. Marjorie Taylor's Green. Marjorie Taylor's Green's boyfriend telling Donald Trump about a very dangerous tent. A threat to national security. For being pro-peace. That's illegal.
Illegal.
I figured I'd just pepper that in while we're talking about all this war stuff. An anti-war tent. Illegal. Can't have it. Very nasty. Making everything look gross. Rats. People sleeping on the ground. This is what we're here to not have. That's why we have the National Guard here. Get rid of all the tents. I thought we... what? I thought we got rid of all the tents. This is horrible. Utterly horrible. Now, let's see this quick clip. This is the only clip we're going to be doing of the Chinese military parade. We already covered that twice this week. I think we've done it plenty. But there's one thing we haven't looked at yet before we go on to talking about North Korea and Donald Trump's failed SEAL Team 6 operation, which I think is a very relevant piece of news to come out now, which is actually something that happened in 2019 during Trump's first term. I mean, this is a huge thing we got to talk about. But let's go to China first.
I have to have my China.
First, China.
China!
Where a hot mic moment happened. Not quite between Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. It was actually between their interpreters, who could be audibly heard
on the sidelines of the high-profile meeting of several world leaders, Russian President Vladimir Putin...
Is anybody else shocked by the fact that somehow they need interpreters? As long time, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like Russians would know Chinese more likely than anybody, and Chinese people would know Russian more likely than any other country. And then they're both world leaders. You would think that they'd be able to converse without interpreters. It is weird.
Chinese President Xi Jinping were overheard talking about advances in the science of human lifespans. The brief exchange was caught during a live news video feed of Xi and Putin as they walked with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Their words were inaudible, but their translator, still on mic, can be heard detailing parts of their conversation.
Sorry, I forgot that they didn't do any translations out loud for this. Let me do this for you. Here we go. This is Xi Jinping's translator. Before it's said to be very rare to live up to 70. And now it's said that you are still a child at 70. Vladimir Putin. In a few decades, as biotechnology continues to develop, human organs will continue to be transplanted, and people will become younger, and perhaps even achieve immortality. Some predict that within this century, it may be possible, says Xi Jinping. There we go. Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin talking about immortality. So relatable. Honestly, all the leaders sound the same. Trump thinks we're going to live forever even though he's dying. Jeff Bezos, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, all these guys trying to live forever. It's the new hot thing. Everybody's talking about it. If you have the resources, you can kill children and take their livers until time stops. Now, I just want to hear this again, just because it was so satisfying. Somebody asked Donald Trump during a press briefing in the Oval Office with the president of Poland about Donald Trump's not being invited to this gala, the Chinese military parade. Now, I would point out, President Carol Narvaki here is looking normal, looking spry. Donald Trump looks like garbage. I mean, this dude, look at him. He's like squinting. He's like over, like the orange is like kind of red. It's like a reddish orange right now. Like his hair is looking very like flopped down, like super squinty and also puffy eyes. I'll bet he was crying. I bet he was crying all night because he was not allowed to come to China for the sweet military parade.
Never even thought about it until just now. Never even thought. It wouldn't have been my place to be there.
I never would have thought about it until you said it, and now you said it. You made me think about it, and now you've made everybody else think about it. And that's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Incredibly rude of you to even bring it up. I had not even once think about it, not one time thought about it. And now I thought about it. Thank you very much for that. And the president of Poland just looking like out the side of his eyes, like half smirking over it. I bet Donald Trump is upset. We've talked about it for multiple reasons. He's upset that China upstaged him, that he wasn't invited, and that he didn't think of riding through the parade in a limousine out of the sunroof. All mistakes Donald Trump, you would think, are at least of his own making.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, now let's go to talking about North Korea. Big story. Very, I think very important for multiple reasons. I mean, the fact that this happened ever and that we didn't hear about it, probably not good. until now. It's because it's been 6 years since this actually happened. And now if you haven't heard about this yet, I guess here I'll load you up with this first clip, and then we'll get deeper into this. This is NBC from yesterday.
On a frigid night under the cover of darkness, a group of U.S. Navy SEALs boarded a submarine like this one and quietly made their way to the shores of North Korea, unaware that their top-secret mission was about to turn deadly, say 3 former U.S. officials familiar with the operation. The undisclosed 2019 mission, first reported by the New York Times, was intended to plant a listening device to spy on reclusive North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, according to the officials, who confirmed the details of the plan to NBC News. They say the SEALs used 2 mini-subs to get as close to the shore as possible. Riding with open hatches, they used heated dive suits to protect from the freezing water. The SEALs swam the final stretch to shore. Their #1 priority, move undetected. They cut all communication, and unlike most missions, they had no drones overhead to warn about possible dangers. So when the SEALs caught sight of a North Korean boat, they had no one to ask for permission and acted immediately, shooting everyone on board. Once they got to the boat, there were no weapons and no uniforms. The men appeared to be fishermen. The SEALs issued a distress call and left without planning the listening device, according to the officials. The mission, approved by President Trump, took place within days of his 2019 nuclear summit with Kim Jong-un.
Oh, there's a war crime.
Illegal.
But this is a development that we had not been apprised of yesterday. When we first talked about this, we talked about it really quickly. The news broke while we were streaming yesterday, if I recall correctly. But this detail in this is utterly horrifying, okay? I just want you to think about this for a second, okay? Go back to this. Where's this image? Yeah, I want you to think about this right now. Okay, you've got an unidentified small boat in the water, American troops, acting potentially outside of the scope of their power, in terms of, like, I'm not sure whether this was in international waters or not yet, but point is, they're somewhere they're not supposed to be, and they find a small unidentified ship. And without determining who's on that ship, what do? They blast it. And it turns out they're civilians. What other story have we been talking about recently that I just realized the volume was super low. I'm not sure. I hope everybody heard that discussion. I almost want to go back and rewatch this. Ugh, that's frustrating. Why do I always make these little mistakes? Point is, I think you know what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about, of course, Venezuela, where now in Trump's second administration, the Department of now War, formerly the Defense Department, has once again targeted a boat that was not yet identified, murdering everyone on board. And they have given us no proof at this point that anybody in Venezuela was in fact anything other than a civilian not committing international drug smuggling crime.
Acted immediately, shooting everyone on board. Once they got to the boat, there were no weapons and no uniforms. The men appeared to be fishermen. The SEALs issued a distress call and left without planning the listening device, according to the officials. The mission, approved by President Trump, took place within days of his 2019 nuclear summit with Kim Jong-un. Today, the president denied any knowledge of the operation.
I'm hearing it now for the first time.
The officials say it's not clear whether North Korea ever knew U.S. Navy SEALs were on their shores. The Pentagon declined to comment.
All right, Courtney joins us now live. And Courtney, there was also a major change at the Pentagon following an executive order by President Trump.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. The president signing an executive order declaring the Department of Defense now has a secondary.
Right, okay. Now, the New York Times are the people who wrote this piece. So let's go here to the New York Times podcast's YouTube page from yesterday and listen to a piece of this clip. A failed secret mission in North Korea.
From the New York Times, it's the headlines. I'm Tracy Mumford. Today's Friday, September 5th. Here's what we're covering. A Times investigation has found that back in 2019, the U.S. military tried to carry out a top-secret mission in North Korea that quickly fell apart. SEAL Team 6, the same unit that was sent in to kill Osama bin Laden, was dispatched to the shores of North Korea to plant an electronic device that would let the U.S. intercept Kim Jong-un's communications. At the time, the reclusive dictator and President Trump were engaged in high-level nuclear talks. Putting American troops on North Korean soil was incredibly risky. If detected, it could have sunk the negotiations or escalated into a conflict with a nuclear-armed adversary. It was so risky, it required the president's direct approval. When the SEALs arrived, they expected an empty beach. But a North Korean boat appeared. Afraid that they'd been spotted, the SEALs opened fire, killing everyone on board. Evidence suggests they were likely civilians diving for shellfish. The SEALs then retreated without planting the listening device. U.S. officials told The Times it was unclear if North Korea ever pieced together what happened or who was responsible.
Well, they know
Details
now.
of the operation remain classified, and it's never been publicly acknowledged by the U.S. The first Trump administration did not notify key members of Congress who oversee intelligence operations.
That's one thing I keep thinking about is what does that mean for the North Korean-U.S. relationship, if you can call it that? And for Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un's supposed relationship. He said he's very good friends with Kim Jong-un, but he tried. He tried to do a little secret mission on North Korea in his first presidency. I mean, it's just fascinating development.
Or who was responsible. Details of the operation remain classified, and it's never been publicly acknowledged by the U.S. The first Trump administration did not notify key members of Congress who oversee intelligence operations, and that lack of notification may have violated the law. The White House declined to comment. For the full investigation.
No way.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The White House declined to comment after being asked about whether or not they committed a crime? No way. In fact, that would be an international and a national crime. It's a twofer. With a little spying between friends. All right, let's go here. To a guy who certainly talks about North Korea a lot. Hassan Piker.
We're going to be covering a New York Times report on the assassination of North Korean fishermen that was conducted in a military operation in 2019, which people were privy to since 2021 and refused to acknowledge or reveal, as a matter of fact. And this obviously comes on the heels of the Trump administration's illegal war crime against a boat that they claim was drug traffickers out of Venezuela. The American Navy has encircled the Venezuelan territorial waters, and they're conducting military operations and celebrating the fact that they're doing extrajudicial killings of different people that are on a boat at any given time, leaving the Venezuelan water. Now, you guys know already, I covered the first story here, and the administration is very clearly utilizing the term narco-terrorism as an effort to engage in direct destabilization efforts and maybe even boots-on-the-ground military warfare in Latin American countries that it feels like are having too good of a time, I guess, whether it be Mexico or in this case, it's certainly Venezuela. They're claiming that these guys are, they're claiming that narcotics traffickers are also now or should be classified as terrorists. And as you guys know, the terrorism designation from the American State Department is one that is intentionally vague. It is created.
San's got a lot of grays in that beard right now. Dude is getting old quick.
Specifically so that you can do, war crimes and extrajudicial murders of whoever the you have declared a terrorist. Is a way to deny habeas corpus. It's a way to deny due process from people when you even apprehend them. It's a way to unjustifiably surveil people without any sort of sincere reason to do so. And now that expansion is now that definition is expanding to random brown people from Latin American countries. Of course, I'm going to start off the story with the 11 people that the Trump administration assassinated on a boat. Because there was a dinghy leaving the Venezuelan coastline that had 11 people on it. And
Okay, hold on. We don't need to listen to this whole thing. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Just going to get us to where he starts talking about North Korea. Because he starts it off talking about Venezuela, which we've already talked about today. Where does he get to it? Oh, I think around here.
We're the drunk Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
Mr. Secretary, what legal authority did the
Oh, wait, I actually want to hear this.
Under the previous administration.
I haven't heard
Drunk
this yet.
Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
Mr. Secretary, what legal authority did the Pentagon invoke to strike that boat full of drug smugglers?
We have the absolute and complete authority to conduct that. First of all, just the defense of the American people alone. 100,000 Americans were killed each year under the previous administration because of an open border and open drug traffic flow.
Was there
that is an assault on the American people. I said we smoked a drug boat, and there's 11.
Well, at least Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio were on the same page. I guess they got the memo out in time. Because that's exactly what Marco Rubio said yesterday. And actually, it was like 3 days ago now. But he said the same thing. The existence of drugs is, in fact, justification for murdering anybody the U.S. government wants to murder. Okay?
Illegal.
Trump administration conducted. Okay? This was the secret mission to spy on North Korea's leader. Okay, the New York Times reports that in 2019, a group of Navy SEALs crept out of the ocean onto the shore of North Korea for a dangerous and secret mission that has never been publicly disclosed until now. Okay, how a top secret SEAL Team 6 mission in the North Korea fell apart in 2019. Operation Greenland by President Trump sought a strategic edge. It left unarmed North Koreans dead. Here's the video from the New York Times.
We've been reporting about the military and special operations for more than a decade. And we received a tip about a mission that was so risky and frankly outlandish that I didn't even think it was real. The mission happened in 2019. At the time, President Trump and Kim Jong-un were in the middle of high-level nuclear talks. The mission was to plant a listening device. That device could give the U.S. an edge in all of the negotiations. But it also came with substantial risks. The mission started with a nuclear submarine motoring into North Korean territorial waters. The nuclear sub stopped and released 2 mini-subs that headed into the bay. In those mini-subs is a team of Navy SEALs. The Navy SEALs thought they'd be coming into a deserted shore, but there was a surprise. Nearby was a small boat with a North Korean crew. The unseen North Korean boat came close to their mini subs, and the crew on board started talking loudly and shining flashlights right down into the water where the subs were. If the subs were discovered, they'd have no way out, and so the SEALs that were at the shore fired on the North Korean boat and killed everybody that was on it. The SEALs on shore swam to the boat to make sure everybody was dead. When they got there, they didn't find any uniforms or weapons that suggested the people were security forces or military. In fact, everything there suggested that they were civilian fishermen who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
The wrong place at the wrong time, by the way, is just North Korean fishermen off the coast of their own territorial waters. Like, it's the Navy SEALs that were in the wrong place at the wrong time, technically. You know? Oops, we came into your house and you outed us, so we had to fucking murder you.
The SEALs got out of the area unscathed. But it's hard to overstate the gravity of what happened. The United States put troops on the ground in an unpredictable dictatorship with nuclear weapons, killed civilians, and took extreme strategic risks. This was just one mission, but people within the special operations world say it's part of a broader problem that has plagued special operations for decades. There's never any real...
When the journalist, the gulag for journalists gets created, which I'm sure will happen in the next year, this guy, he's going
right to jail, right away.
A broader problem that has plagued special operations for decades. There's never any real outside scrutiny that lets the public and the nation as a whole look at what went wrong. Everything remains top secret.
This was under Trump 1, and there is more details, okay? In 2019, the Trump administration directly violated international law, not only secretly sending military forces to North Korea, but murdering a group of innocent, unarmed Korean fishermen. This, of course, is, under different circumstances, a massive scandal. But a part of the reason why it won't become a massive scandal is because the Democrats knew about it since 2021 and never brought it up, never revealed this, never actually demanded answers for how they put together this special operation, because they too are complicit. Okay, you know the details now as far as like what the SEAL Team 6 did. Okay, of course, as Nathan J. Robinson of Current Affairs reports, needless to say, if an enemy country did this to us, we'd call it an act of terrorism and denounce it in the strongest terms, because it would be
Immediately,
an act of
if
terrorism.
not sooner.
We'd call the country barbaric, inhuman, but the U.S. claims the
United States would go to fucking war over this sort of shit. Are you kidding me? I just like reverse these situations. What if North Korea showed up, outside of San Francisco, or maybe pick somewhere, San Diego or whatever, and a bunch of Korean Navy SEALs murdered a bunch of innocent fishermen, and then it came out that they actually, if it came out that Korea did that during the first Trump administration, oh my God, Trump would be livid. What if Venezuela right now, instead of what's happening now, if we just reverse the situation, what if Venezuela had decided to park its navy off of the shores of Florida, and start monitoring ship traffic coming out from Florida? Started, I don't know, blasting, people's yachts, claiming they're capitalist criminals.
Illegal.
And the fact is like the way it's always framed is like, oh, if America's doing it, it's fine. But then when you reverse that framing, you're like, okay, well, what if the countries that we did these things to did those things to us? What would be America's fucking response? We would blast those boats out of the fucking Mexican Gulf. I'm sorry, the Gulf of America. My bad. You know, or, you know, are you kidding me? Like, we would be, we would be blasting North Korea off the map right now. We'd be in thermonuclear war right now with North Korea. Radioactive dust would be falling from the sky. All right. We've gotten through a shit load of stuff today. 2 videos left, people. Great job. Great job for making it this far. And if you're sad that it's ending, don't worry. We're still going to have an after stream and a Sunday Fun Day stream later today. So fret not, Space Fams. We're not even going to leave it. We're not even going to leave the Korean Peninsula. Let's go to South Korea. Here's CNN from 6 hours ago. Trump quietly preparing to travel next month to South Korea, where he could potentially sit down with Xi Jinping.
China!
Officials tell CNN President Trump and his top advisors are quietly preparing a trip to South Korea next month for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Gathering. It is seen as a key opportunity for Trump to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Let's bring in CNN White House reporter Elena Treen. Elena, this is your new reporting. What more can you tell us? Yeah,
I gotta say, whenever the Trump administration tries to do anything quietly, I get I immediately am suspicious. I'm like, the Trump administration quiet? What are they doing now? Is like, because he telegraphs literally everything.
Elena, this is your new reporting. What more can you tell us? Yeah, there had been questions of when and if President Donald Trump would meet with China's president, and now we're learning, and this is according to my conversations with 3 Trump administration officials, that the president is preparing to go to South Korea next month for this APEC summit, and that the White House is viewing this as a key opportunity for him to sit down face to face with the Chinese leader. I'm told that there have been serious conversations around setting up a bilateral meeting between the two on the sidelines of APEC. I should note that the details are not yet finalized and such a meeting is not yet confirmed, but that is a big part of what is going into this trip, Jessica. And I'm also told that this expected visit, again, details are still being finalized. It's unclear if he's going to add more stops on his trip to South Korea. But they also see it as a key opportunity for a couple other things. One is economic collaboration. We know that has been a huge focus of the president on other trips. For example, when he went to the Middle East, he wants to secure more investments from foreign countries in the United States. But one official told me other topics of discussion that they're really focused on include trade, defense, and civil nuclear cooperation. Now, one thing that's also very interesting about all of this is it could also provide the president potentially an opportunity to sit down with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un.
Now, what's interesting about all of this happening in South Korea is that literally earlier tonight, and I don't even have a story for us to watch, but earlier tonight I saw news that, I almost called him Yoon Suk-yeol. What's this new guy's name? Oh, God, I cannot remember the new prime minister's name of South Korea. But this guy is stepping down because, of course, he lost both the party that he's from, which is the same party that the former prime minister is from, lost both houses of South Korean government, right? Like the Senate and House. They too they have lost all the branches of government, and so he's stepping down. So I don't even know who Donald Trump's going to be fucking meeting with in South Korea.
This actually came up when South Korea's president visited the White House this past week and essentially said that, one, he wanted President Donald Trump to help better relationships with North Korea. He invited President Donald Trump to this APEC summit in South Korea. And then he also said that could be a great place for you to try and meet with face-to-face Kim Jong-un. Now, I will again caution you that according to my sources, they say the possibility of that kind of meeting, if Kim is even attending, all of that is still a question, and they're more focused on a potential meeting with Xi Jinping. But again, could be a good opportunity for Trump to sit down once again with that leader as well. All of this coming, though, at a tenuous time in the president's relationship with both Xi and Kim. We know that just this past week, China had this major military parade, something the president was quick to criticize on social media. At one point, he said that essentially he believed that, the Russian president who was there, North Korea, India, all of them were conspiring against the United States. Kind of a far cry.
Is everybody ganging up on me? It's very mean.
How rude.
So mean and nasty. The people would gang up on little old me and America. But it should be fascinating to see what comes of this South Korean trip. And who it is that Donald Trump's even going to be meeting with. Final story now. South of South Korea, in a place where we have been going fairly regularly in recent weeks, that has now become a big enough story that even Democracy Now! Is covering it. Indonesia, where protests have been ongoing for what I think is at least 2 weeks, maybe longer. Things have been escalating there. At least 10 people have died, apparently, in the violence, and thousands of Indonesians have been arrested for participating in these protests.
Right to jail, right away.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in Indonesia, where at least 7 people are dead. Hundreds more have been injured amidst a crackdown on anti-government protests that erupted in the capital, Jakarta, a week ago, before spreading across Indonesia. The uprising began with protests outside the parliament against salaries and housing allowances for lawmakers that are nearly 10 times the minimum wage in Jakarta. Protests spread nationwide after footage showed a paramilitary police unit using an armored vehicle to ram a group of protesters, killing a 21-year-old delivery driver. Protesters have since burned or ransacked buses, subways, and homes of several prominent politicians. For more, we go to Jakarta, where we're joined by Andreas Harsono, Indonesia researcher at Human Rights Watch, which has just published a report headlined Indonesia End Crackdown on Protesters, Arbitrary Detention, Investigate Excessive Use of Force, Tear Gas Against Demonstrators. Andreas, welcome to Democracy Now! Just lay out what developed this week. Start with the killing of the delivery driver and the response.
It started as a protest outside the Parliament building because of the housing board. It was on Monday last week. And then on Thursday night last week, the protest became much bigger. 64 labor unions joined the protest, also university students. But that evening, around 7:20, a motorcycle taxi driver, gig work, was ran over by a police Barakuda vehicle. He died later in the hospital. But when he was hit, it was captured on video, and the video became viral, spreading all over Indonesia. In the next 4 days, there were protests, according to the Ministry of Home Affairs, more than 110 cities. Repeat, more than 110 cities all over Indonesia. Almost 50 were burning, unfortunately, arson attack. Parliament building, police station were burned down in Makassar, in Kediri, in Mataram, Lombok Island. So it was pretty big. And then President Prabowo and all party bosses met on Sunday. They agreed to cut the housing allowance, the controversial housing allowance. But also, Prabowo said that these protests border on treason and terrorism. Police arrested more than 3,000 people.
Jesus
and then there are
Christ.
still protest leaders being arrested until today, charged with either inciting violence.
3,000 people arrested. It gives you some sense of just how big these protests are.
Or the internet law, inciting people to protest against the government. That is the latest one. Right now, today, Friday, there are still protests. Yesterday, Thursday, there are still protests. Smaller, but there are still protesting, despite all the heavy presence of the military and the police in Jakarta and many other cities all over Indonesia.
What exactly is Human Rights Watch calling for right now, Andreas?
Basically, to end the excessive use of force, and Human Rights Watch also supported a United Nations calling the Indonesian government to have an independent investigation over the use of excessive force over the last 1 week in Indonesia.
There we have it. Things escalating dramatically in Indonesia. Place that we have been keeping up with this since it sounds like the very beginning. Because I think we've been covering it for like almost like a week and a half, close to 2 weeks. That was my inkling. And then he's like, it's been going on for a week and a half or 2 weeks. I'm like, okay. Well, then that checks out with my timeline. And oh my God. I mean, thousands of people arrested. 10 people dead. Not just the DoorDash driver, delivery driver, whatever it was. And of course, the one symbol that is stuck out through all of this is the flag of the One Piece crew. We've talked about the significance of that symbolism. Hopefully, independent investigators like this guest suggested might actually show up. Hopefully that'll prevent some of this government violence against Indonesians who are rightfully upset, in my opinion. Indonesia is a very unequal society, and the government is trying to pay themselves even more money. They're already living way above the poverty line in Indonesia, way above the median income in Indonesia, and they're just enriching themselves even further. It's ridiculous. Well, it would appear that we've gotten through another stream. It was long and difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Was I muted that whole time? God damn it. I was talking that whole time and nobody can hear what I'm saying. All of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears have helped. God damn it. What did I do? No, it totally broke me just now. All these people help produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. How did I do that? How did I mute myself? That was very annoying to me.
Are you not entertained?
All right, everyone, enjoy today's super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Brought to you by the Galactic Patrons.